good morning. Welcome to the KPMG in the Philippines 2023 Innovation Summit. We are here live in Fairmont, Makati. We are streaming live as well via Zoom. My name is Leah Guerrero. I have the pleasure and honor of being your master of ceremonies for this very special and exciting day. And before anything else, we'd like to thank each and every one of you. Maraming salamat. Thank you for joining us. It's so nice to see all of you. We're kicking off this year's Innovation Summit with the theme, Making It Happen. From innovative ideas to execution, we brought together tech and business leaders from various industries for our first ever hybrid event. And we are thrilled to have all of you here today, including our viewers online. Hello to all of you as we embark on a journey of inspiration, collaboration, and innovation. So are you ready to join us? Wow, good energy for this morning. I think we can do better than that though. One more time, are you ready to join us? Oh yes, I love it. Thank you. So throughout the day, we'll be having panel discussions focusing on digital government smart cities, ESG tech, the next wave of automation, and industry disruptors. Our esteemed panel of speakers are here to provide valuable knowledge, facilitate meaningful discussions, and foster connections with fellow attendees. So we'd like to make this as interactive and engaging as possible. So we encourage you, please actively participate, ask questions, and engage in networking opportunities. And before we proceed with the exciting events of the day, we'd like to take this moment to acknowledge and thank our supporting organizations for their unwavering support and collaboration that have been instrumental in making this Innovation Summit a reality. Our thanks go out to the Analytics Association of the Philippines, Digital Pilipinas, Filipina CEO Circle, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, IT and Business Process Association Philippines, the American Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines Incorporated, British Chamber of Commerce Philippines, European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, and Nordcham Philippines. Let's give them a big round of applause. Maraming salamat po. And to start off this exciting day and to officially welcome us all, please join me in giving a warm round of applause for the Chairman and CEO of KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company, Miss Sharon G. Dayoan.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Okay, so good morning and good morning to the representatives from the various government agencies, our distinguished guests, esteemed panelists and moderators, innovators and fellow tech enthusiasts. Welcome to KPMG in the Philippines 2023 Innovation Summit. So this year's summit is our first hybrid one, and we are excited to be joined by our guests here in person, as well as those who are joining us virtually. Thank you for taking the time to partake and engage in this very important conversation around technology and innovation. Our firm, KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company, is one of the country's largest professional services firms, and we provide audit and assurance, tax, advisory, and technology consulting services. A major focus area of our firm is technology and how it can help businesses and organizations grow, realize efficiencies, and enhance stakeholder experience. And with this, we launched the Innovation Summit in 2021 while the world was in the middle of a pandemic. Our mission is to foster and promote an inclusive and digitally enabled Philippines. Our vision is to have this annual event bring together industry experts, business leaders, and the public to share stories, perspectives, and strategies on digital transformation and innovation, and accelerate the teching up of various industries in our country. In 2021, our first Innovation Summit featured tech solutions that gained increasing prominence and relevance in the time of COVID. We focused on trends and solutions that can help organizations transform and thrive in a changed world. This ran for 4 half days with a total of about 2,000 participants who attended online. Last year, we ran our second Innovation Summit. This was about Tech Talk, stories of transformation, highlighting use cases that made use of technology solutions to illustrate and present examples. Again, this was done virtually and ran for 4 half days with a total of 5,600 attendees. So in year one, we talked about tech solutions. In year two, we shared stories of transformation. So it's but natural that this year, on our third year, we talk about making it happen, from innovative ideas to execution. We know that technology and innovation is a must to thrive in a complex and dynamic world we find ourselves in. Now it is a matter of adopting and integrating these innovations into the way we live, play, and to reap its promised benefits. That is why today we packed our Innovation Summit with exciting panels on smart cities, ESG tech, the next wave of automation, and industry disruptors. These discussions will definitely generate insights, but our hope is for the discussions to inspire you with new ideas on how best to execute the innovations that are happening all around us in your businesses and organizations. Later this morning, you will witness the launch of our KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company's Digital Government Center, our firm's one-stop shop for national government agencies and local government units to help them with their digital transformation journeys, from crafting a strategy plan and roadmap to automating services and processes, to harnessing emerging technology in providing citizen-centric solutions, and finally, to upskilling civil servants through training and certifications. I hope that you have seen our Digital Government Center showcase outside the ballroom earlier, but if not, please feel free to visit and explore. We also have experts available for consultation to see how we can support and help your transformation and understand any tax implications. Also, as part of our Digital Government Center launch, we are also hosting a roundtable session this morning for our select guests from the government, funders, and private organizations, where we will discuss a multi-stakeholder approach in enabling government units, be it an LGU or an agency of a national government, to execute on digitalization projects. Lastly, we will cap our summit with the finals of the Philippine leg of KPMG's Global Tech Innovator Competition. This is a global pitch competition where startups and emerging technology players are given the opportunity to showcase their products and services to the market, including potential local and international investors. This was launched in 2021 by KPMG to recognize the fastest growing, most innovative technology companies across different countries and support these organizations in accelerating their business to the next level. Last year, over 1,100 emerging tech companies from 22 countries participated in the competition. So with us today are the top 3 finalists of the Philippine round, who will each do a pitch where the winning tech entrepreneur will represent the Philippines in the global finals that will be held in Lisbon, Portugal in November. I hope that you are all excited with all these activities lined up for you today. We have more than 200 guests here in Fairmont. There are a few gentlemen and ladies standing at the back. You can take your seats up front. And we have over 800 registered participants online. To our guests here, feel free to network with the other participants during the break. And I encourage you to clear your mind of doubts and concerns by consulting our experts in the booths outside the ballroom. In this era of unprecedented technological advancements, our world is undergoing a remarkable shift, and we are all privileged to have the chance to shape the world that we inhabit. Let us celebrate the power of innovation, technology, and collaboration. So once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. May this summit inspire us, challenge us, and ignite our passion for innovation. Together, let us execute on our innovative ideas and make it happen. So moving on to the next part of our program, our keynote speaker for today was originally Mayor Joy Belmonte. However, she just messaged us early this morning that she is not feeling well. And out of an abundance of caution, she is unable to be with us today. However, I am pleased to tell you that we are joined here instead by her representative, Mr. Michael Victor Alimurong, City Administrator of Quezon City, to share with us today Quezon City's experience and insights on digital governance. Mike has been Quezon City's administrator since 2019. His experience spans the academe, public, and private sector and the media. He is instrumental in supporting the Quezon City government's 5 major objectives, which include social services for all, economic development, environmental sustainability, gold standard infrastructure projects, and sustained good governance. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome City Administrator Mike Alimurong on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. So I know I'm apologies that it's not Mayor Joy. That's what I have to do. So again, KPMG Philippines Chairman and CEO Sharon Dayoan, Vice Chairman and CEO Noel Bonoan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to you all. On behalf of Mayor Joy Belmonte, we would like to thank you for inviting us to share Quezon City's experience at this year's Innovation Summit 2023. I just want to check, make sure that the slides are there. Great, thanks. In a rapidly evolving world, we can't overstate the importance of innovation. Obviously, it drives progress, propels societies forward, and empowers us to overcome challenges. It enables us to do more with less. They say necessity is the mother of all invention. In today's new normal, it's absolutely necessary for governments and individuals to embrace digital transformation. Can I go to the next slide? So, 4 years ago, Mayor Joy set forth a very clear mission and challenge to Quezon City's public servants. As part of her 14-point agenda, I want to highlight 5 particular items that are most relevant for today. Number 1, deliver responsive, efficient, and cost-effective social services. Point number 5 was empower citizens of every gender and social class. Point number 7, make Quezon City the preferred destination for business. Point 12, be a model of good governance. And point 14, listen to our people and know what they need. Ultimately, however, the question that's really being asked is how do we provide better services to Q citizens, given our population of over 3 million, a land area of 161 square kilometers, a per capita budget per person of less than 10,000 pesos, and the scope of our services. And how do you do that given the often negative perception of government as being slow, corrupt, inept, bureaucratic, or the perception that innovation and government are just, well, incompatible? So Mayor Joy, when we started, just challenged us to help her fix it. And that's quite a simple thing to ask. Can you help us fix it? And that's, I think, one of the beautiful things to the whole thing. She wasn't asking for anything else. I need to be able to do this. Can you guys help me do it? So fast forward, all of us are now there trying to make that happen. So next slide, please. So the answer, in our case, one of the answers was digitize and automate. What that really means is bring all services online. Make everything that can be made available online should be made available online. So this is not we just do the business permit online. The question is, anything that you can make online, make it online. And don't ask citizens for anything you should already know. That means if one person has already asked it, the other person should know about it. It's very frustrating if one person asks it and then the next person is asking it again. But you guys already have that. So don't ask for anything citizens should already know. So if you imagine the situation before, we're looking at that situation on the left. It's pen and paper, in person, long lines, very sequential, synchronous, slow, red tape, fixers, corruption. 0 services were actually online in 2019. And then, of course, just like everybody's full aware, the pandemic happens, and suddenly you just have to fast track everything. We were lucky or fortunate in our case that we had already started. Mayor Joy had started as early as July 2019. We had already started. So when the pandemic hit, we already were in the process of it. In our case, the pandemic served as a catalyst because now it forced individuals to embrace the online that we were trying to push. So we were lucky in that regard. And through digital transformation, what you have is what you have on the right today. Right now, our applications are generally online. I will not say all. We are still in the process. It's virtual. Right? There are no lines. So the ARTA wanted to come to us and say, we want to do a survey of your business permit applications. They showed up and went home. They couldn't interview anybody. There was nobody there. Right? And that's a true story. I mean, it just happened. It's simultaneous. Right? It's asynchronous. And it could be midnight and you're working on your application. That's well and good. It's efficient. It's transparent. So in Quezon City, we've gotten so many complaints on social media. In social media, everyone has a voice. Ang bagal naman yan. And then we reach out. Sir, may reference number ka ba? Ito reference number. Sir, naghihintay lang ng bayad mo. I mean, this has happened a number of times, including from a friend of mine. Sabi ko, you know me naman. Why didn't you ask me? So check your record. And when we checked it, yun nga, hindi pa nagbabayad 1 month later. Okay? So it's transparent. And there is ownership and accountability. Ownership both on the citizen and on the public servant. We know who's handling what at what time. So that's the situation. Next slide. So since we started, Quezon City has adopted various innovative technological approaches to improve the way we deliver government services to Q citizens. Technology and innovation have become an integral part of how we operate. But at the same time, understand that technology and innovation are only a tool to create a positive change in the lives of Q citizens. And for that is the important reminder that all of this is simply a tool. And if the tool isn't making it easier, and if it doesn't do that, we shouldn't be doing it. So that's the guidance that we're using. Is the typical guidance of government, is it going to make me money? That's not the guidance we were given. The guidance we were given is it is making it easier for citizens to avail of services. And if it's not going to do that, then don't do it. Right? So if you look at the heart of it, is the city QCE services, is the city's web-based and cloud-based platform for many of our citizen-centric services. It gathers all of the city's online services and programs into a single portal that is free and easily accessible to your desktop, laptop, or mobile device using, and I underline this because it's key, a single account. Before, one would have many disparate systems. And every time you build a new one, you would have another username and password. In Quezon City, however, because it's a single system, every time we roll out something, all we have to do is simply add it to the portal and it will show up with your same username and password for everything. So that was a key of what we were doing. Put everything on the same portal. So as a result, you as a citizen only create one username and password, and anytime something is new, it shows up. So next slide. So some of the key features, and I'll just mention this for those wondering, baka mahack kayo. Granted, you can never ever say it's 100%, but having said that, the QCE services platform is a unified platform that incorporates every online service of any department or office, at least those that are client-facing. There are obviously some that are internal. It uses a single sign-on. It's email, Facebook, your Gmail, your Apple. We didn't want you to create any more accounts than you already have. It uses an application-based interface or API for those who are not tech-speaking, but maybe many of you are. What the main point being, it uses a black box type approach. It doesn't matter who developed the software. As long as it's API based and the systems can talk to each other, it will work. Right? As a result, we are not, at least in Quezon City, married to a single developer. Right? It could be any developer because the API is there, and as long as you can talk to the system, you can develop a system. As long as you feed it the same information, we'll be able to speak to it. Right? At least that's the intent, and most of the systems operate that way. So everything is housed and stored in the cloud, or at least majority are stored in the cloud. We're still migrating some of the others, so that it's available anytime, anywhere. And the rest of the stuff are just the things that people in data security are all worried about. Yes, it's encrypted. Yes, it's a separate servers, etc., etc. Next slide, please. So today, this is often the question is, gumagana ba talaga? Well, today, there are 2.3 million validated QCE services accounts. That means they've registered with their email and they click validate. There are only 3.2 million citizens, right? So you can imagine, granted, there's probably a few crooks over here who created more than one account, At least we know who they are and whether they're applying to more than one service. But that's a lot. There's 2.3 million. And remember, this only started in 2021. Okay, or 2020, mid-2020 perhaps. Right? It's 2.3 million validated service accounts. So when we're asked, do people actually use it? The answer is right there. Next slide. More importantly, today, there are over 21 services and many more sub-services that are available online. You will see that some are geared towards making it easier to do business. I've highlighted them in red. Right? You have your business one-stop shop, your building one-stop shop, market one-stop shop, pay business taxes, etc. Some are geared towards making social services more accessible. Your scholarship application, your pangkabuhayang application, Lagang QC, I highlighted them in blue. Some, or they're focused towards empowering citizens. Your People's Corner, your medical records, your OVR payments online. All are focused, and this is key, on providing better service that promotes transparency and accountability. And I want to touch on a few, and I'm not going to spend forever on this, but I'll touch on a few. So the building permit one-stop shop as an example. The business permit one-stop shop first. Quezon City has over 70,000 businesses. And when we started in 2019, more like 2020 when the first renewals happened, everybody was lining up. I mean, we're talking about 4 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. right? And that's what it looked like. And you were trying to register everybody in 20 days, January 20, all 70,000. I mean, this is crazy, right? Granted, technology is a tool. So we did a couple of things. One, we made the business permits anniversary date. And two, we moved the deadline for tax payment to after April 15, so that we would get audited financial statements, which I'm sure KPMG is helping a lot of people get, right? But today, when we automated it, 100% of all business permit applications and renewal is actually online. We went from 0 to 100%. Does that mean that everybody's doing it from their home? No, it means everybody's using the system. If you show up at City Hall, there will be a kiosk or somebody to help you. It will be encoded into the same online system. It's still online. You could have 5 people doing it at the same time at home or at City Hall. But it's 100% online. And it can, renewal in particular, can be done in 1 minute. Okay? When we say you don't anymore ask things we already have, if you've paid your business tax, we don't ask you to provide an OR. The system will check the business tax system if the tax has been paid. And when you renew, it will check, oh, it's paid, you can renew. So we said, do not ask anything we already should know. So we should know whether you've paid. Right? And we also deliver the permits to people's doors so that we potentially bypass any fixers who have a tendency to hold your permit. And at the same time, you find out that some businesses, the address does not exist. So then we have to correct that because we can't seem to deliver it. We go there, there's no business here. I mean, so that happens. Building permit one-stop shop, simplified and often complicated process. If you're in most cities, you will see that it's a paper application. What the business permit application here does, it asks a series of questions. Based on your answers, it only asks you to submit the documents related to your building permit. Especially if you have a simple, single-story home, you don't have to ask you everything else that you don't actually need. And it asks you to identify the professionals associated with your building permit so that they can answer the questions themselves, whether it's your civil engineer or your architect, because I'm pretty sure you as a home builder are not the architect or the engineer, and you can't probably answer any of the questions yourselves. Right? So it does that. And if documents are complete, and we highlight in any service, if documents are complete, a simple building permit is 3 days. If documents are complete. And we often find somebody complaining, 3 months na yan. Kasi pagtingin sa system, 3 months, sir, kasi hindi ka compliant. You violated this, and this. Right? But the system will tell you that's what you violated. Right? And right now, they actually deliver, we just launched it a while ago. You deliver your physical copy of your plans after the electronic copy has already been submitted online into a Dropbox. So you have no more person interaction. Because apparently they used to complain that the guy in front was not accepting it. Well, right now we accept it all. So it's accepted, right? Paying business tax, and this one is 1 year in its implementation. You can actually, today, submit a business tax assessment online. Right? Granted, if you're SM, you probably won't do it. I mean, that's quite thick. But if you're a small business with a very small financial statement, submit it online. You'll get the assessment, verify it. If you agree, pay it. Right? The idea was to remove 90% of the problem. Right? The big guys will always show up in City Hall. Understandable, their documents are that thick. But the small guy with a audited financial statement or a sari store with a gross sales receipt, just submit it online. Don't come see us. Right? If you agree, pay it. You disagree, file a comment and schedule an appointment. Right? So that's paying business tax online. And right now, 10% of all the business tax holders are doing it already online. Next year, the expectation is 100%. We basically let the business tax system run temporarily, and then we'll pull the plug on the old one next year. And that was the intent. No? Market One-Stop Shop, and I'm just going to highlight a couple more. The Market One-Stop Shop was launched recently, and if you imagine a movie theater, that's exactly what you have. We have 8 public markets, plus a lot of temporary vending sites. If you want a stall, go online. It's like a movie theater. Here's the market layout. Select your stall. See if it's occupied or not. If it's not occupied, select it. If it's your stall, you can pay it and track it online, and the comments will be given back to you online. If you have any violations, you'll know it. Right? So all of that is done through an online process. So it's a movie theater approach. What it enables us to do is it enables us to create temporary vending sites as long as they're numbered anywhere in the city using the same system, and you can reserve it online. Right? Including things like night market that's only open for a week. Now here's the map, upload it, and reserve a slot. But that's how the Market One-Stop Shop works. In terms of social services, 2 I just want to highlight. The scholarship program and the Pangkabahayan QC. In both cases, it used to be run with a lot of palakasan. If you knew somebody, you could get scholarship. Pangkabahayan is the financial grant assistance. And nowadays, because the application is entirely online, you know who's qualified, not qualified, and what you need to submit. You don't need to know anybody. To date, 46,000 have already been given financial grant assistance to Pangkabahayan QC, and 11,000 scholars get every year, purely without knowing a single person. The People's Corner is the Freedom of Information link. If you have a complaint of some inefficient service or somebody's being corrupt, please do log in and send us a comment. And this one I just wanted to bring up really quickly. You'll see a link called Medical Records on the bottom right. And that's a recently launched program wherein in Quezon City, we've done a single patient record for all 66 health centers. It's launched right now in about 12. And if you're a citizen, you can log in and see your medical record, right? So that you don't have to remember what was last prescribed to you. But if you go from a health center A to health center B to health center C, the same record is there. But it also allows us to make sure you're not double dipping. Right? They got medicine in A, they went to B, and they're getting again. Right? So this is currently has been launched, and that's what it's doing. So again, the reason why I highlighted some of these is a lot of us, even us in the LGU, had thought of it as business permit, building permit, RPT. But when we come to realize that if it's service making it easier, suddenly everything else shows up. Right? So this says over 21, but actually it's a lot more. When you see civil registry, it doesn't mean just one. It actually means birth registration, death registration, marriage certificate application, late birth registration. It means a lot of that. Building permit means everything from electrical permit applications, etc. So that's why I say it's over 21 with a lot of sub-services. It's not yet the best interface. It's getting there. Right? So we'll work on that. Next slide. Now, at the heart of many of the services is the Quezon City ID. Yes, that's not your PhilSys ID. It's your Quezon City ID. Your PhilSys ID tells you you're Filipino. Your Quezon City ID tells you you're in Quezon City. And what it does is, when I say it's at the heart, it serves as a requirement for many of the services. You want to apply for scholarship? Do you have a QC ID? If you don't have one, please apply for one. It's quite easy to apply. You can apply it online, right? And you just have to show proof that you're a QC resident, and it tells you exactly what, and you can get it online. You can have a digital copy on your phone, and that should work for any of our services here. But of course, typical Philippines, a lot of people don't recognize it. You get the physical card, which you can get also. All right, so, but we will recognize the digital copy, which you can get on the phone by downloading the app. It allows the city to provide services more efficiently. Right? We can reduce duplication. It enables the city to better allocate its resources, reduces fraudulent and duplicate claims. It doesn't mean that there are zero. Obviously, we have still experts who file 2 IDs with 2 different names, change one thing here and there. But we know who they are at least, and if we catch them, then then good luck to them at that point. But in any case, it's there. So we put it at the heart of everything. And we did it as a incentive-based approach rather than mandatory. Get it when you need it. It's the single ID for both the resident, your PWD, and your solo parent and your senior citizen. Meaning, if your ID number is your ID number, is your ID number no matter what point you are. If you lose it, it's still your ID number. Okay, so that's the approach we decided. Don't worry, we're not original in this. We basically looked at Estonia and said, what are they doing? That's great. We'll copy Estonia. So a lot of these things is already practiced in Estonia. And okay, they're ahead of everybody else in Europe. We'll just do what they're doing. And so that's what we're trying to do. Next slide. And today, there are 970,000 approved QCIDs. It's not 3 million, but every baby, 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, up to maybe 15-year-old, I don't need yet. So that's okay. Right? That's a lot of people I don't yet need to have because they don't need our service yet. Right? Maybe when they do, then they'll apply for one when they need it. Next slide. And we continue to digitize other processes. I just wanted to highlight some of these because some people will say, oh, you've never mentioned these. Because not everything is front-facing. And I think that's the main point I just wanted to make with it. Some of it is not front-facing. So as an example, we recently piloted out the asset management software. We didn't build it on our own. We're using IBM Maximo, which is what the County of Los Angeles is using. And we have just moved away, as sad as it may sound, from Excel asset management. Right? I mean, when you try to manage your assets, movable, fixed, and supplies with Excel, it's good luck. Everything is missing. Right? It's now IBM Maximo, and so I'm expecting a lot less loss. And you'll see a few other things. Helpline 122, which you call our call center, is using a ticketing system. And again, we didn't build that software. Many of the others we did, because in many cases, that's the right answer. But in the ticketing, I think we're using Microsoft Dynamics. We could have used some other system. But the point is, it's ticketed, so you know there's a reference number when you call. And that one we did. We have a geographic information system. You won't see it out externally. There is one you will see. So one of the services in the system is on the city assessors. You can actually click on that. And if for those who've heard of Zillow abroad, if you click on that, you can actually see a property, whether its tax was paid, when it was paid, how much it was, what is the estimated tax you need to pay, and when the last sale happened. All right, so that's a use of a GIS, but that's the only external-facing GIS we have today. The rest are internal. I think somebody was crazy enough to try to map all the trees in Quezon Memorial Circle. Good luck to that department, but they're doing it. The idea was to make sure that we could map it all out. And again, the one software that you can use, again, is if you were trying to buy and sell property, we do encourage you, take a look. Has the tax been paid? Why don't you check, right? And you'll see it there. No? So you'll see a few other software that's there. Next slide, and this is just maybe the last slide anyhow. And having said all, and the impact, of course, is important. Right? And I just want to highlight 3 things. There's an impact in terms of digital transformation on the delivery of services. Right? Services are more efficient, they're transparent, they're available and accessible, and they're brought closer to the people, which Mayor Joy had asked us to do. And how do you bring it closer to the people? There's an impact on the individual, and this is the challenge. The individual's mindset, approach of how they avail of government services is gradually shifting. It's not all the way there. It's still shifting. And individuals are more empowered. And this one I want to highlight, there's an impact on policies. A lot of the policies that we're doing have changed. Right? Things like we're mandating digitization for a lot of our services, and also the requirements. Since we already have some of the information, you'll notice online, we don't anymore require certain things. Right? I think recently we've integrated with DTI. As a result, we will no longer need to ask you your DTI certification. Right? So the requirement has changed because the business permit's now integrated with DTI as of maybe a week ago. So as a result, we won't ask it anymore. SEC, we still do. We're still working on that. But the DTI, we don't. All right? At least for the name registration, that's okay. So there's a shift in all of this. And last slide, and I know I am slightly over the last slide. So having said all that, and I think that was the last slide is just thank you. Having said all that, The journey is long, and we're still in the early stages in Quezon City. We've done a lot, but there's still so much more to do. And being Quezon City, our role, or rather our responsibility, is to take a leadership role in good governance, innovation, and digital transformation. Because whether we like it or not, cities, citizens, and the international community to look at what we're doing. And as we often say in Quezon City, if it can be made to work here, it can be made to work anywhere else in the Philippines. Thank you and a good day to everyone.
Making it easy, efficient, and transformative for Quezon City, City Administrator Mike Alimorong. Thank you very much. One more time, a big round of applause, please. Sir, if you could please indulge us, I'd like to invite you back on stage as I also invite the Executive Committee of KPMG in the Philippines to join you for a photo. Thank you, sir, for sharing so graciously and eloquently what you were doing in Quezon City, representing, of course, the Honorable Mayor Joy Belmonte this morning. Several highlights of his speech. They've streamlined processes, making it easy from the very start, from signing up. It's so easy. They're saying goodbye to long lines. They've reduced the red tape in as simple a solution as providing a drop box. And the mandate of the mayor was to fix it. They are doing it. They're making it happen in Quezon City. And we hope that inspires our audience as well to make it happen in your own organizations, in your own cities and LGUs. And we look forward to assisting you in any way that we can as well. Very inspiring stuff this morning. Thank you very much, City Administrator Michael Alimorong of Quezon City. And we have a token for you too. There you go. Maraming salamat. One more time, a big round of applause, please. We learned so much from you today, sir. Thank you for taking the trip to Makati from QC. Yes, there you go. All right. Now we head on to our first panel discussion today, which revolves around digital government and smart cities, building vibrant communities. And as we navigate the challenges and opportunities presented by rapid urbanization, it's crucial to explore innovative solutions that can transform our cities into smart, sustainable, and livable environments. So we've gathered a panel of industry experts who will be sharing their insights, strategies, and experiences in forging a path toward building up smart cities in the Philippines. Our panelists are widely known to a lot of you, but if you want to know more about them, you can scan the QR code right there on screen to get to know more about them through their bios. Now, please help me welcome our esteemed panelists. Let's begin. First up is United States Agency for International Development Economic Growth Specialist, Mr. Jay De Quiros.
Thank you.
I'd like to also call on stage Department of Budget and Management Undersecretary and Chief Information Officer and Information and Communications Technology Group Head, Ms. Maria Francesca Del Rosario.
How much time do you?
Joining them is Private Sector Advisory Council on Digital Representative and City Savings Bank Head of Legal and Data Protection Officer for Private Sector Infrastructure, Attorney Ernesto Herrera. Good morning, sir. I'd also like to invite on stage Microsoft Philippines National Technology and Security Officer, Mr. Dale Jose. And completing our panelists is Aboiti's Chief Operating Officer for Smart Cities, Mr. Alvin Nam. And of course, we have our panel moderator, KPMG in the Philippines Vice Chairman, and Chief Operating Officer and Head of Advisory, Mr. Noel Bonoan. Please take it away.
Thank you. Well, good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for joining us on this panel. To my esteemed guests, this particular topic of digital government is very close to my heart, having straddled both my careers in both the public and private sector. So let's dive in. We have 50 minutes, and let's make the full use of it. Attorney Nino, you're the Executive Director of the Private Sector Advisory Council, and this is the Private Sector Advisory Council to the President, President Marcos. Just recently, there has been a very interesting and important development in government digitalization. This is with the passage and the signing by the President of Executive Order number 32. Maybe to set the tone, you can tell us what this Executive Order number 32 is all about.
Thank you, Noel, and good morning, everyone. So, last July 4, the President signed Executive Order number 32, which is to streamline the permit processing for telecommunication and internet infrastructure. So what this does is it reduces application turnaround time, permit requirements. So previously, permit turnaround is around 2.5 years, and with this passage, it's going to go down to 2.5 months.
This is a permit application for what particular permit?
Telecommunication internet infrastructure.
Okay.
So this will actually fast track digital infrastructure development in the country.
So when you talk about digital infrastructure and telecoms infrastructure, you're talking about cell site towers and all that. And that is a big issue because a lot of the cell site towers development is actually slowed down by the permitting process, right?
That's correct. Yes, it actually enhances bureaucratic efficiency by reducing all the red tape. It streamlines processes across all government agencies, including LGUs. And I would like to commend QC for actually spearheading. One of the main features of the executive order is providing a one-stop shop for construction permit applications. So this is a very good development. It will spur digital infrastructure development in the country. And as we all know, internet and telecommunication infrastructure is very crucial in the development of smart cities.
Okay. So with this, with the sign of the EO, how does that bind local governments?
So the executive order, as we all know, it's practically a law so it applies to national government agencies as well as local government units. So this executive order actually enjoins with the force of the law all government agencies and LGUs to comply with the requirements. So this is it has the enforcement power of a law.
And I suppose the end result of this is that we expect that at the local government level, there will be a wider capacity for, say, broadband services to be delivered to the citizenry. And that's very important when it comes to data. So maybe let me just shift gears and go over to you, Alvin. Aboiti's data innovation. With this opportunity now of getting higher broadband speeds, a wider digital highway, how will that change the ability of governments as well as companies located in LGUs to have more, to have more access to data?
Right. Thanks, Noel. I think, once you have access to data, I think the critical part is, I think the first thing you want to think about is citizen engagement. The moment you create citizen delight, having eliminate friction, having to eliminate the to drive efficiency. I think Quezon City has been a great blueprint and a playbook to think about how do you drive that much better, and that citizen engagement transform the way we think about how do we run smart cities of the future with the government. I think that's number one. Number two, it's all about resource allocation, right? The more data you have, the more broadband, the more connected you are within any city. Government now can make decisions much quicker, faster, but more importantly, in anything we do, it's a trade-off, right? We are limited by resources. So how do you, with data, how do you drive resource allocation much quicker, much faster? And I think what's more important about data is, the art of the possible. Data is the new oil. So the more you are connected, the more you have broadband, now it unlocks, incremental value of data that previously you have not seen. And I think this is where, having a better broadband, having a better infrastructure, you create that collective intelligence between the interaction between citizens, businesses, and the government. So you begin to accelerate the concept of digital government, digital citizen, and a digital economy.
You mentioned, and you hear this mantra so often that data is the new oil, but having data accessible just to anyone could pose dangers. No? So, and I suppose you know now where my next question will be. It really now matters. We're now really talking about security. So maybe I'll just shift to Dale, who is the NITSO of Microsoft Philippines. No? Digitization, while it brings so many benefits, it comes with a number of risks. Why, especially to data, in the form of DDoS attacks, ransomware, phishing, data theft, and the like. So what is the overall security profile of the Philippines currently? And assuming all these things happen where LGUs now have more access to data, have more capacity to host data, how is our present capacity able to, our present security capabilities able to handle those data risks?
Yeah, so it's very important. No? So digitalization is happening, and fundamental to that is cybersecurity and data privacy. Because ultimately, if you want to envision a smart city with thriving citizens, your citizens need to trust the systems and that their data are protected. So that's very crucial. Now, as far as the profile of the country today, so if you would, let's say, look at some of the statistics from Kaspersky, for example, last year, 2022, the Philippines, among the countries that have been or seeing the most cyber attacks in the world, we ranked second. Okay, so that's quite alarming. The second item would be we have a very low cyber talent pool worldwide. So according to various reports, 3.5 million jobs are unfulfilled worldwide. And we're part of that. No? So we have a low cyber talent pool. At the same time, we have very low pipeline of cybersecurity talent locally. So for example, in a report commissioned by the USAID last year, there were three key findings. The first one, in terms of the academic pipeline, we're supposed to be producing more cybersecurity graduates. We have very small number of that. Another one is we need to have a military to civilian pipeline, whereby you have military personnel who have been trained on cybersecurity, such that when they leave military service, they become civilians. They become part of our cyber talent pool in civic society. But that one is close to non-existent. And the third one would be If you talk about government, government doesn't have, that enough uh, uh, budget to really retain and recruit cybersecurity talent. The third item would be, so there is another statistics from the ITU whereby the Philippines rank 61st out of 194 countries as far as the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index. No? Now, if you would deep dive into the data relevant to the Philippines, one of the areas for improvement to us is organizational measure. And based on the report, it refers to the ability or the quality of the national cybersecurity strategy and its implementation. So probably some of you know that the ICT is currently crafting the new National Cybersecurity Strategy Plan of 2028. It's currently under draft, and they're doing their collaboration with the industry and the private sector to really make it more compelling for the nation.
Thanks for that. You mentioned budget earlier, so we do have the DBM Undersecretary here with us, and let me go now to financial issues. We're actually working on a couple of projects where we're helping local governments ramp up their capabilities to spend, sorry, not to spend, but to collect, particularly through the real property taxes. And there's a component of that which actually requires digitalization. And a lot of the chief executives we talk to are all, I think everyone's convinced about what digitalization can bring, the benefits. There's no question about that. But it always comes down to how am I going to pay for this? So maybe from the DBM's point of view, you might want to be able to suggest what are the different ways that local governments can fund their digitalization projects.
Yeah. So first and foremost, the Department of Budget Management provides local government support fund to the local government units. That's around 7 to 10 billion. It depends. It usually changes based on the fiscal space to the local government. No, so it's up to the LGUs to ask for funding from us. So they can do that digitally. So we have provide the local budget circular 150 for them to request digitalization project support fund. So second is LGU should be able to align with the Philippine Development Plan set forth by NEDA just this January. The number one priority of the administration is digitalization. So in terms of allocating your respective fiscal spaces, you have to align with that. And also, correspondingly, for the support fund that's coming from the national, we are also prioritizing that as well. Now, going back to the concept of the funding itself, and in fact, during our last executive review board, we have allocated a lot of projects. We have approved a lot of digitalization budget proposals of the national government that will eventually be also servicing the local government units. So for example, for DILG, for certain services that will be translated to the grassroots. And that's our roughly we tripled the budget that we have allocated prior for this year's national expenditure program
For digitalization.
for digitalization. And if I can pivot also, we're also talking about the right sizing. So it's actually the benchmark of our stepping stone to the right sizing, because with the automation, with digital transformation, we'll be able to optimize the processes of the national government and also correspondingly with the local government. And this will reduce certain manual processes, and then we'll also be upskilling government employees for digital skills. The Congress enacted earlier the digital work Workforce Competitiveness Act, wherein government employees are now can be trained or upskilled for digitalization. And then we have for just to deconstruct the concept of smart cities. No, when we're doing budget reviews, for example, for proposals, um, we we always take into consideration sustainability. So right now, like we're considering climate change for green we're doing green procurement. We are revising our commonly used supplies in the PSDBM to include digital tools, no, that the local governments and the national government agencies would commonly use, right? Like example, the Zoom, Microsoft, anything cloud, anything that is usually used by the agencies. If I can pivot to that, we're also pushing um, for for network infrastructure to be used as commonly supply, like servers, switches, modems, and so on. So those are the things that we're devising on the policy level from our side to ensure that we'll be able to comply or to align our initiatives with the PDP #1 agenda of the administration. And with that, as Attorney you mentioned, EO 33 is very important because it takes around 29 permits just to put up a single cell site. So right now we're, yeah, 29. Um, mind you, there's a lot. And no matter how much we digitalize, no matter how much we provide electronic or digital platforms to our citizens, if they don't have internet in the rural areas, if they don't have connectivity in we call it GIDA, geographically isolated and depressed areas, we won't be able to provide them the proper service, public service that they deserve. So it's quite in conjunction with the initiative of the government as well to ramp up or provide the real-time services or social protection services that they deserve.
Well, okay, well, a couple of follow-up questions now. First, my question is that can a local government directly, because you said you're having a fund, can a local government go directly to the DBM, or is that going to be coursed through the DILG for them to be able to access?
They can go
that
directly
budget?
to DBM.
Okay.
There's a portal wherein
Okay.
the budget officers, your budget officers will know that they can contact us directly through that portal in DBM.
And secondly, you're saying that for them to be bumped up, I guess, in priority, it would be good for them to have ESG, the ESG components. I suppose you're following the SDG components. No?
Yes. In fact, coincidentally, there's another group from us that's in another hotel talking about exact same thing. So we call it a risk-based approach in budgeting, wherein we're considering certain factors, or let's say the area is prone to climate change risk elements or any kind of prioritization that the citizen in the area would need. So we'd have to prioritize those citizens or those LGUs that would cater to certain group of people in the area. So we have that in our we call it in the assessment reviews of
Okay.
budget proposals.
Great. Okay. You're taking notes, huh? Okay. So that was our project manager for the work we're doing with the BLGF. Okay. Still on the topic of financing, what is the role of multilaterals in this whole scenario? And I'd like to about financing. The work we're doing for BILGF is actually being funded through the ADB. But maybe a representative from USAID can talk about what the USAID also does in relation to its to digitalization efforts in the Philippines.
All right. So thank you, Noel. No? Well, USAID, we are part of the U.S. government. So we are the technical assistance and financial arm of the United States government. So we're present in most embassies that we are in around the world. No? So in terms of financing, you know, in sort of the Philippines is sort of in the upper low middle income status. We're almost there in the upper middle income. So for countries like us, I think the role of financing institutions, especially us, we don't provide loans and we don't do major infrastructure projects because all of the things that we do are mostly grants. So they're smaller in scale compared to ADB or the World Bank or JICA. For middle income countries, for those that are mature enough, I think what we're realizing is countries like the Philippines, there's a lot of liquidity. So government, of course, there's a fiscal crunch because of the pandemic, but I mean, compared to other countries, there's a lot of liquidity in the capital markets, in government finances. So really, what we're seeing, the role of, the increasing role of organizations like us, no, donors, no, is on technical assistance. And that's where we're stepping in. No? So we're not funding the big infrastructure projects, etc. So we're funding technical assistance. No? And that's really sometimes what national and local governments need. So for example, in this space, and USAID has 40 projects across different sectors. No? So in terms of digitalization, the smart sector, no, the cyber sector, no? So as mentioned earlier, no? So in terms of connectivity, no? Of course, if you want to digitize, you need the infrastructure, the bandwidth to begin with. No? So we're working on increasing connectivity, not just broadband, not just your usual cables or fiber cables. We're also working with the likes of Starlink, Pacific. No, we're trying to get more alternative forms of bandwidth connectivity. We just launched a project working with Farmers Cooperative, no, for example, in Butuan City, no, where we're working with Pacific. And that gives them broadband because, yes, you're right. On the one hand, you're streamlining telecom tower permits, but the cost-benefit analysis for far-flung areas, sometimes the alternatives are better. So for example, satellite might be better instead of setting up telecom towers. So we're trying to diversify the available means for connecting. No? So that's one. No? And part of that project, it's called the Beacon Project, and you can approach me later if you want to collaborate with us in that project. No? We did that, IBM was the one that did that talent pool study. No? For cybersecurity, we are also trying to support government. In fact, we have different kinds of cybersecurity training programs for government, especially for government personnel. No? So it's all from basic cybersecurity all the way to the internationally recognized CISA certifications. So we're doing that as well. No? In terms of ease of doing business, and you know, digitalization, streamlining, that's part and parcel of that. We're working closely with ARTA. Actually, the predecessor of that EO that streamlined the telecom tower permits, our project team actually supported ARTA, DILG, DICT, and other agencies in developing this memorandum circular during the pandemic that streamlined the telecom tower permitting process. No? And now we are thankful that it's more powerful because it's now an executive order. No? So these are things that we do. No? We provide technical assistance. We have embedded consultants. No? And at the subnational level, we also have been working. No? I used to be part of the contractor. I was an advisor in Batangas City. So the presentation of Administrator Mike resonated with me. We have been doing a lot of ease of doing business reforms at the subnational level. So really, and the important thing is digitize, interconnect all of the systems. No? And the way we sort of advert or market it to the citizens is if you digitize, for example, if you pay your business permits online, GCash fees are cheaper than traveling, no? Your time and cost of a jeepney. So for example, in Batangas City, where I was assigned before, no, sometimes if you live far away from the city center, you can do a 1 hour jeep ride versus just paying your business permits via GCash. And we were the first in Batangas City to enable mobile payments for business permits back in 2014. When GCash wasn't an app yet, it was like using the IMEI code or whatever you call it. So we're doing a lot of these streamlining digitalization work at the national level and at the subnational level. But again, going back to your question is, I think the role really for us, multilaterals, bilaterals, it's more on the value added for us, really, so the technical assistance. Because for me, I believe that the Philippines, both private and public, there's a lot of liquidity already. So it's, and even KPMG, I think the value added there is how do you help them, because they have money in most cases, to set up all of these digital systems. It's how do they even start? So they need some guidance on that. So it's really TA. I think that's our role as USA.
Well, you've mentioned enabling, no? And a lot of these EOs are also enablers. Attorney Nino, there's another EO recently that came out, which could be relevant to this discussion. And that's EO 29. If
That's EO 29, and
maybe you can talk about it.
actually, USEC SASA would be in a better position to discuss that. This is actually an initiative of the DBM, and the Private Sector Advisory Council actually supported that initiative and push it with Malacanang. So,
Well, you said you might want
Yeah,
to.
so EU29 is streamlining the public financial information system. So creating the integrated financial management information system across all national government agencies. Only, of course, with the GOCCs and LGUs, it on a limited manner, and in as much as the national is involved in their fiscal autonomy. So, and it actually mandates or it directs all NGEs to use a unified platform for us to have a centralized financial information system. So, in terms of for us, for the DBM and for the DOF and for the COA, it streamlines all of the reports. So we'll just only seeing single source of data. So we'll be able to properly know the performance of each agency with respect to how they are obligating their funds, how they're dispersing it, and ultimately providing a transparency portal for the citizens to see how their public funds are being used. Now, with the new technology tools, we have we are developing the integration using the application programming interface, robotics process automation, and a lot more of the tools that you can find out there. But ultimately, what we want all agencies to have to do is to at the end of the day, all of their financial transactions, since these are public funds, are visible by to the public. So it keeps everyone up to their toes to provide that kind of accountability that the public deserves.
And I would imagine that that system would also give data analytics capabilities to the DBM.
Yes.
no?
In fact, we'll be presenting to Estonia that particular portal, which is correspondingly it's a project, digital imaging and monitoring evaluation. So it's an M&E solution that's coming or deriving from the IFMIS. So the people will be able to know where are the farm to market roads, where are the trains that are being developed, the roads, and then there's also a crowdsourcing facility wherein the public will be able to report whether these are really being implemented or being constructed in the first place. So for us in DBM, we'll be able to know how much more the funds we'll be able to provide to that particular project. So it's really more of that kind of monitoring and evaluation that we intend to do with that project. And we're presenting that to the Open Government Portal partnership in Estonia.
So that sounds really exciting, and it's a huge development. It's a big leap in transparency and governance, no? But when can we expect all this?
This year. It's actually the prototype is already up. So
Okay. Alvin, you might want to propose what other bells and whistles are there for a government system like this in terms of data innovation, and even incorporating, analytics, and even incorporating artificial intelligence, possibly.
Yeah, sure. I think, we've got to start somewhere. And I think the moment you kind of think about and inspire, whether the government, the LGUs, to kind of really think about harnessing data, I think you start with areas where it's the most concern for the LGUs, right? Which is economic investments. So the economic team within each LGU should start building that muscle, having the DNA of why data is important. Because if you want investments to come in, you want to attract, you need that data point to provide. And so the way we need to begin to look at new signals in every LGU, whether from satellite images to kind of look at illumination patterns of urbanization, to look at satellite patterns in terms of density, right? Or you look at social listening, right? Social media, how people are thinking about it within a city. Or you look at telecom data, mobile data. And I think each of these economic units within each LGU should start expanding, rather than just looking at data from PSA. How do I begin to harness new signals that gives me not only the view of the hindsight, but creating that dynamic insight, that new signals that you're having. And now you begin to develop a new set of muscle to be able to have that strategic agility and that strategic foresight for the future. So I think that's kind of a low-hanging fruit where I think each LGU should start evolving and thinking about, said, why is data important and how do we harness data and unlock that value?
That's a good starting point.
Yeah.
And also with respect to starting points, it would seem that a lot of, except for the, certain LGUs like Makati, QC, Batangas, a lot of the LGUs, I would say, are still at maybe ground zero, ground one. No? And this would be also a good starting point for them to look at how to protect their data. So what should we be doing, Dale, what should we be doing in terms of, or local governments or the national government be doing in terms of preparing, a cybersecurity playbook around prevention and response at this point?
Yeah. So, so the first one, as I mentioned earlier, DICT, they're building the National Cybersecurity Plan. So that's very critical, right? Because in that plan, there will be recommendations on policies and probably even new laws, like a Cybersecurity Act. That's very important because for LGUs, you need to be able to do not reinvent the wheel, right? So there are standards in place, like for example, USAID would, for example, suggest NIST frameworks, cybersecurity frameworks, because it's accessible, easy to adapt. So standards should be there. In terms of laws, for example, I'm aware that the government plans to propose a bill or an executive order for, minimum consistent security baselines for critical infrastructure. There should also be, a culture of us sharing cyber breaches. There should be a reporting obligation because cyber attacks are quite advanced, and for us to be able to keep pace, we need to be sharing data with each other. Skilling is very important. So a lot of programs, initiatives are being done between government, the private sector, civil society. And then the third point would be taking from the example of Quezon City, right? So they use cloud computing. And you can see this as very evident during the pandemic where, as many people would say, digital acceleration, digital transformation happened in just a matter of months versus 2 years, right? So take, for example, a lot of MSMEs who survived, they digitalized, right? We have the Supreme Court. Lockdown happened 2 months after they were able to switch from physical court hearings to virtual court hearings. That's the power of cloud. Now, cloud service providers like us is essential to us to, secure our systems. You need to earn customers' trust. So we have all of the technology, state-of-the-art technology, and the expertise to protect customer systems and data. So I would recommend LGUs, MSMEs to really consider cloud computing, because once you are on cloud, the responsibility of securing and protecting your data is no longer your sole responsibility. It's a shared responsibility with the cloud service provider. And since we're on the topic of smart cities, when you think about cloud computing, there are other benefits apart from economics, cybersecurity. If you think about sustainability, cloud computing, a lot of organizations have already seen that cloud computing can be more carbon and energy efficient than on-premise options. And also think about future of innovation, right? We have 5G IoT coming, artificial intelligence. With the cloud, it's easier to adopt all of these technologies without spending too much on capex.
Yeah, interesting. We see we're always going back to the topic of finance, no? Because you mentioned capex. But and this is for you, Yusek. I understand that as we go along, there will be always greater demands to improve technology, because technology is, there's a matter of obsolescence. It gets obsolete very fast. No? And budgetary constraints have to keep up with that. Now, recently, the Garcia-Mandanas ruling expanded, or not recently, this has been some years back, no? But only, I think, recently implemented. The Garcia-Mandanas ruling of the Supreme Court expanded the tax base available to the local governments. No? But I also understand that that formula of how much they'll be getting is based on the past 3 years' performance of the ERA, no? Or the Internal Revenue Allotment Act. And now that we're coming into some, economic headwinds, I would expect that the level of ERA will start going down. No? How is that going to affect the ability of local governments to finance a lot of their projects?
All right. So currently, we are still evaluating the Mandana. So the EO 138 has been up for review, by the administration, including DBM. So what we intend to have, what we have realized during our consultations is that even though there's on the Mandanas, the ability of the most LGUs to implement certain projects that they have been dependent to the national, they will still have to kind of outsource to the national government because they're not used to it. So there's a transition period that's going on. So determining whether which projects or the project activities and programs should be devolved to the LGUs. Now, going back to the digitalization, we are cognizant of that certain restriction or the inherent or essential factor of technology to upskill itself, or it's not static anyway. So on the policy level, at least on the government procurement policy board, which I'm the alternate chair of that, we are devising ways to streamline ICT procurement. So they don't have to be limited with, so we provide options as to how the LGUs would be able to procure certain tools, certain processes, or certain, let's say, whether it's CAPEX, MOE, our colleagues from Microsoft told us about the use of cloud. So that's usually MOE. So that's actually more, for me, more sustainable, because even though the software will change, you'll still be able to avail of the upgrades or even the security features that they usually do in terms of patching and so on. So that's a more ideal scenario of ICT procurement in terms of the LGU. So what I think we can do on the JPPB and the DBM levels on the policy where there has to ease up the procurement process or in terms of getting the right tools that they need. Also more, we're just yesterday we met with the DICT on the National Cybersecurity Plan, wherein there's a need to delineate the critical infrastructure, because securing critical infra is different from securing the citizens. So so the perspective in terms of cybersecurity, and that would also be translated into the LGU, because for the LGU it's a different thing for you to look at the cybersecurity of your critical infra, meaning your internet services, your network infrastructure, your IoT, with your 5G if you have, vis-a-vis securing your citizens, because that's you're looking at differently. So there has to be that kind of guidelines or guidance in terms of how do we properly cascade certain policies on the ground. So with the question on the mandanas, it's still I still up for finalization. So it's also a determination of the national government agencies and the LGUs as to how they would have to how much is the control of the national government with respect to digitalization. But nonetheless, in terms of policies, in terms of the DICT providing guidance to the LGUs, I think they're on the right track, like providing DICT providing proper framework, what tools you have to procure, what kind of security in terms of API you should be looking at, and so on and so forth.
Okay. What about public-private partnerships? Is this one method that, say, the LGUs can, can go with to finance their, their IT operations?
Yes, it's one means to fund those operations, no. But we also sit in the EO 170 technical working group. So EO 170 is the executive order that mandates the use of digital platforms for collection, payments, disbursement, and so on. So what the issue on the EO 170 with respect to the LGUs is the collection fees. So these are not standard. And these are not standardized. So most of the time, the private entity would provide free tool or application or payment gateway, but will charge the citizen for like additional 60 to 100 pesos and so on. So we on a policy level, those are the things that we need to standardize, because it's like a toll fee, right? So we kind of have to standardize how much the convenience fee that these providers would charge to the citizen paying certain fees to the LGUs. But I just wanted to tell everyone that we are in the discussion on that in terms of the PPP part. The GPPB will also be releasing guidelines on and resolution on the matter, because we have been receiving a lot of complaints with respect, or not really complaints, but more of concerns, no, with respect to certain PPP initiatives. But I just wanted to, of course, in PPP, the private sector would still have to get revenues, right? But on the LGU level, just make sure that you're not going to sell data of your citizens. Privacy is still intact, and so on. So I'm also a DPO together with Attorney Nino. So those are the considerations that we have to look into when we're dealing with PPP.
Thank you for that, Yusek. We've got 5 minutes left. Maybe I'll just ask each panelist to just say a short statement of what they think would be the most impactful way, or what they think from their points of expertise about how government can really use technology in the most impactful way. Starting with you, Alvin.
Okay, sure. I think, like what I said earlier, that, data, it's the new oil, but I think we need to look at data from a different pair of lens. I think traditionally we think a lot about data as a bit of that, math, that statistical model. But as we begin to understand data better, data can be correlated. The intersection of different data points create new value that we have not seen. So I think, my encouragement to government, to all LGUs is to be more savvy in the way you harness data. I know data is very limited and clean data, but be more savvy in understanding data and then understanding new signals that are enabling us as a government unit to potentially drive greater investment into your city, into your province, but leverage data to your advantage.
Yeah. So to me, probably three things, right? Every government leader here, mindset, three things in terms of three principles. Citizen first, digital first, and sustainability first. So citizen first, you've heard an great example from the Quezon City government, right? Putting the citizen at the center, being able to improve the quality of life, interaction, collaboration, participation of the citizens in governance. So that's very important. Number two, digital first. And at the heart of any digital strategy is data. Data, being able to open it, hopefully promoting open data, sharing it more, and collaborating on it more, and of course, putting the necessary safeguards to protect the citizens' data from misuse. Sustainability first. Yes, economic growth is very crucial, but it cannot be existing without environmental sustainability. So in cities, I would love to, let's say, for example, live in a city that is, it's green, don't see much waste around everywhere, right? So those are the three key things, I think. Thank you.
So three things also. One, ease of doing business. Two, cybersecurity. And three, upskilling the digital mindset of our civil service personnel. So we at PISAC, particularly the digital infrastructure sector, provide recommendations to Malacanang from a best practice point of view. So ease of doing business, we want to promote investment in digital infrastructure development. Cybersecurity, it's a major concern, particularly among critical infrastructure, information infrastructure, and that's one of the recommendations we are also pushing forward, which is there's a draft EO that we are pushing for critical infrastructures. Digital mindset, government also has to have that mindset. There has to be a level of know-how in terms of digitalization, and that's also PISAC's recommendation. We are working with the ICT and the Development Academy of the Philippines, along with the National University of Singapore, for a curriculum for our civil service personnel to upgrade or develop this mindset of digitalization for our civil service personnel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for me, it's collaboration. So we collaborate with ADI. They're providing our dashboards for inflation monitoring, providing us a forward estimate as to how much budget we need to provide the next year. Microsoft, they're helping us with cybersecurity, with Power BI dashboards. PISAC with the policies and the EOs that we need to push forward to the President's attention. And Beacon, also USAID, has been helping us with the enterprise architecture, cybersecurity, and everything on the IFMIS project. And this is, I'm proud to say that it takes a village to do digitalization in the government. And I'm happy that I'm here. With KPMG as well, I've been constantly talking with Director Manabat. He's like one of my mentors. He actually invited me to be in the ICD. So he's one of my mentors. So in terms of governance, so what needs to be done in a proper way and so on, Director Manabat. And basically that's it. I'm very thankful for this kind of collaboration, and I hope that the public would be able to benefit out of these partnerships.
Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, so just wanted to echo, it's ease of doing business. No? And technology is really an integral part of that. We saw the presentation of Quezon City. No? It really makes things convenient for everyone. No? One thing I wanted to emphasize is we're always thinking it's convenience for businesses, investors, and citizens. No, it's not only that. We keep on talking about financing. It's also good for the government itself. Actually, you're talking about where do we get funding for this? If you streamline, like what Quezon City did, actually all the savings that you can generate from that can actually finance your new investments. No? Think of all the human resources that you will save, transportation, paper, printing, etc., etc. That actually can finance your investments. So don't be scared. It's not just for your citizens, it's also for you, for governments, so for the national, local governments. What you can, if you streamline, if you really interoperate, make it one-stop shop, you can save a lot and you can plug those investments into your new investments.
Thank you very much for your insights. It's been I provided you, and the panel has provided you a very compelling and urgent discussion. And I know we've only scratched the surface, but ladies, gentlemen, and lady, thank you very much for your participation. Please let's welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our very capable panelists and to our moderator as well. Maraming salamat. We've heard such value-adding inputs on more livable cities, smart cities. And as we wrap up the panel discussion one, we have a video. Let's watch this.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you po. I am Jay from you.
Yeah, I know. Give you a mic. In a bit. Okay. Thanks a lot. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you. You're joining us for the round table. You're joining us for the round table. Yeah, sure. Sige. Good. Okay.
Lots of great points from earlier panel discussion. Among them, well, really there's an importance of data and being savvy and harnessing and protecting it. Of course, public-private partnerships, even civil society collaboration are key to usher in more livable, connected cities. And we also had that real talk. Budget planning needs to take into account technological needs, especially with the obsolescence of certain tech. But at the same time, there's investment. It goes back to you as well. The governments, organizations, and agencies that invest in tech, there's efficiencies. And of course, cybersecurity is a key concern. So one more time, let's give our panelists and moderator for panel one a big round of applause. Thank you. We now move on to the next agenda of our summit, which promises to shed light on a remarkable initiative aimed at driving digital transformation in government agencies and local government units. Let's watch this. To introduce the launch of KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company's Digital Government Center, please welcome back on stage KPMG in the Philippines, Vice Chairman and Chief Operating Officer and Head of Advisory, Mr. Noel Bunoan.
Thank you.
Just try to keep it closer to your mouth, sir.
Thank you. The past few years have undeniably accelerated the urgency for governments, whether at the local or national level, to embrace digital transformation. First, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which highlighted the criticality of digital government like never before. Lockdowns, physical distancing measures, and the need to limit in-person interactions necessitated a rapid shift to remote work, online service delivery, and virtual engagement. It became quickly apparent that government units that were already equipped with digital infrastructure and services fared better in continuing to operate and deliver their services, while agencies that lacked digital capabilities and were heavily reliant on manual and in-person work faced significant challenges in delivering essential services and maintaining government processes. The pandemic also accelerated advancements in technology, which has fundamentally changed the way people interact, access information, and engage with services. As citizens became more digitally savvy, their expectations for convenient, seamless, and personalized experiences extended to interactions with government entities. Now, citizens increasingly demand government services to be accessible, efficient, and user-friendly, mirroring that of what private sector organizations provide. They want the option to transact and engage with government services conveniently through digital channels. Meeting these expectations is crucial for building trust, satisfaction, and engagement with citizens. On the back end, similar to why businesses undertake their digital transformation journeys, government units can also reap the benefits that leveraging on technology brings. Benefits such as enhanced efficiency and cost savings by using technology to streamline administrative processes, reduce paperwork, and improve operational efficiency. By digitizing processes and automating tasks, governments can achieve substantial cost savings, optimize resource allocation, and free up human resources to focus on higher value activities. It also opens opportunities for data-driven decision-making with access to vast amounts of data that can be analyzed to give insights and to make more informed evidence-based decisions, develop targeted policies, and deliver services tailored to the needs of their citizens. Now, I don't have to preach to this audience why going digital and using technology is a clear path to more citizen-centric governance. You know that already. However, as a former government official, I do know the pain points and difficulties of embarking on such a major transformation. And I'm not just talking about changes in the infrastructure, but as well as changing the attitudes, skill sets, and mindsets of people. And this is where KPMG comes in. As a firm believer of technology and how it can change lives for the better, we have created KPMG in the Philippines as Digital Government Center, our one-stop shop for national government agencies and local government agencies to help them with their digital transformation journeys. We are here to help local government units understand their requirements, help curate and align their e-government digital transformation master plan, and be their reliable partner to make transformation happen seamlessly. Broadly, these are the services that we provide. Strategy development is first, developing digital strategies that align with government units' strategic goals and objectives. This includes identifying the key areas where technology can be used to improve government operations and services, and develop a roadmap for implementation. 2, we design and build digital solutions that meet specific needs. This includes understanding the government's requirements, developing user-friendly interfaces, and ensuring that solutions are secure and scalable. 3, project management. It's always critical in rolling out large and complicated transformation projects, so that we are here to help to manage these transformation projects from start to finish. This includes overseeing the development and implementation of solutions, managing budgets and timelines, and communicating with stakeholders. KPMG is also uniquely positioned to connect different sectors of society in making digital government a reality. We can leverage on our existing alliance agreements with various technology solutions providers to enable the adoption and execution of the government unit's digital transformation plan. The private sector also had this part to play, and we will work with various corporations, conglomerates, and enterprises to explore partnerships with government units and how they can augment or complement various requirements. Lastly, we will utilize our networks to identify partnerships with local or international financial institutions and multilaterals, so government units can acquire grants or funding for their digital agenda and requirements. The debate on the merits of adopting technology for use in government services is long past. It is no longer a question of whether it is needed, but rather when and how government should adapt to it. Digital government is important because it enhances efficiency, accessibility, transparency, and citizen engagement. It is incumbent for all of us to help make this a reality, to improve public administration, better serve citizens' needs, and create a more inclusive and participatory democracy. With that, I hereby announce the opening of KPMG the Philippines Digital Government Center. I invite everyone to connect with us and build a better Philippines. Thank you very much.
What an exciting innovation to look forward to. Thank you very much, Mr. Noel Bonoan, for that sharing. And ladies and gentlemen, today's launch of KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company's Digital Government Center marks a significant milestone in our summit. Muli, thank you very much, sir. And if you'd like to learn more, we're inviting our physical audience to visit the Digital Government Center Tech Showcase right outside the ballroom, while our live stream audience simultaneously joins the virtual talk from KPMG and India's Digital Strategy, TMT sector, Mr. Yogesh Sharma. And let's get to know more about the Digital Government Center Tech Showcase that's right outside the ballroom. Let's watch this. Wow, there you have it.
All right, we are back live from KPMG in the Philippines Digital Advisory Center, and that concludes our exciting panel discussion on digital government and smart cities, building vibrant communities. We've covered a lot of important aspects of smart cities, from their core characteristics to the challenges and opportunities they present. And that is just the beginning.
That's right, Frank. The possibilities are immense, and it's encouraging to see cities around the world embracing these technologies and making progress towards becoming smarter and more sustainable. I'm excited to see how smart cities evolve in the coming years.
Indeed, and we're also excited to know our virtual participants' insights and opinions on this topic. So let's start our first poll question.
All right. So for the first question, how long do you think will it take for your city to transform into a digital government? Within a year, in 5 years, in a decade, or could not say for now? So please select your answer in the poll flash on your screen. We will give you a minute. All right. So how about you, Frank? How long do you think will your city take to transform into a digital one?
Excellent question. Well, I believe in cities considered as smart and tech-driven, and I have been longing for the Philippines to be in that level. A lot of work to do, but with technology and innovation that we have, hopefully we can fully transform, let's say, within 10 years.
Yes, I think we're actually on our way since we're living in a digital world, in a digital time. In no time, we'll be able to transform digitally. So as they say, slowly but surely. So thank you all for your participation. Now we're gonna wait for the results of the poll. All right, so I can see comments here. And Uchi says, hopefully in 5 years. Actually, that's what we're hoping for as well. And Ray Nera, I hope I'm pronouncing your names right. Also in 5 years.
All right, so Cherry May is with me. She says, I believe in a decade.
And Elaine is hopeful that in less than a decade, the government will be able to transform digitally.
Okay, I'm happy that you are positive that we are going to make it in 5 years. So the pressure is on us to make it happen. I can see the results now. Maybe we can have the final tally.
Yeah.
So I'm only saying 5 years and 10
Yeah,
years.
actually, that's right, Frank. I'm seeing 5 years and hopefully in 10 years' time or in a decade.
All right, so we're ready to reveal the result. The top answer is
If within a year, it's 3%. In 5 years, in 59%. All right. So it actually shows the responses in the chat box, right? It's very reflective. And in 10 years, 30%. Not aware or cannot say for now, it's currently at 8%. Thank you, everyone, for participating. So we're going to move now to the next segment.
all right. Thanks, Ali. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you a dynamic and visionary leader who will be leading our conversation for the post-analysis and Q&A session on digital government and smart cities. The Senior Manager of KPMG in the Philippines, Technology Consulting, Finance and Accounting Managed Services, and esteemed member of the KPMG Digital Government Center, Mr. Kirby Caliao.
Good morning, everyone. So to start our virtual talk and Q&A session on insights on digital government and smart cities, We are honored to introduce our speaker. He is a director in the advisory practice of KPMG India, and he has more than 13 years of techno-functional experience in TMT sector, providing business advisory services to clients across various sectors in more than 30 countries. He has worked on multiple opportunities related to strategic collaborations, go-to-market strategy, digital transformation, visibility assessment, business analytics, cost optimization, enterprise asset management, due diligence, and business modeling in ICT and infrastructure sectors. He is a seasoned technology expert and is at the forefront of focusing, ideating, and delivering engagements related to emerging and digital technologies for KPMG India. His prior experience includes working with reputed organizations and have handled diverse assorted roles. Please join us in giving a warm virtual welcome to Mr. Yogesh Sharma. Hi, Yogesh.
Hi, hi Kirby. Hi everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you, Yogesh. So let me start with the first question.
Yeah, please.
It was mentioned earlier that data is the new oil, and one of the challenges mentioned for digital government is about data security. So, Yogesh, at a global scale, where does data security sit in terms of potential barriers, and what other challenges are there in implementing smart city?
So I think Kirby, many points on that. I think first of all, I'm super excited to be part of this. I can see a lot of enthusiasm and energy with the fellow panelists, on the last session. To take that forward, I think a lot of pertaining challenges in implementing smart cities on a larger scale. And to counter that, we first need a robust framework, which I think Ms. Maria highlighted. We need the guidelines and the frameworks to ensure, whatever we implement in terms of use cases, and when we extend it to the larger community, the data is safe and we provide, privacy at the center. And that's a mindset we need to go with, because I look at smart cities with 3 T's, which is technology, transformation, and trust. Unless the data is safe and the framework is there to ensure, whatever the sensors and the IoT devices are taking the data, to implement certain use cases, it's transformed to a right level. And at the same time, the technology which is enabling that, should be sustainable, should be secure enough to have, right kind of a implementation globally. So, Kirby, for that security and the privacy to happen, we need to have a framework. I think I can hear that a lot of policy making is in process, and with right intent and mindset to handle the technology, I'm sure that we can have that framework which can inculcate some of the leading practices from implementing the use case related cybersecurity, maybe some of how to handle the data and how to manage that transformation on a global scale.
Thank you, Yogesh. Very insightful. It was also mentioned earlier that governments and private companies play a significant role in the development and management of smart cities. So, what do you think are the collaborative initiatives should be done between both parties to be successful in this?
See, these are the precedences globally as well, where PPPs, are the ideal, kind of collaborations to implement the smart cities, on a large scale. And I've heard that there are some initiatives around that. See, both parties bring certain, stakes on the table, will with government easing out the policies, bringing the guidelines and frameworks to adopt. And I think one of the fellow panelists talked about right procurement in place. We should have a entire ecosystem to be developed. Whereas that ecosystem comprises of the private players, which are the vendor ecosystems, are responsible to bring in innovation. How fast we can implement those technologies in the market so that whatever vision and strategy set by government policy leaders can be implemented with supreme technology, with platforms and innovation in place, and how that can be expanded to a larger community interest with faster time to market. So I think it's a need, and globally, the smart cities implementations are happening with PPPs, with a vision and strategy and financial fundings set up by the governments, with guidelines and policy, frameworks, with private players bringing the experience of implementing the technology and also ensuring, the data is safe and it is secured while it passes to the ecosystem.
Agree. So there are indeed, a lot of considerations to in here for developing it. So when we talk about smart cities, Yogesh, there's really a lot of things to consider, i.e., infrastructure, government operations, economics, civic engagements. So how do you think should policymakers approach the planning and development of smart cities?
See, you know, it should have citizen at the center. I think I was, hearing a very, wise thought where we said we need to have a citizen first with digital intervention followed by a sustainability. And that's where the policy makers need to think about first how a smart city is going to bring changes in the daily lives of a citizen, how it can, help in mitigating some of the challenges citizens are facing on day-to-day basis. Second, how digital interventions can not only help citizens but also the governments. You know, for example, digitalization of the processes from a government per se. How can the subsidiaries, the incentives can be passed on to the citizens? How can citizens get the benefit of what is happening globally in terms of bringing the digital divide? How can they have an equal participations in the initiatives? So I think from a policy standpoint, it should have the interest to the citizens at the center, and at the same time a framework which is already in place. I understand we have a smart cities framework, but it has to be more surmounted by how a cyber security can be looked at, how the entire data governance to be, charted out, because data is a new oil, we all know. And as we progress, more and more data will be flowing, across the pipes. So how to manage that and how to make it sustainable so that we can conserve our resources, be it managing, smart grids, having a smart transmission. How can we have a smart energy? How can we make our buildings more sustainable in terms of emission, in terms of managing the power, electricity, water, and waste management, so that we can look at a city fit for tomorrow? I think that's where the policymakers should think about. I think what I heard in the previous conversations, there's a lot of positive intent, and that is clearly, a step, a very prominent foundation step that I can see going to revolutionize, the think tanks, in the Philippines market.
I see. So where do you think would that progress, Yogesh?
No, I
5 years, 10 years from now?
no, I think the future is bright, and I have been, working in this geography since a while now, with ASEAN Smart Cities Network, New Clark City, New Manila Bay, and with some initiatives like Smart Cities Framework, there's a Smart Cities Readiness Index, There's the innovation challenge by KPMG now. There's a digital government hub, to look at how different use cases can be shaped up. And I think as we progress, as we are more globalized, there are public awareness which is also happening. And I think we are at a cusp of digital disruption. And I think uh, I would not say 5 years. Uh, I would say the things have already been started. And over the next few years, I think it's a very exciting time to come because as the use cases will get implemented, people will see more need, more funding will come in. There'll be more intent from the startups and the vendor ecosystems to get into this innovation. So I think we need to be excited about. And with these initiatives, and today, as we all gathered, we are perfectly positioned to take the benefits, I think 6 months down the line.
That that's really exciting, and we're really looking forward to it, Yogesh. So I'm now down to my last question, Yogesh. There will be a discussion later about sustainability, and it is also a crucial aspect of smart city. So my final question would be, how can smart city initiatives contribute to achieving sustainability and environment goals?
See, I would say sustainability can be looked in different aspects. Obviously, when we digitalize, when we do a lot of interventions, we need to be cautious with the environmental factors. And with the resources that we have, we need to also conserve that. So from sustainability standpoint, I think I look at few use cases which would be the top of the mind. One is obviously how to have a smart energy with smart grids, the smart sensors, smart metering, and how that energy distribution and usage can be balanced out. Water and waste management, where a lot of urbanization is happening, how to conserve, how to reduce the waste, and smart health, I would say, is also important to be part of, the longevity and sustainability because Mr. Noel mentioned about pandemic and all. I think how the smart cities, from a sustainability standpoint, can have a big impact on the health of the citizens. And obviously, as we are urbanizing, the buildings, the campuses needs to be, sustainable enough so that there is a social angle to it because the people are going, there has to be an occupant satisfaction, there has to be an operational efficiency. And obviously, how can we make it the space more efficient? Because as we grow in terms of urbanization, all these things will play a pivotal role to make a smart city a real smart city.
Thank you so much, Yogesh, for sharing your expertise on smart cities and shedding light on their potential to shape a sustainable future. It's been an enlightening conversation, Yogesh.
Thank you, Karbi, and thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a great session. Look forward to see some tangible, outcomes, in the near future. Thank you so much.
Likewise, Yogesh.
Thank
Now,
you.
I would like to bring back the virtual program to our host, Frank and Ali.
Thank you, Kirby. And what an incredibly insightful discussion we've just had with our esteemed speaker. Thank you once again, Mr. Yogesh Sharma, for sharing your
Thank you.
time, expertise, and insights with us. And of course, to our very own Mr. Kirby Kaliao, who provided us with an engaging and enlightening session.
As we continue with this summit, let's carry forward the knowledge and inspiration we have gained from our speakers' talks. Let's keep the momentum going and make the most of this incredible event.
The future belongs to the bold. Bold leaders, making business more sustainable and resilient now to drive transformation, create long-term value, and deliver a competitive edge. KPMG can help as a dedicated partner along the journey, bringing insights and expertise to help you embed ESG throughout your enterprise and uncover new opportunities. Now is the time for bold solutions. Take action with KPMG. Talk with us today.
This is what happens. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you had a great break. Thank you very much. Great energy here at the Fairmont Makati. We hope our online viewers are doing great as well. We have over 600 viewers with us this morning. Hello. Do stay with us till the very end. Okay. Now let's get back to our Innovation Summit. It's time to delve into a crucial topic that has garnered significant attention in recent years, ESG tech, with a growing emphasis on environmental, social, and governance considerations. Businesses and organizations are increasingly recognizing the importance of incorporating ESG models into their operations. So our second panel will explore the role of existing and emerging technologies to address and monitor environmental impact, social responsibility, and corporate governance. Let's welcome our panelists, starting off with Asian Institute of Management Graduate School of Business Head and Center for Sustainable Finance Executive Director, Mr. Felipe Calderon. We also have Globe Chief Sustainability and Corporate Communications Officer, Ms. Yoli Crisanto. Joining them is International Container Terminal Services Head of Sustainability and Development, Mr. Roy Luntayao. We also have MSCI Incorporated Vice President for ESG Data Management, Mr. Adrian Pasha. And KPMG India Director for Digital Strategy and ESG Technology, Mr. Unais Urfi. Leading the discussion is KPMG in the Philippines Advisory Partner and ESG Lead, Ms. Christine Aguirre.
Good morning and welcome to the second panel on ESG tech, inclusion and driving impact through tech. For this panel, we're quite actually pleased because we're well represented now. We have members from the industry, from the academe, from a rater, and of course from a practitioner. So as our host mentioned, ESG has accelerated significantly over the last 2 years. So one of the questions that I have here is, what are the key motivations for companies to prioritize and integrate ESG considerations into their strategies and operations? Perhaps Ms. Yali from Globe, if you can.
Good morning, Christine, and good morning to all the panelists, and good morning to all of you. In terms of our motivator in Globe, I don't know if you guys all know that we are no longer just a telco company right now. We are a digital solutions platform. So we have diversified and called ourselves the Globe Group. Key motivator for ESG is actually our purpose. Sustainability is our purpose in action. And our purpose as a group is actually to uplift Filipino lives every day, right? So, and in terms of other motivators, of course, there's regulatory. that pushes us. We are a publicly listed company and we need to comply with our regulators in terms of practicing ESG. But more importantly, for us Filipinos, we need to be able to get global best practice into the country. And as a Filipino company, we are operating, you know, the globe is only operating in a single market, which is the Philippines. So we take into consideration all of the things that are happening globally because we are a member of the GSMA. Our shareholder is also Singtel, aside from Ayala. And so the best practices that we are getting from both Singapore and other global best practices, we put it into our practices in the Philippines. More importantly, ESG is about doing good business, right? And we all know that doing good business is good business, right? And this topic about innovation is very much attuned to what ESG wants us to do, which is really to use technology to innovate. And that is why in Globe we have GCash, your #1 fintech in the country. That is a lot of innovation doing financial inclusion, which is the S in ESG, right? And a whole lot more. You have Consulta MD, which is health indicator, telemedicine, again, S in ESG. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. I know it's actually, I mean, it's actually true. No, of course, you have to address the different pillars of the ESG: the E, the S, and of course, the G, the governance.
Christine, may I add more?
Yes, of course, sir. Please go ahead.
The motivations also include companies are able to attract investors, employees, customers, and now in the Philippines that we have started to implement sustainable finance, lenders would also be looking at the ESG component of a potential borrower.
May I get your insights also, Roy? Okay. From the ICTSI?
Yeah, for ICTSI, we continue to include technology as part of innovation because we believe that this is really unethical and sustainable practices in business, and it will generate a long, parang the effect will be more long-lasting. No? In ICTSI, we develop a certain system, we call it TABS. This is the forget it. We call it terminal appointment booking system, wherein the trackers need to make an appointment with us to avoid yung congestion along the road, which is basically you will look at it as part that it will impact on the environment because there will be more savings in terms of the fuel consumption due to traffic. Then with regards to society, you can have the lesser congestion in the road, and at the same time the governance is there because you have to make sure that that road accessibility will be there and people will enjoy their life.
From a rater's perspective, Adrian, may I ask this question from you? How do you think ESG can be effectively integrated into the investment decision-making process?
Ultimately, all of these factors, environmental, social, and governance factors, are indicators of how a company manages their risk. So, every single one of those data points can be used, to gain insight as an investor or as a stakeholder in how they can improve against whatever benchmark they decide, to improve decision-making, improve management.
What are the tools or the frameworks that are available actually in order to assess the ESG practice of their organization?
I am only intimately familiar with the ones that MSCI provides, but obviously you can get the data themselves, individual factors across any of the key issues per ESG pillar. You can and many providers out there provide their own analysis and you can and consulting. So it's as you can get as detailed as you want with the data, or you can have a summarized analysis provided to you. So all of that is out there across a number of frameworks. So world's your oyster.
Okay. Sir, maybe if I can go back to you, because you mentioned also that, of course, in sustainable finance, of course, there's a consideration no, of having a good ESG program into the decision-making process. So how do you think company can effectively, integrate this in order that for someone who is going to invest into that, they will also be considered as part of their decision-making process?
Yeah, thank you. As a starting point, there are financial institutions where they have what we call a positive or negative criteria as a starting point. Negative criteria meaning we will not lend to a company engaged in pornography, in alcohol or tobacco. So that's a starting point immediately to screen the type of customers that a financial institution will work with. And then when you pass through that first screening, then normally for many of you, I'm a former banker. That's why I look at it that way. Before we would always look at cash flow, financial statements. Now sustainable finance, we look at the environmental performance of the company. When I was doing banking in Vancouver, we were required to visit the premises, inspect the property. Is there environmental contamination? How do they dispose of their waste? The social part, we look at do they employ child labor, that type of screening. So it is no longer just profitability, but you add people and planet.
That's true. Denise, maybe if I can ask you also, in your experience also, how is ESG being effectively integrated into the strategy and the operations of an organization?
Excellent question. Being a consultant, we are able to look with a strategic eye, a sort of a third outside point of view with a lot of enterprises. And what we have seen is that there's a multi-factor impact of ESG and its involvement in most organizations' strategy. And the most important one that we have seen is, which convinces them to do an investment in technology in ESG space, is reducing cost. When you are able to analyze the data and how is energy efficiency being utilized, how is energy being consumed in your buildings, in your end user devices, in your data centers, across board. That helps us convince them for a business case for ESG investment in terms of technology. And then it comes, the second aspect that helped us is employee, attracting skills, attracting new age talent. This new generation of talent which is coming up is very well informed about all the aspects of ESG. And if an organization uses ESG, especially when it comes to governance and equity in their organization goals and their strategic levers, it attracts the best kind of talents, is something that I have seen.
You've touched a very important point also on another pillar of the ESG, right? But of course, apart from environmental consideration, even in the investment decision-making process, it can actually be used as an accelerator for attracting and retaining talent. Ms. Yoli in Globe, is this something also that having a good sustainability program helps in attracting and retaining your talent in?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so for the audience, maybe you're here because you're interested to find out what ESG is all about, right? And you have here a pool of experts, even practitioners, rating agencies. ESG is really about making lives for everybody better. Right? So when you're looking at employees, you better make sure that you provide living wages, not just the minimum, but living wages. Again, when you look at employees, the gentleman here mentioned child labor when you're doing your work. But when we're looking at employees, we're looking at diversity. We're looking at diversity, we're looking at equity, we're looking at inclusion. And diversity and equity does not stop with gender equality. So here, you hear a lot of conversations around women in the workplace, how they're able to get to the top. But in the Philippines, I'm very happy to see that we have 79% gender equality, which is very high for an Asian country, right? But gender equality does not happen all over, especially in the US and especially in Europe. Very, very few women get to the top. But it doesn't stop there. It also has to do with capabilities. You know, those with autism, different abled people, PWDs, etc. That's also part of inclusion. So it's a question of, in Globe, do we hire people that are coming not from the top schools of the Philippines, but also from the state colleges, also from the schools that are considered not the very best in the country? That's important, right? Because in a diverse culture inside an organization, it's very important for us to have varying views. You know, in Globe, di ba, we are a highly prepaid country. So we're serving the D and the E, correct? But if your graduates and your employees are all coming from the high income bracket, how can they ever understand what the D and E, which is the target market of the company, go through? Correct? And that is where diversity comes in, right? And that's just one, that's just on the employee side, right? And there's so much more that you can do with ESG inside your company.
So if I may add to what she said, and it's a very valid point. And KPMG globally has been looking at removing the diversity bias across when it's hiring, and that starts with when an employee joins a particular firm, and that kind of trainings and that kind of education, especially to fresh graduates, it helps you make better leaders across board. And it's extremely important for an ESG agenda to be successful in any country.
Yes, sir.
Roy. I think ESG really help in terms of retention and recruitment among employees, especially now that mostly the young workers are always looking forward to see a company who has a reputation and a reputation that they really want to be associated with, and wherein they can also match their own value system.
Any additional insights?
I'll just go back to the gender. That is very, in the banking industry, that's also very crucial now. And gender is, in my opinion, it's not only male and female, but also the LGBTQ community. So that is that's the true gender lens. Thank you, sir. And there's a bank in Canada, TD, Toronto Dominion Bank, TD Bank. They have opened a separate unit, lending unit to cater to this community. If you check their website, because they feel that there are members of the LGBTQ plus community, entrepreneurs who are more comfortable dealing with a banker who understands their community. So the gender lens is now an expanded lens.
And if I may add also, diversity could also include diversity in age. Actually, even at the board level, that's also one of the things that a lot of the organizations are trying to balance, also having a younger group and older group to ensure diversity. I mean, I'm sure reputation is key to an organization, but how can companies leverage on ESG to build and maintain a strong reputation and enhance the brand value and gain competitive edge in the market?
For brand value, it's been mentioned by Roy, right? If you're hiring young people, especially millennials and the zillennials, the Gen Z, they're looking for companies with purpose. You know, yung shared values is important. Um, there are companies that after the pandemic, everybody goes back to the office. But in Globe, for instance, we only work at the office 3 times a week. Two days of the week, we work from home. And that is in consideration of what our employee base actually want. So more than that, really, is about investments. You know, Globe is traded in the stock exchange, right? And we do not claim to be the #1 or the largest telecommunications company in the country. But yet, if you take a look at our share price and how investors value our company, you will see that there's a difference between our price and the price of the largest telco, right? So that is real value that we are talking about. And we communicate everything that we do on the ESG side because we know that they are important across all of our stakeholders. And these stakeholders does not just include investors, but they also include the supply chain, the vendors, and the partners. Very important, especially when you're practicing ESG, because they are scope 3. So they want to identify themselves with a company that they can look up to who practices fair business practices, but at the same time, who can also teach them how to do ESG in their own companies, even if these companies, especially in the Philippines, are small and medium enterprises. I wish I could have shown you a case study of what we have in terms of our broadband supplier and what they do with the excess fiber cables. You know those stuff, right? And the spools where the fiber cables are laid, they create chairs that they can use for public schools. And these cables, they create baskets and weave them and upcycle them, right? And they can, again, when you upcycle, there's another market for it. I think the beauty really of ESG is being able to create new markets, which is what innovation is really about. Be able to do something differently, look at things differently, and create new opportunities and create new value.
Any insights on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful example, right? Circularity is the core of ESG. A circular economy, like ma'am explained, is it what's going to drive the future generation to have a better planet across the board? I mean, reusing, not disposing of, it's fantastic. And when it comes to using circularity and where circularity can be used, we do rely a little bit on our colleagues in NCSI for their data and to identify the industries, the factors where a reusable raw materials can be taken care of.
Adrian, from your perspective, does it also increase the reputation of an organization when they have a good sustainability program?
I mean, it has to, right? A company that's better at managing, like whatever the factor, right? Traditionally, people are only looking at what's the return on investment, right? But if you want insight on how they are generating that, you can take a look at these ESG factors. And again, if they are reusing materials sustainably, if they are ensuring that we are getting all the ideas from all walks of life and incorporating that into the company, I mean, how can that not increase your company's odds of, you know, generating that better ideas and of course sustainable advantage?
Any additional insights on
I
that,
think,
Roy?
I think company can leverage ESG by communicating properly to the society what they are doing, and at the same time as part of the transparency, accountability through reporting.
Just a great local example, human nature. You're all familiar with human nature?
Yeah.
Soap, shampoo, lotion. just like what was shared, they provide living wage. What is living wage? They pay more than the minimum wage because they feel that their employees, they believe that employees who are more financially stable are more comfortable, more productive, no resignations. They don't have a firing policy too. So it's great for me. When I encountered this company when it came back to the Philippines in 2017, I have been talking about this company, Human Nature, in all my classes because so I'm giving them free advertisement because of what they have done to their brand.
Yeah. The advertisement from from you, sir. All right. Okay. So we've discussed how important ESG is in becoming in improving the reputation of an organization. Now, how can technology be leveraged to drive innovation and support these ESG objectives? Perhaps I'll start with you, Inez.
Sure. And I'll give you a recent example of a major telecom operator where we have just completed their net zero strategy and now we are implementing it across 15 countries. Now, this particular, and ma'am would identify, every telecom operator has sites put across where each site has various bands, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G bands, LTE bands put together. We are using remote sensors. And in Africa, some of these sites cannot be accessed physically because there is some civil war going on, there is some civil unrest going on. So what we do is we go ahead and implement remote sensors operated from the NOCs where if that particular band is not being used, just to save electricity and improve energy efficiency, we remotely shut down that particular band across. We cannot, of course, recreate energy or dispose of energy, but what we can do is we can kill that particular band. For example, if we can kill 3G from 2 p.m. in the night to 4 p.m. in the morning, that will help us save loads of diesel, improve the energy efficiency across. So that's just one example. Then some of our clients, what they're doing is they're using photovoltaic cells on the facade of the building. What it helps the building cool down a lot. We automatically calculate how much energy is being used, how much energy is being consumed, and that data flows into sustainability reporting across board, which the investors absolutely love. It helps them attract more investments across board, helps them reduce cost, improve the bottom line across board. So,
I was going to ask, in your experience, Adrian, how are companies leveraging on technology to drive innovation and ESG?
So I just wanted to say, so a lot of the example, when we think of technology, we think of cutting edge, we think of all typically on a computer, right? But technologies, even like recycling, like in India, I've seen, they are using plastic waste as a replacement or an addition to bitumen to help build more sustainable, longer lasting roads. You can use even more efficient plastic recycling types of technology to turn all those PET bottles into bricks and building materials or like benches. So when we think of technology, it's not, we have to broaden our scope. It extends to even the most fundamental things, and we can think of using materials better in addition to the traditional ways we're looking at technology.
For Globe and Cioli, what are some of the technologies you have put in place to help further your sustainability program?
There's a lot actually, because when you're talking about a telecommunications company, first, the largest part I think is actually in the E, because of the network. Diba? So we have cell sites all over the Philippines. And what we do is we use solar technology, we use batteries, lithium, so that when in times of disaster, you don't have to use diesel, right, for supplemental power. But the more important is actually in the network itself, in the architecture of the network itself, there are ways to green the network by using more advanced technologies. I cannot I cannot talk to you about optical networks and all of that stuff, but it's there, right? And you're using a lot of advanced technologies, even AI, right? for us to be able to monitor and track carbon emissions, energy usage, water usage across our network, right? But that's for the network. There are other ways by which technology is being used. You have, like, say, in Globe, we have G-Climate, where we use advanced technology, predictive analytics, actually, for weather patterns. Why are we conscious about weather patterns? Because, you know, Philippines, we have 70 typhoons a year, right? Weather patterns are important to us because it helps us make the network resilient. Otherwise, all of the Globe customers here will be asking where's their signal when it rains, diba? Or when there's a typhoon. So we need to make the network resilient. And to make it resilient, we use, again, technology to identify weather patterns coming from satellite feeds and even government feeds, etc., to make sure that we are prepositioned early, right? And very to the point, meaning it's almost 100% accurate, right? So you predict something, in 3 days, it's almost 100% accurate, it's gonna hit this area. And when it hits the cell site, it's already prepositioned and strengthened. So you don't lose signal. There you go.
Yeah. Very interesting. And it's actually, I mean, you're better prepared. You can plan ahead.
Yeah. And look, also for customer service, right? We're using chatbots. You know that. If you're a Globe customer, you're experiencing chatbots. Chatbots is another form of AI. And that's technology for customer service. I don't know if all of you are fans of chatbots, though.
Roy, for ICTSI, would you like to share also some of the current technologies that you have put in
Well,
place?
in terms of the application of technology, because of the COVID pandemic, the remote workplace and the virtual interaction is very important for us since the port operation is really an essential in our economy. No? That's why even though until now, some of us are still working at home, basically yung the backdoor preparation are being given properly sa mga employees who are staying at home in such a way that we can still 100% accomplishment.
All right.
Pigilan mo sarili mo.
So we have, I think we only have a few minutes left. So maybe as a last question, and this is, if I could ask each of you to say your last takeaways on the value of technology and advancing ESG in your own organizations. Perhaps, sir, we'd like to start.
Okay, thank you. For me, technology is great, but ESG or the sustainability, it's a way of life. It is not about the technology. The technology will facilitate that journey, but at the end of the day, it's what we practice, what we preach. Now, we cannot have plastic water bottles in our office and we preach sustainability, regardless of how much technology that we use.
Yes, it's a way of life. Siali.
Thank you. For us, what we want to espouse is really, we believe that the country is already at the cusp of a digital transformation. And we firmly believe that. The network is ready, okay? And the services are there. It only takes all of us to think about how we can contribute more to improve the lives of our fellow Filipinos. What kind of services can we still do, right? To make life more convenient for all of us. And that's how you're going to use technology.
Okay. I believe that ESG should always, in every end of innovation or technological development that are being initiated in a company, we have always to include the ESG as a prime factor in evaluating whatever technology will be implemented. As I mentioned a while ago, the tab is really one of the good example of the technological advancement because we really need to monitor the traffic congestion along Metro Manila. And at the same time, it really helps to ease the life of the drivers and the movement of trucks from one place to another.
So the data's out there, right? We can, the data's out there. I'm going to echo something from the first panel. What we really need is we need people that can see the signal through the noise. So like all of these factors are out there to be mined and quantified. But what we're missing is, to really take full advantage of all of these ESG factors is the people that can turn that data into insight that can allow all of us to, progress in a more sustainable future.
Right. I live and breathe technology, and I earn money out of it too. So, it's fascinating how of late I've started using technology to improve this planet for future generations. But look at it this way: technology can be used to optimize the patterns that we see in our society. And look at the pattern of the panel that house is just sitting. People have to be educated right over there. Then technology has to be propagated for ESG agenda using telecom operator. It has to be applied in supply chain and logistics, and it has to be maturely, assessed by the raters. All right. So this is what technology is all about, honestly speaking. And the Philippines is at the cusp of this transformation.
Thank you so much. Well said. So we wish we have more time, but I think we have to wrap up already. So again, thank you so much for sharing your insights to us. It is really, heartwarming to know that, of course, ESG is becoming mainstream in many of the businesses, and it's really up to us to support all of these initiatives. So again, thank you so much, and good morning to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists and moderator. What a wonderful discussion on ESG tech. Yes, very inspiring, eye-opening as well. ESG is all about, thinking beyond profit. The triple bottom line. Thank you. People, profit, and planet. And not only does ESG investments give substantial returns on efficiencies, we've learned that it even attracts and retains human capital, specifically the next generation of workers. That's us. Oh, diba? Nakisali. All right. Apart from that, I think what was striking in the conversation was about inclusivity and diversity. It goes beyond gender. We always think about gender, but we now think about age, socio-economic status, and even capabilities. And ESG brings real value, not just to investors, but we learned that it also goes through the supply chain, and it even brings in new markets. So very, very exciting opportunities from ESG Tech. One more time, let's give our panelists and moderator a big round of applause. That was panel discussion number 2. Coming up is the panel on the next wave of automation. So to get us geared up for that, let's watch this video. We now arrive at our thought-provoking third panel discussion, which explores the next wave of automation and how it has the potential to revolutionize industries and reshape the way we work. However, along with that, it brings forth a unique set of challenges. So let's dive into the opportunities and risks associated with this transformative phase with our panel of experts who will shed light on the latest advancements in automation technologies and discuss its implications for industries and the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Analytics Association of the Philippines President, Ms. Michelle Alarcon. We also have Asian Development Bank Director of Digital Innovation and Architecture, Mr. Ozair Khan. Globe Telecom CIO, Mr. Raul Makatangay. KPMG India Partner and Lead for Digital Advisory, Mr. Sushant Ravra. Robotic Process Automation Philippines founder and president, Mr. Alan Tan. Concepcion Business Services President and COO, Mr. Eric Sarmiento. And moderating the panel is KPMG in the Philippines Head of Technology Consulting, the very capable Mr. Jelaine Manrique.
And I'm excited actually to moderate this panel on the new wave of automation, one of the most exciting topics out there when you talk about tech or innovation. So actually we have about 45 minutes in the panel, but just really to give an idea to everyone what we wanted to discuss, right? When you talk about new wave of automation, it's different, from different people in terms of perspective, right? New wave could mean robotics process automation. Some is already talking about generative AI, and some are talking about not just on the tech, but also in the governance and risk aspect of it, right? So we wanted to tackle all of those, and maybe the most important one, which I forgot, is the application of these technologies or automation in business, right? So with that, I'd like to start the first question in terms of for some companies that they see or they view that the next wave is still more on the robotics process automation, how robotics can essentially drive efficiency, maybe cost savings, and also at the same time help business grow further. So with that, there's no perfect person to ask, but the president of RPA in the Philippines, Mr. Alan Tan. So what's your view on robotics? What's the current state of robotics process automation application here in the Philippines? And do you see RPA as a technology that will still solve a lot of the pain points and problems by most companies here in the Philippines?
So basically, if we look at the projects that are out there in terms of process automation, a lot still involve repetitive, manual, rules-based process. So I think maybe 60-70% of the projects still involve a lot of the repetitive work. Data cleansing, downloading certain files, extracting data, aggregating them into certain reports. So I think there's still a lot of opportunities out there in terms of that, but that's already happening now. I remember when we started RPA Philippines, I have to explain to everyone what RPA is because nobody understands what it is about. No, yes. But now, we're getting calls already. We need a solution. So at least they know already. So I think at the current state, many companies are already familiar what RPA is, what the benefit is, and maybe some would already know how to implement, what's the impact into their organization, what skills and capabilities, the change management that they put in place. So that's more or less already in there. But at the current state, there's still a lot of manual repetitive work that can be automated out there.
All right, great. So actually, you raised two interesting points. One is that a few years back, same with KPMG, we were just like, educating everyone what RPA is and the application of it, right? So number one. Number two, interesting point, which I think becomes more relevant to the difference between RPA and AI, right? In the end, rule-based, right? So that is essentially what RPA could target, how to automate these rule-based routinary transactions, right? Now, still in the topic of RPA, I know for a fact because he's a client of mine and a former boss actually of mine. So we have, I know for a fact that they have been doing a lot of robotics process automation. So I'll go there with Eric, really just ask him, right, how did RPA help your company? And do you still foresee that RPA will continue to be um, used and something that will address your growing pains or new issues that are arising in your organization?
Yeah, definitely it has helped a lot, no? Since I think 4 years ago or 3 years ago when we started to sort of sell it to our XCOM, and we did a proof of concept. We showed to them how a specific process, cut and dried, no, could be shortened by as fast as 99%. No, and from there we started applying it to our finance and accounting services. And I'd say that it's just within our company, the shared services company, but there since then, we've already applied some of it to our business unit clients within the group, the Concepcion group. No? So it's been very helpful. As Alan mentioned, no, there's still a lot no, that can be done at that level, that first level, if I may say so. But we foresee that after applying it to our own internal operations, we will flip that sort of a ratio and start applying it more aggressively to our client companies.
Excellent. So what are some of the key benefits before we move on, right? That you have, experience and maybe that could convince a lot of the people who are still curious about RPA and the value that it brings to the organization.
Okay. So the thing about RPA is that it also forces you to rethink your existing processes. No? So it always comes with process streamlining or reengineering. And with that, the combination of both, no, it naturally leads to more efficiencies, a cost avoidance in terms of rework. And as an example, because of the relentless automation that we did, and RPE was a big part of it, from, let's say, a full-time equivalent, no? 3 years ago, we're already seeing about a reduction about 1/3, no? In terms of effective full-time equivalents. No?
Yeah.
So it's really significant. And I'd say that's just less than, maybe a little over half of the processes that we have reviewed so far, no? And sort of automated, whether partially or in full.
And you're not stopping there, right? So
We're not stopping there.
You're just, scratching the surface at the moment. All right, great. That's good to know. Now, I'm going to move to Ozir. Being a multilateral bank, and I do know that ADB, not just, driving a lot of digital transformation, in the downstream, right? But also within the ADB organization, you have been doing a lot of, these transformation, including automation. So any insights there in terms of, how automation is important, for any organization, and what are some of the technologies you're already considering in ADB?
Yes, automation is a key part of any digital transformation program. And at Asian Development Bank, when we started our sort of move towards digital, the automation was in the center. When you look at business processes, especially in your core sort of functional departments, it is the process that's the king. And when you look at what RPA does, it automates the process, and especially process which is very human-centric, mistake-prone. The volumes have a lot of cost associated with it that RPAs can support to eliminate. But as we were going through this journey, we also discovered a few things. We also discovered how to manage RPA, how to get them to be more autonomous. At first, when we started, we were looking at, okay, the final button must be clicked by a human. Then we moved a little bit up the ladder. I said, okay, now we can, once the trust factor was there, then we slowly moved more towards autonomous. And now with, of course, with AI, it's going to go through a very different trajectory going forward.
All right. So actually, I get that view that you're saying about autonomous, because in RPA there's such a term wherein it's a attended or unattended bot, and for some reason, a lot of challenges for companies that I've seen out there is that they can't seem to let go of that manual, step that's still remaining, right? So they can't just seem to trust still, completely the technology. But I think we're getting there, and there are a lot of companies that are essentially just getting that right level of comfort, right, in terms of robotics process automation. And you cited a good point in terms of what are some of the things that needs to be considered for automation: routine, large volume. You wouldn't want to automate something that's manually done monthly, right, or annually, right? So it doesn't generate you the biggest value. So mostly you target something that is voluminous. Now, that's on RPA. I want to transition now more to an exciting part for some or most of our audience, which is really more on AI, like another wave of automation. So I want to go to Michelle, the only lady we have in the panel. What most people don't know is that Analytics Association of the Philippines is not just really on analytics, but it essentially covers AI, right? Artificial intelligence. And being a part of the organization, I know that you have a lot of initiatives when it comes to AI. We just concluded an AI summit, right? So I wanted to know, to get your perspective, having this lens of what's happening in the Philippines, right? Where are we in the AI? Do you feel that we're still in a nascent stage? And another point is that a lot of the executives out there have this question: is it the right time to actually to take a look at AI? Or because if not, it can possibly disrupt my company. So thoughts on that?
So thanks for the opportunity to share our perspective from the association. So as you pointed out, AI and analytics are not necessarily associated with each other. I mean, maybe this is also the first time that a lot of people are thinking that these are totally separate things, but they are not actually. So AI is really huge, right? And one of the subsets, at least, the subset of machine learning particularly, it's a subset of AI. And then deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And so, the large language models that we hear about these days, the GPTs and all that, that is very niche, also specialization under AI. But AI has been around since the 70s. So it's not necessarily a wave per se.
Exactly.
Right? So,
80s,
but
sorry.
it's just how is it that there is this now revived hype around AI?
Yeah.
It's really because of the technologies that have been also evolving, particularly on cloud computing, storage, and of course the algorithms that go with it. Right? So I wanted to just start with that because when we talk about the readiness of the Philippines for AI, again, it's very broad, but let's just talk about generative AI particularly. Are we ready for that? So if we talk about just the machine learning applications and use cases in businesses, for example, we've had that a long time ago, especially for our financial services industries, like credit risk scoring models would be applications of machine learning. And with telco, fraud detection, these are machine learning algorithms. So you can actually say that AI has been used in the Philippines for a long time, right? Hindi naman tayo agrabyado or dejado, right? And also mentioning that because in terms of skill sets, we have these skill sets here, no? The talent here. Now, when we talk about generative AI, this is very, very new, as everyone knows, which also is a good way to say that no one is an expert yet. It's new,
Exactly.
right? Who can be an expert, like 10 years of experience
Yes.
working on LLMs? Come on. So we can be ready, but it cannot be that we are just particularly on best use cases for AI. We don't need to copy what's being done outside. It's a matter of going back to the business problems that can be solved much better with these new tools, just like any technology. So we started with RPA, and it's simple, quote unquote, simple automation of tasks that are well defined. The rules are, very, very clear. You can think of AI as something that makes that process more intelligent. And then they can complement each other and work hand in hand, right? So we're not very far off from looking at use cases and very, very practical use cases of AI in the Philippines. Now, we just feel that this is new only because we haven't really been discussing this last year. But we all know why, right? So we are definitely, through the association and members like KPMG and corporate members, students, teachers, we are engaging everyone to participate in these discussions, particularly on awareness campaigns. And maybe you hear more, I don't know if you can have a show of hands in the crowd, but there seems to be a lot more of the AI doomsayers than those who are optimistic on reaping the benefits out of this technology. But if you really think about it, we haven't even explored or really looked at how we can best make use of this technology, and yet we're already talking about regulating it. So there's that balance that still needs to happen, but let us see both sides. So that's one of the work that we do at
All right, very, very great insights. Actually, a lot of points raised in that. And if we're going to discuss everything, it's like we're going to spend the whole summit just discussing about AI. I want to go back to you about skills, though, because questions about executive, if I want to go with AI, what skills do I need to have, right? What people do I need to hire, right? So, but let me hold on that a bit. I want to go to the application of AI for now. It's we're very fortunate that we are joined by someone from KPMG. So Sean, maybe give a perspective more from a global point of view, right? So what's the application of generative AI in the global? And I'm gonna go to Raul to talk more about how you do it locally, specifically for your organization, so that we have like a good flavor of what's happening out there in the Philippines and what is happening now here in the Philippines. Let's start with you, Sushan.
Sure. So when we looked at RPA, right? RPA automated those parts of human endeavor which were repetitive, rule-based, predictable. Then we got to expert systems or expert assistance systems, which used to handle those tasks which require a specialized knowledge. And we said that creativity is outside the realm of AI. And generative AI just disrupted that as well, right? So you have all these poems being written by ChatGPT, and so on and so forth. So it's very exciting, it's evolving area. But what I wanted to showcase are some of the use cases our clients are using this system on. And before I get to that, I just wanted to add a perspective here. I mean, many of us are technology folks, and we know about 90s when the GPUs, the graphics processing unit, which goes into your computer, that became very popular. And they were developed originally to have very high quality rendering of graphics. Those of you who have played video games would remember that. But now where are GPUs used the most? They are not used in the rendering. They are used in crypto mining. They are used in AI trainings. They are used in analytics. The reason is GPU is a unit which can do millions of floating point operations per second. Now coming back to this generative AI, we all have understood about generative AI as a chatbot that can respond very intuitively to what you're asking it. But if you look at under the hood, it's actually massive, absolutely massive scale AI algorithm which is at play there, correct? Which can ingest billions and billions of data points and come out with output even with very limited prompt. So our clients, and we have seen certain POCs being done, as varied as one of the EV manufacturer used large language models to come out with basic blueprints of how the EV should look like, considering they have trained that on a particular set of use cases. Second, for another client of ours, they have done process modeling on LLMs. So they are doing engine casting, aluminum engine casting in their factory. They've actually modeled that on LLMs because, again, LLM is a massive scaled AI system which is available to you using APIs. On the customer interaction perspective, those use cases are anyways very well known. So banking, insurance, telecom, customer service, those use cases are anyways coming through. We also have interactive media being discussed on large language models or generative AI. So for example, what if you could decide the storyline of your favorite movie series or Netflix series, and it's very easy to enact because now you can create videos again from generative AI. So you can decide how the movie plays out and only for you, right? So it's very, very disruptive in that sense. And our clients are running POCs, as I said, in various domains. The real second and third order effect of generative AI would be known in about 3 to 5 years time, when people start using it beyond what we know right now, and it becomes a general purpose tool in hands of our clients to really disrupt the markets.
Great. So great insights, from a global point of view. So Raul, anything to share now from a local context?
In Globe, we actually use different types of technologies in order to enable and solve, in order to solve business problems. A lot of people talked about RPA, and we've also implemented that in Globe. But what I've realized, stepping back, is that RPAs actually, to a certain extent, is an indication of how well you have not designed your application systems. And a lot of the weaknesses we supplement with an RPA, about running something that the application systems cannot do. So it's not just implementing RPA, but it's also fixing your backend systems, but also fixing your processes in order to solve the business problem of our customers, both external and internal. The other importance of RPA for me is actually citizen development. How do we enable people within the organization to be able to code? Because RPA is a low-code technology.
No code or no code, yeah.
In Globe, we've actually implemented also a no-code platform to democratize our citizen developers, even if they have no coding coding competencies. And that actually helps solve business problems.
Even the non-IT. You mean even the non-IT, just to be clear with everyone, right?
Yeah. So in fact, the end users who don't have knowledge about coding a Python, coding, would actually are now enabled to solve their own business processes in their niche areas. And that's something combined with artificial intelligence can actually solve bigger problems of the organization. But we also realize that it also has some problems when you implement it. So we've now implemented over 1,000 no-code. So how do we govern such applications? And sometimes an end user doesn't have an end-to-end view of things. Maybe the low-code program that he has developed optimizes his work, but it impacts his neighbor in another department. So that's something, a skill set that I think we need to work on as an organization, to think end-to-end, to be more collaborative in terms of working. So in terms of artificial intelligence and machine learning, I'll put in machine learning as another technology. We've implemented quite a number of tools to enable us help solve business problems. I think Yoli earlier talked about G-Climate.
In the ESG.
So G-Climate, for those who weren't able to catch that, is actually a tool for us gathering information using analytics, using machine learning, using artificial intelligence to gather information about typhoons or potential disasters getting information from Pag-asa, getting information from our internal systems, so that we are able to predict when a typhoon would arrive, so that our engineers can actually focus on their areas. Because in the past, it's manual. We get information from Pag-asa, which is published every 4 hours, I think, and then analyze that data over a period of time to determine, oh, will this impact Cebu? Will this impact Bohol, etc. This allowed us to actually pivot our resources so that we ensure service continuity for our customers. That's one example. The other example is actually is something that we are testing right now. We call it an anomaly detection system. Service to our customers is very important to us. And as you know, sometimes IT systems are aging, they're old, etc. And they break down from time to time. Or there are things that we weren't able to consider when we implement a new system. That anomaly detection system will hopefully allow us to identify what are proactively, when will an incident or an outage
or
occur.
could
It will
predict, right?
Yes. So that the customer doesn't have to experience that service interruption.
Nice. So it will change essentially the reactive approach, to incidents, right? But applying AI would allow you to be able to predict before it even happens, right? Excellent application.
So right now, it's on its pilot stage, but it helps us predict 5 hours to 10 hours before an incident occurs. So that actually helps us plan how to proactively address if it can be addressed, or plan so that there's no service disruption for our customers.
So just a quick question, Raul. You already established that RPA, you can have a non-IT do RPA, and I can attest to that. Even in KPMG we have. But in AI, can you have your non-IT do AI?
Currently, since it's still on the testing stage, so specifically for generative AI, we're still working with key partners that we have right now, and we all know about it, a Google and a Microsoft. So we're working closely on how to enable IT first, and maybe this is something that we can progress to the rest of the organization, because we firmly believe that low code plus generative AI can be very, very powerful to help solve business problems.
All right, great. So now the theme of the whole summit is making it happen, right? So we need to make it happen for all of our audience. They want to go with AI or robotics process automation, and there are a lot of things that is needed, right? Skills, the proper governance, right, and process in place, the right partners, right? So I want to hear, from everyone, maybe on robotics or RPA or generative AI, right? And as much as I want to discuss all other aspects, right, it's usually just to focus more, okay, how can they do this? Where do they start, right? How to get the right skills, right? So I want to start with Michelle, because you already pointed out earlier about skills, right? So maybe you can focus more on skills. Where do they get the skills, and what's the if I'm talking to a CEO, I know several CEOs actually in the audience, virtually and in person. What will you tell them? What's the right set of skills?
Who to hire?
Who to hire, right?
Okay.
Apart from KPMG, of course. But
of course.
who else?
Because KPMG.
Yeah.
But it's actually upskilling is maybe that this is a whole strategy that we need to really look at as organizations, because it's not just retraining people. It's not just cross-skilling your IT programmers into these new tech. Everyone is actually qualified, if I may say so, to get into AI. So why I say that is AI is really a wide spectrum of skill sets. So you may have, as we have heard, that RPA even can, with non-technical background, they can use RPA or configure. With AI, you can be an end user. Like everyone, I think all of us right now are end users of ChatGPT. So we didn't even have to train on anything. We just needed to download and then go from there. Even like 6-year-olds can use it. So do we see that as a skill set? Let's say someone from the BPO sector and just using it to improve the scripts, for example, that they have to use when they converse or when they address concerns of their customers, right? So there's really no particular technical training necessary, but it is part of the digital skill sets that we need to be building among our workforce. Again, introducing that as early as grade school, it is really possible. The other end of the spectrum are the AI engineers. So those who really want to create our own LLMs here in the Philippines, because why not? It's not impossible.
Yeah.
So we already have AI startups in the Philippines. The government supports AI startups, and this is really just coming up with the low-hanging fruits, maybe applications among the public sector. We've heard earlier, like for smart cities, why not, right? So it's finding the best use case or the business problems that need solving. That's a totally different skill altogether, again, non-technical. So I just illustrate how we would like to look at upskilling when we talk about AI, because there's technical, there's non-technical, but majority of that is on the critical thinking. Majority of that as well is looking at how we can use data, use algorithms, and use the tech on the ethical, component of the solution, because no one really trains on that. I mean, there's business ethics courses, but data ethics per se is a different thing altogether. But again, because I know that everyone wants to hear, is it computer science? Is it statistics? Is it math? Maybe that's what people are waiting for, right? Okay, and then I will disappoint everyone because it's really multidisciplinary.
Yes.
Just like analytics and data science, we have history majors becoming data scientists. We've seen those stories happen, and it's really a matter of being lifelong learners, and it will, especially these days, be more and more relevant as the technology just accelerates in its evolution. So if we just say, okay, I don't want to use it because it's it is, I don't believe in it, that it can improve how I do things manually right now, or maybe it's just being technology averse. I think that's why we hear of some people that are afraid of losing their jobs. It's this kind of mindset that we really need to really address, I guess, and change. So when it comes to upskilling, just to quickly summarize, we would like to further be part of the discussions on making everyone aware of the different types of roles that are in this AI spectrum. So the AEP started with having that job family defined for data science. We have data stewards, data engineers, business analysts, data scientists, and all that. So expanding that framework so that each one of us can find the most fit and most suitable for our profiles and the purpose.
All right. Just don't hire someone with 5 to 10 years experience. You're gonna have a hard time finding someone. You just be open to just train and upskill people, right? Ala, I'm just curious, right? Your organization is RPA Philippines. Are we expecting that to be more broad, in a sense, in terms of skills as well, to the point of Michelle. So how is RPA Philippines prepping in terms of this new wave, in terms of skills?
Well, basically, we do seminars, webinars, where we, teach about automation. We have partnered with different companies. They talk about their solutions, how they implement it. So it's really more of, sharing knowledge. It's an open community. It's just I started it just to help out the community.
Yes.
But going back to the topic of skills, I think one thing that's important that needs to be developed is process analysis. We've seen a lot of automation work, from manual to automatic. But a lot of the steps in the manual are actually not necessary when you automate them. You know, you see in Excel files with 80 columns, right? And then 70 of them are only needed because you're manually extracting it. The result is 2. You want to make sure that there's 1 and 1 so that you get the 2, right? Because you're a person. You want to make sure there's basis for all the data that you process. But when you automate all these processes, you probably need only the 10.
Yeah.
So I think that's one skill that we need to develop, how to simplify things before we start automating.
All right, thank you. Now, conscious of time, Ozir, ADB has been working with a lot of partners, right? How do you choose the right partners? In an automation context as well, right?
How do we choose the right partner? I mean, we have different approaches for different types of partners. So if we're doing a partnership, let's say it's a private-public partnership for a common purpose, meaning the private sector has certain goal and ADB has a similar goal, then we combine our efforts towards that. And it's a bit easier when we do the matching from that sense. When it comes to commercial organizations, it's typical your skill sets, what you bring to the table, and our needs at that moment. But we separate the two types of partnerships, commercial versus non-commercial.
Commercial and non-commercial. All right, choosing the right process or product to apply automation, right? AI or RPA. I want to hear from Eric, then let's go to Raul.
Okay. I think the primary consideration is that you cannot do everything at the same time. So it's all about the value add, the business case. So you go for where you'll get the biggest returns, and then well, more importantly, I think in any automation effort is really the executive sponsorship, because with that, this kind of thing has to be driven from the top, because at times, or more often than not, it will require change, culture shift or change management, without which you'll just find your efforts sort of fading and then going to waste, or even after the automation itself, you'll find your stakeholders or users reverting to their old ways. So yeah, that's what I have.
Anything else to add?
Yeah. So in Globe, we actually start by defining the problem. So what is the problem to solve for our
trying to
customers?
solve. Yes.
Yeah, and then we work around that problem and determine how do we now implement technologies in order to solve that problems. And we do it via, I think some of you will be familiar with fire starters. And fire starters, you start small.
Yeah.
And you identify people by either involuntarily or voluntarily who can help solve that problem.
All right.
And from fire starters, then you can progress it to something bigger for the organization. But the key important item is start small, do it collaboratively, and at the same time, start with the problem in mind.
All right. So just to wrap up the whole session, I'm going to call Sushan. Sushan, we've heard about AI. What is in store 3 to 5 years from now? If we don't use AI, will we get disrupted? So what's your view? Since you've seen in a lot of countries what's happening, right? So give us what's the future, right? And that should wrap up the whole session very quickly.
Sure. I think from an AI standpoint, we are at the tipping point. Whatever we have just seen on AI is just we're getting started, right? So we will see hyper acceleration of the innovation in AI. Innovation in AI is going to feed back into innovation which are doing, for example, in automation. That will be enabled on innovation that we are seeing in cloud, for example, and cloud infrastructure. So all of these innovations are going to play out with each other, and it will create a perfect storm for mega digital disruption or AI-driven disruption. This will have a lot of implications in the nature of jobs, meaning of work itself, and how the economic capital gets allocated. So there's going to be a lot of changes there. Second point I want to mention is, for a lot of CXOs which are there in the hall today, currently you think of AI and automation team as a separate team, and you have a business team. You will not see that in anymore. It's going to be merged together. So your finance controller would need to know AI and scenario planning. Your supply chain head would have to run his simulations on AI systems by himself. It's going to become a part of his job description. So these two skills are going to get merged. So that is the second thing that we will definitely see.
Last statement for me, I think AI will happen maybe as a start slowly but sudden. So we all need to prepare when that happens. So thank you so much for our esteemed panelists. It was a great discussion. You can approach them afterwards if you want to know more. So thank you so much for your time.
What an eye-opening discussion on automation. Thank you once again to our panelists and moderator. That was a fantastic talk, and we wish we could just go on and on and on. I mean, I'm sure we could, but it's time to refuel and take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy a relaxing lunch, and please take the opportunity, the time once again to network, ask questions. Our panelists are going to be around, and we're going to be back in 50 minutes, okay? 50 minutes with the continuation of the summit. There's a lot to look forward to. The best is yet to come because we have our final panel discussion on industry disruptors and then the final leg of the Philippines Global Tech Innovator Competition. So do stick around, everyone. We're going to see you this afternoon. Enjoy lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our virtual live event from the KPMG in the Philippines Digital Advisory Center. We would like to thank those who sent in their questions in our chat box. Rest assured that we will address them through email, if not through this summit.
Ale, we hope you've been enjoying the fascinating discussions and insights shared by our distinguished speakers. To check if everyone's still back online, let's start our poll about the next wave of automation. So Frank, what is the question?
So here's the question. Which among the next wave of automation you think will be helpful for your company? First, we have robotics process automation, or RPA. Second, we have artificial intelligence, or AI. Third, we have report automation. And lastly, we have the ERP optimization, or the enterprise resource planning. Please feel free to select your answers in the poll flashed on your screen. Ali, what are your thoughts on this?
Ale, I think, Frank, it will really depend on the needs of the company. So for example, if you want to automate some of your manual recurring controls, then perhaps you may opt for RPA or robotics process automation. However, if you want to streamline your reporting process, you can go for report automation. So it really depends on your needs and your priorities. What do you think about this?
I agree with you, but I go for ERP optimization. If we have system integration, it will be easier to bring in all tools possible for technology-driven business community. So are we seeing the poll now? So I think the poll results are ready.
All right.
It's a tight, option between
RPA,
the first and the second one.
Yes, definitely. So RPA and report automation actually garnered 27% of the votes. However, for artificial intelligence, it's 33%. So I think everyone is kind of curious about AI right now. And 13% for enterprise resource planning optimization. So thank you everyone for participating in this poll. We appreciate your engagement and valuable insight.
All right, so congratulations to Team AI. We will be having a short break and we kindly request all participants to return promptly as we resume our program at 1:10 this afternoon.
Ale, please make sure to be back in this virtual event space so that we can continue our insightful discussions and engaging sessions. We have another exciting lineup of speakers in the afternoon.
Thank you for your cooperation, and we'll see you back here at 1:10
p.m.
And we are back to our virtual live from the KPMG in the Philippines Digital Advisory Center. We hope everyone is having a great Thursday afternoon.
And now, for our second virtual talk and Q&A or question and answer portion, we are honored to have our very own KPMG in the Philippines Senior Manager for Technology Consulting Process Excellence, Ms. R.G. Adrales, to introduce our guest speaker and lead a meaningful discussion about next wave of automation.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. To start our virtual talk and Q&A session on insights on the next wave of automation, we are honored to introduce our speaker. He is a partner in the digital advisory practice of KPMG India, and he is the head of digital solutions encompassing areas such as digital strategy, hyper-automation, digital platforms, implementation, such as ServiceNow, low-code platforms, and he is also the industry sector leader for telecommunications in KPMG India. He has more than 23 years of experience in providing digital transformation, emerging technology, and enterprise strategy consulting services to clients across various sectors in more than 22 countries. At KPMG India, he has been focusing on ideating and delivering digital services based on advanced analytics, blockchain, cognitive computing, and machine learning. He also leads the innovation advisory and emerging tech solutions through technologies such as 5G, augmented and virtual reality, metaverse, Industry X.0, integrated RPA for intelligent automation, and etc. He is also an expert in the telecom infrastructure and network architecture space and has led multiple 5G transformation and GTM strategy projects, internal audits, cost reduction, and revenue assurance mandates for clients in the telecom sector. So everyone, please join us in giving a warm virtual welcome to Mr. KG Purushothaman. Hello.
Hi, am I
Hi,
audible?
Hello, Mr. Puru.
Hi, hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for having me.
How have you been? Thank you
Very
for
good, very good.
thank you for being with us this afternoon. So I'm very curious with all your years of experience in the industry, emerging tech. How is this new or next wave of automation different from the previous waves of automation in let's say the past 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, actually, that's a very, very important question, very pertinent question also, considering every year we are seeing new technologies and new foundational technologies itself undergoing a change. So as KPMG, as you know, we come up with a KPMG transformation radar on which technologies are very relevant. And we keep updating that every year on what will disrupt the next 3 to 5 years. And what we have increasingly seen is that each time we predict something, the technology behind us actually outsmarts us and accelerates the pace of implementation. So we had predicted a few years back that blockchain will transform business services in maybe 3 to 5 years until the foundation gets well established across, but it disrupted within a short period of 2 to 5 years. Generative AI was always being discussed earlier, but the transformation that ChatGPT has brought in has actually brought down that disruption in less than 2 years. So primarily what I'm seeing is that there are 3 technologies which will disrupt the space in the next 2 to 3 years, and that is artificial intelligence and Gen AI. Second is blockchain, and third will be platforms. So enterprise platforms, low-code, no-code platforms, and the evolution around that will actually transform the way it is going through.
So just curious, in a practical sense, what kind of work is already being done right now? Or are we still on the POC stage for our clients, or are we already seeing some live in production models that are already in place in terms of this new emerging tech?
Yeah, so if I were to take all these 3, if I start with the bottommost, which is on platforms, on the platform space, all of us have been working, and I'm sure your audience has also been working in the area of low code, no code, and enterprise solutions. But the change that has actually been brought in is the use cases that gets implemented through these platforms. What we are seeing is that it's blockchain, AI, and platforms cannot be seen in isolation. They have to be seen together. So what we are seeing is a lot of POCs on Gen AI with enterprise solutions like ServiceNow or OutSystems or some of them. We are actually integrating some of our AI solutions with that. So that's on the POC stage. What is well established are more and more use cases on use of rule-based technologies. So when I say rule-based technologies, those traditionally have been in the RPA space. We have well-established models, except and also benchmarks for seeing a lot of transformation in that space. What is being experimented is in the area of obviously use cases of LLM models being integrated with enterprise solution platforms. So that's the first part on the platform part. The second area around blockchain. Blockchain came up as a foundational technology and came into prominence at least 4 to 5 years back. And it started disrupting the space with crypto. But the enterprise use cases on blockchain have been quite well established, especially in the area of supply chain transformation. And in the telecommunication space, this has also disrupted the area of communication platform as a service, where aggregators as well as platform companies and telcos have actually come together to disrupt the space. And these technologies are well established there. And the third and the final technology on AI. Here, what I wanted to actually say is that a lot of work has actually happened on assisted machine learning and some models that have actually been implemented through cognitive. But with LLM becoming more popular, as one of the panelists, I think it was Raul, who said in the earlier panel that the problems are getting redefined. And with problems getting redefined, some of the solutions to the problems are also getting re-architected.
So you mentioned about supply chain transformation. So where else in the business are we seeing practical application in the next 2 to 3 years, aside from back office and the supply chain? What do you think is the trend going to?
In fact, back office transformation has always been a successful use case for automation. Back office and middle office transformations have always been good, successful use cases, especially to drive efficiency. But the next wave of transformation that we are seeing on the automation space is on front office solution, especially to enhance customer experience. In fact, there are three ways in which we look at it. When we look at automation, we need to look at it on whether the end use case helps in optimizing the impact of the process or achieving growth or scale. And the third is, are there areas where you can become a pioneer through automation? And that's where customer-facing front office solutions are becoming very popular. So if I would say, in terms of the technologies, which are companies that have actually helped in enhancing customer experience through, say, metaverse automation, AR, VR, super apps, where you have converged customer preferences and customer engagement better, have actually done well. So traditionally in the automobile space and in the area of pharmaceuticals and telecommunications, there have been good pioneering technologies that have been implemented. When it comes to retail, a lot of growth-related implementations have happened, which are directly customer-facing, the e-commerce disruption that has happened. And finally, on the optimizing space, that's where middle office and back office transformation have happened.
So when it comes to the front office transformation, are we seeing that there should be some level of automation first before, or even actually in any kind of transformation? Can can we say that there can be an implementation of, let's say, generative AI without some basic RPA or automation in our processes, or can we do this simultaneously, or what is there? Something comes first and then the next comes in later on. How are we seeing that in the actual implementation for our clients and use cases?
Yeah, when it comes to front office transformation, there is already disruption that's happening on conversational AI. And when I say conversational AI, it is call center operations, customer operations, where on a day-to-day basis, there are bots being used for not only addressing customer complaints, challenges, and now with generative AI, we have worked on use cases which are where the agents actually make recommendations to customers. So that's a very big transformation that's happening, and this is happening independent of what is happening on the RPA space in middle office and back office. It's completely front office tech. So existing front office tech use cases are being redefined, and some of these examples actually help in making recommendations. So the speed of responding to customer is actually improving. Now, having said that, I want to caution that many of them are on pilot customers, because AI is not, transformationally used on a wide area of use cases because of the success percentage that is need to be monitored very closely. But what we are seeing is outbound sales is an area where it is getting tested from a POC perspective to see if bots can make outbound calls, try to engage with the customer and make recommendations to them. Whereas when it comes to customer service, there are already established policies, procedures, and rules where the bots are getting trained to address customer complaints, so that the friction that the customer has with the company actually is reducing. That's the customer operations part. When it comes to customer centricity and addressing some of the customer problems, there also there are very good use cases that are coming up, especially in driving promotional offers on customers, especially in retail. Their engagement models are being worked out, which are purely AI driven. And these are all independent of RPA.
Interesting. So what we're seeing here is really there can be simultaneous implementation of different technologies. No dependency on this.
No.
On some, yeah. All right, great. And so in terms of the panel also talked about the benefits earlier of AI, aside from potentially making our lives easier. What are the, let's say, top 3 things that you're seeing as really benefits of implementing the next wave of automation, and then as a form of a campaign that we can potentially do in enterprise corporate wide.
Yeah, so in terms of the benefits, as I mentioned, there are 3 ways in which the benefits can be looked at. So if you're specifically on the customer front office tech, we are working with multiple industries, and on the top is telecom and consumer markets, where we are trying to see how customer engagement and experience gets enhanced. So that's a very, very clear use case and example where challenges of customers and time to answer, time to respond, also understanding the root causes of some problems get defined through AI ops models that can actually be built. Those are something that we are already working on, and not only integrating it with enterprise platforms. For example, most of the SaaS platforms have integrations and connectors to helping us implement AI models, and that's something that we are working on very clearly. With most of the distributed cloud platforms like Google or Azure, or for that matter AWS, there are models that are getting built within the platform itself. That's also an area that is being clearly worked upon. And these are primarily around 3 or 4 industries on the top: telecommunications on the network side, retail on the customer engagement and loyalty management side, Third is pharmaceuticals to try and enhance the customer, patient, and the entire distribution network. There are good models, there are good use cases that are being implemented as well.
Mhm, mhm. So I see there's really a lot of emphasis on the front office. So how, and in terms of the skill set that was also discussed in the panel earlier, how can we, or even the people at the front end and people at the back end, how can we all complement? What skills do we need to build to be able to complement this new technology that is emerging?
So, see, purely, what I can say is that if I look at some surveys that have been done by KPMG as well as by Gartner around the world, most of the software companies are trying to, build platforms purely on the skill sets of platform engineering. And when I say platform engineering, it's pure going back to the basics on basic software and Java and Java scripting and those kind of platforms, where you can actually build bespoke applications which are integrated with the existing platforms. Python is now the new Excel. Okay, so it is impossible to now perform analytics without understanding Python and visualization tools like Tableau or Click or Power BI. Yeah, those are the new Excels of the world, and every professional needs to know this as a foundational skill. As a more advanced skill, understanding how to build application, at least the architecture part, is something that you might need to know on a base because most companies are resorting to a DevOps based environment. So understanding how the implementations happen and redefining your own skill is critical. So what we have seen is that uh, engineers can probably code much better and integrate better, but the problem statements and the challenges and redefining the actual problem will come from professionals who understand the industry and the processes better. So that skill will only get further enhanced with technology coming in. With AI and Gen AI coming in, it's very clear that prompt engineering will become a very important skill. And when I say prompt engineering, it's an area that is getting redefined for every platform. So we are architecting a few for some of the platforms that we work with, especially on the RPA side and ServiceNow and OutSystem side. And that is going to be very specific to the customer that you're servicing. As you know, KPMG has created something called as a powered enterprise. What we mean by powered is what kind of layer can we build on our own over the existing platforms that are offered as a SaaS platform. So that's an area that we are also working on.
Interesting. Actually, we have a question in the chat box, but I think you already answered that in a way in terms of what skill sets and then potentially new job opportunities in the technical aspect of all this implementation. But what I'm curious about is that how this will potentially I'm sure there will be some negative impact into the dynamics of the current workforce. How can we mitigate this potential negative impact to the workforce?
So when in the turn of the century, when the internet boom happened, everybody thought that the future of technology is getting disrupted by internet. It did disrupt, the technology and the underlying technology, but it also came up with job opportunities. It also came up with upskilling in some of these areas. About a decade back, cloud disrupted the market. And there were new job opportunities that came in. People upskilled themselves, certification programs came in, and some of them are on the hyperscalers. Some of them are on private cloud platforms that you actually build. And in the last 3 to 4 years has been all about blockchain and AI. There are use cases that are getting built, but the underlying technology is yet not easy for everyone to adapt. So a lot of effort is being put in by SaaS companies and platform companies to make it low code, no code, so that there can be more people who can actually create more use cases. It was very famously said that electricity disrupted the technology in the 1900s and the 1800s, but then the creation of the electric bulb drove business, okay, and the disruption in the business. So similarly, generative AI platforms and blockchain are foundational solutions. What gets created above that is going to become important. So it's very important for every one of us, without an exception, to in whichever area of work that you are doing, try to see if any of these are going to potentially disrupt, and start upskilling and certifying yourself.
Great. So, in terms of corporate strategy and corporate governance, how are you seeing companies what are the what's the strategy in terms of upskilling people? Do they start with a specific group and then upskill everyone else, or it's more of enabling everyone to be able to upskill wherever you are in the organization?
So I've seen a mix of programs across our clients. If I were to take some of our clients, there are separate programs for senior management, middle management, and lower management. The nature of the programs are quite different. The senior management needs to understand what is the outcome of the technology and try to invest in the right technology. So they need to understand what is going to be disrupting the future of the business. The middle office will actually have to find skill sets in finding more use cases to make their work efficient and also achieving the goal of the organization. And the lower end of the spectrum will see more action when it comes to redefining the way they understand technology and how to derive implementation skills. So to answer your question very specifically, we have seen programs in each of these levels, and there are programs available. During COVID, it used to be more virtual, but now there are physical workshops. We ourselves engage in some of these programs. So that's one way of actually doing it. But the other way that companies are actually trying to say is, the Amazon actually defined this very well as a two pizza problem, or a two pizza approach, which means that small groups of people come together in their area of work. Can they innovate, and while doing that, can they upscale themselves and take it forward? That's a very popular way of actually doing it. In KPMG, we go through a certification program, at least on cloud analytics in the preferred technologies, and also on low code, no code. So that's an area that will something that we are focusing upon through our partnerships.
It's very interesting that, and everyone else, just as it was emphasized earlier, there are really no experts. We're all learning together here. And I think as we all learn together, we can actually advance better and faster. So before we wrap this up, Guru, if we go back to the first question of governance. What are the basic governance framework or principles that we need, and corporations or at the corporate level will need to take into consideration as they implement new and other forms of technology?
So as you know, technology, there are three things that are always that always go parallel with any advancement. One is, how do you enforce trust in the individual who's using the technology? how do you safeguard the privacy of the individual? And the third is, how can you implement ethics along with implementation of technology? All these three are very, very critical, and governance models are being put across. As you know, on the privacy side, every geography around the world is coming up with their own customized privacy models, which will very specific to the country as well as to the geography that you are belonging to. Everything is based on consent of the customer and preference of the customer, and the use of technology. That's something that is getting really implemented and redefining the way how products are getting built, and platforms are getting implemented. So that's one on the privacy side. Cybersecurity and encryption protocols for exchanging information and also giving access to third parties are also getting redefined, and governance model around that are getting redefined. So third party risk management is becoming very critical as an area to manage the external ecosystem. And the third important thing is around ethics. So every technology company has to use generative AI to transform, but where they need to draw the line and where they need to have a human in loop involvement is something that is getting redefined at a group level in every organization. What kind of access will you give to the end user is also becoming defined by the end organization. So I would say that governance frameworks are very much built around trust, privacy, as well as ethics. We have come up as KPMG, we've come up with our own ethics policy around artificial intelligence. It's in public domain. The viewers can actually access it.
Great. Thank you so much. I was actually also taking down notes, Puro. I'm learning. I learned a lot from this very short discussion. But we have. Thank you so much for your time, and I think we have answered all our questions. Yeah, there's no open question in the chat box, and so just to close this, wrap this up, Puro, what excites you about the next wave of automation?
The next use case of my customer, which I've not solved.
Okay. All right.
So it's quite constant. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
but there's a lot of work. That's a lot of work and experimentation that's happening on LLM models. We're trying to create our own LLM model as well to drive use cases on the platform. So that's something that keeps exciting me. New things at work.
Yeah, and it keeps us all young as we are all learning together.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Puro. And
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your time. And back to you, Frank and Ali.
Thank you for that, R.G. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big virtual round of applause to our incredible speaker, Mr. Puro, and to our very own Miss R.G. for that meaningful discussion. We are truly grateful for sharing your knowledge, expertise, and experiences with us today.
In a short while, let's continue our conversation together. So sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the wealth of knowledge and inspiration here in the KPMG Philippines Innovation Summit 2023. We will be right back after a short video.
had a great and filling lunch? Yes, thank you, sir. Love your energy still. It's earlier this morning, great energy. Let's give everyone here a big round of applause. Come on. It's been a great innovation summit so far, right? Lots of new learnings, meaningful conversations, and it keeps getting better and better. Once again, we'd also like to say hello, not just to our audience here at the Fairmont, but our live audience via Zoom. Hello to all of you. We have over 800 viewers watching us all over. So thank you for joining us. Now, let's resume our Innovation Summit with the highly anticipated fourth and final panel discussion, which delves into the captivating realm of industry disruptors. This panel explores the innovations and technologies that are reshaping traditional industries. So we'll be diving into the world of visionaries and founders of organizations and businesses that challenge the status quo and transform entire sectors. This is going to be so exciting. Let's begin. Let's meet our panelists, starting off with Alliance of Tech Innovators for the Nation lead convener and DICT former undersecretary. He's also an executive member of the National Innovation Council as appointed by President Marcos. He took his oath fairly recently, just last June 30. Congratulations, sir, Mr. Mon Ibrahim. Wow, he has his fans. Now let's say hello to Fuse Lending President and CEO, Mr. Tony Isidro. Up next, Digital Pilipinas convener and Geyser Maclang co-founder, Miss Amor Maclang. Lovely always, a vision on stage. Next up is Inipay co-founder and CEO, Mr. Arivuvel Ramu. Joining us on stage is Angkas co-founder and CEO, George Royeca. And completing the panel is Mayani co-founder and CEO, Mr. JT Solis. And of course, we've got our moderator, KPMG in the Philippines head of Deal Advisory, Mr. Michael Guarin. Let's give him a big round of applause. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leah. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, everyone had a really nice lunch. And please drink coffee as much as you can. It will definitely be a very lively discussion for us. If you look at our lineup of speakers, it's a wide and diverse set of speakers. In terms of sectors, we have two from, if we call it financial services sector, no? Fuse and Inipay, and even mobility, or transportation and logistics, Angkas, but it has become more than that. Even agriculture and food security, Mayani, JT. And from a sector-wide or business organization-wide perspective, we have, do you regularly call it as ATIN? No? So, Alliance of Tech Innovators for the Nation, ATIN. And of course, Amor's Digital Pilipinas. So, really wide and very diverse. So I think we'll start with the lob pass, no? Easy question for everyone. Since the main topic would be about disruption, first question would really be on what for you is disruption? Because in our everyday lives, right, mere baby steps trying to change something, if your bar is not too high, that's some level of innovation and or disruption. But that's not how it's usually defined. So maybe we'll start with you, Mon. What for you would be an actual disruption or a game-changing effect on a business or sector?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to wear my previous hat as DICT Undersecretary. Okay, although I'm back with government. Government is a very fertile ground for innovation. We all know, we have our own perception of how it is in government, very, very slow, okay, very, very process oriented and all of these things. And like I said, we need to actually disrupt the way we run government right now, the bureaucracy, in terms of, thinking, but more especially with all the processes. And if I look back, I retired 2019 from the ICT. So if I look back at the time, it was actually, first, I think what I have introduced in government is the kind of thinking where, if you need something from government, okay, you need to go see somebody in government, okay? I kind of changed that by saying that if I want something done, I need to actually go to my stakeholders instead of me just waiting for them to come to me. Okay. Initially, that was actually, a lot of government people thinking, "What is this guy? He's almost out of the office, almost always out of the office." But then, because my marching orders at the time was from the president who appointed me at the time, GMA, was Mon, I want you to make the Philippines a global leader in the IT BPO sector. Okay. So I think, in all 13 years that I've been with government at that time, we actually made, Philippines really a global leader. And that was because I was spending more time with my stakeholders, more than in the office. Okay. The second thing that actually disrupted the way we work in government is the introduction of the use of digital signatures. Okay. Today, a lot of government offices are now making use of the infrastructure that the ICT has started, whereby today emails and letters, communications that are digitally signed are almost always accepted by everyone. Before that, I need the physical copy. I need to see the wet signature there. Okay, so today, people like DTI, probably even BIR, okay, a lot of forces of the government offices are already making use of digital signatures. They don't, they make do with the digital signatures more than wet signatures these days. I think these two are the very specific examples that I can actually mention that, happened during my time in government.
All right, thank you. And I think it makes sense for us to go through each one of them. From a background perspective, each one is unique. No? Government, and then if we turn over to Fuse Lending, feel free to introduce in better detail, but Fuse Lending, it is a business unit, part of GCash, right? So definitely they have a different understanding or definition of what disruption or changing the game is. No? So go ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone, and happy to be here. It's an honor to be invited. For GCash, the way we look at disruption is that it shouldn't be disruption for disruption's sake. Disruption, to be very meaningful and to be truly impactful, has to address a real problem. And for us, it's the problem of financial inclusion that we want to address. And we know that it's a very big problem in the Philippines, where millions of our countrymen have little, sometimes no access to formal financial services. And that's exactly where the disruption and where the democratization of financial services has happened. The pandemic has clearly accelerated Filipinos' comfort in terms of using e-wallets for payments. But the objective now is, how do you level up? How do you now make them, how do we provide more access to financial services, from savings to investments to insurance? And of course, something close to my heart would be lending. And as Mike had mentioned, Fuse Lending is actually the lending affiliate of GCash. And the problem, particularly for Fuse Lending, which we want to address and where we want to make a disruption, is to address the dependency of a lot of Filipinos on informal lending, 5-6, or having to borrow from family and friends, where we know there are so many challenges being exposed to unfair collection practices, abusive interest rates. That's the realm we want to play in, and that's where we want the disruption to happen.
All right. And if you don't mind, Amora, we'll skip just one because directly related to financial inclusion. If we go to Ramu, then after Ramu, we'll go back to you, Amor. Ramu is currently the founder and CEO of INYPay, INY, I Need You Pay. And if you go through his background, he's the ex-chief technology officer of Tonic Bank, right? So definitely coming from, I assume, more established organization to a new company. They recently launched in Singapore. But again, trying to connect the financial inclusion thread, maybe you can give us your thoughts, Ramu.
Thanks, buddy. Good afternoon. Philippines is one of the amazing country where I lived almost like half a decade here, coming and go. We're talking about 7,400 islands, not one country, not one big land. We're talking about 128 millions of people who are living here. Out of that, 60 million people who need financial capabilities and other services, including both public and private sector services we're talking about. And more than out of the 68 million people, more than 50% people are under low income group. Let me put it, or better word, low income group, right? Instead of saying financial inclusion. And the second part of people who born in digital era, if you look at 0 to 17 years old, these guys are about 28 million. And if you look at 19 to 27, another 22 plus million people. If you look at our population in Philippines, major youth population who never know anything outside mobile world. Most of them are social media, are in a digital awareness kids. But another side, for me, disruptive innovation is not about bringing Tesla or ChatGPT. Of course, we can talk about all the nice technology for different purpose, but where you bring disruptive innovation is mainly the mass adapts the life, which is education, medical, insurance. If all three put together with the unified payment, accessible by the mass in real time. For best example, if I want to say, the Philippine mass adaptation is your shampoos and toothpaste. Can we bring the similar capabilities of availability of medical service, insurance, and education, along with the lending and financial needs for this mass population in advanced technology of your AI, your crypto, your blockchain, and put all together, building a nice platform for them to, it's like iPhone. iPhone don't need manual, right? You take the phone, start using it, and no need to give any manual to people. Same thing, can we do it for people given them with a localized, with multilingual? The people can start adapt within a fraction of a second. I can open an account, I can access to cash, do the money movement faster, that's a disruptive innovation. If you want to serve from current 35 million accessible population where most of the SMBs we talk to another 30 million population, probably about 60 million, 68 million population we want to cover. That is all we are working towards. That's what for me, that technology is the disruptive innovation going to be in Philippines.
All right. Thank you, Ramu. Amor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mike. The ironic thing about innovation is that it usually arises from a need, right? From a need, a want, or a desire. And everything that you probably need or want or desire has probably already been either labeled or discovered. So let's take, for example, the idea of food, right? So you started with hunter-gathering, but now you want your food delivered to you via a driverless vehicle, right? So it's basically taking a fundamental need and applying either new technology or new mindset so you can either do things differently or you can scale the delivery of that particular needs fulfillment, right? So that's how I term disruption. Two quick things, right? The internet has changed the way we do things. You're familiar with the first iteration of the internet, your email and your, what else did you do? What else did you do, Noel? With the internet. They call it the internet of porn. I'm not saying, I didn't necessarily say, right? Exactly, I needed to wake them up, right? I hope Sharon's not here. So either, oh my God, she's here with Ida, my champion for governance. Oh my goodness. So why? Because it's visuals and video, pictures and videos, right? The next phase is it changed the way we interact with each other. So we have social media, right? Then you get to the third phase, which is the internet of trust. So that's where things like blockchain or transferring money. And now I trust that if I transfer money to you, even if I don't know you, I know that the infrastructure will be safe and secure. But final point, the disruption comes from the mindset, right? So, Sir ko yan eh, kahit ano. Si Yusek, Sir Mon, who's my mentor, one of my mentors in the industry, said something important, digital signatures. But let me take it a step further. Do you know, guys, for example, let me try to leave you something that will really disrupt your mindset. Do you know that the data that you own, that the data that you have given, with or without permission to say banks and financial institutions, that is something you own? Raise your hand if you know that you own it. Ida is not allowed because she's the chair of the OFOC. So raise your hand. Only one person. So when you apply for a bank loan and you are charged 150 pesos for every page of your own personal data, you should actually be crying foul and going to social media. But you didn't know that you own it. Or maybe, for example, an incredible wallet like GCash need not just hold fiat and digital assets, but your identity, because you can actually make money out of your identity. So disruption can be tech or a mindset, or in the case of KPMG, who would think, right? Everyone thinks, when I was starting out in the industry, everyone knew KPMG to be one of the big four. Big four what? Audit and accounting. But really now they're leading, under the leadership of both Sharon and also Noel, leading the pack in innovation. Used to be accounting, auditing, and technology are an oxymoron, no? They're anathema, but not with KPMG. That's an example of disruption.
Thank you, Amor. George, go ahead.
Wow, that was, how can I beat that, right? Pass.
I love George. I love George. We all love George.
No, I mean, she makes a lot of sense. Of course she does. Because, you know, it does come from need, right? Everything that we do right now, progress, innovation, really is basically a better way of doing things as technology or anything, a new process becomes available to us. So that essentially is what disruption is. Disruption is just a fancy word. It just means a better way of doing things, right? And this can be due to certain conditions. And what is the fastest driver of this is technology. For example, us in Angkas, no? You know, we didn't invent habal-habal, right? We didn't invent motorcycle taxis. Habal-habal has been there for more than 10 years, 20 years. I'm from Mindanao, I grew up with habal-habal. You know, hence I knew that this was a form of transportation. But it was only when technology, technology came that gave us the ability to create a platform around it that can monitor, track, make sure that you vet the drivers, we gave insurance and whatnot. So we were able to do that and scale it. Now, before, habal-habal was essentially a trust agreement between the passenger and the rider. But that was done at a very, very small scale. Now, because of technology, we were able to expand the trust factor by creating a uniform experience. And we couldn't have done this without technology. But it doesn't take away the fact that it is still a trust agreement between two parties, right? At the end of the day, the problem with technology is we think that technology advances industries or advances products and services. That's not true. Technology is just a tool, right? We don't create products and services because of technology. We're able to, create products and services because of needs of people, and we're able to, to make a better product and make a better service or address a wider number of people because of technology. And I think we shouldn't forget that. And at the end of the day, akin to what Amor said about it being a need, and the need never changes, but the technology and the delivery and the way you scale that does. It's the same thing with content, right? If you look at, for example, Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast is more than 100 years old, right? It used to be a story, right? Then it became a play, right? Then it became a movie, right? Then it became cartoons. Then it became laser disc, VHS, laser disc, and so on and so forth. And it's the same story. It's never changed, right? It's just that before only a few people could really engage with it when it's a story by word of mouth. Then it became a play which reached a wider audience. Now you have streaming which reaches billions of people, right? So let's not forget about that, right? In everything that we do, it's about people. In KPMG, right? It's about people. You can have the best, ERP. You can have the best, all of these solutions that you provide. But at the end of the day, the reason why people are engaging with you is because they trust you. They trust your analysis. They trust you. You have credibility that when you say this is so, a lot of people believe it. So I think for me, let's find a way of better things, find a way to do better, find new ways of doing things. Let's disrupt, but let's not forget the reason why we're disrupting things, right? It's because we want to be able to help one another achieve progress in life or good things. And I think that's what disruption should be.
All right. Thank you, George. So a lot of things for us to chew on. And also, JT, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just to put some final touches on the collective insight we got from a very powerhouse panel. I hail from the agri-fishery sector where we have a lot of age-old structures. And for us, disruption is anchored on the philosophy of breaking to build. For us, it's all about breaking the current structure and status quo. Like in our case, we recognize, and the foundational premise of why we do things the way we do things has always been the fact that farmers and fisher folks actually belong to the bottom of the pyramid. And maybe we can break certain chains in there, vicious cycles of intergenerational poverty, long supply chains, data deficits. And so in our case, in our vision of transforming rural Philippines by providing sustainable pathways to market for our smallholder farmers and fisher folk, disruption means breaking whatever it is that used to hold them back from boosting rural incomes, from gaining that stable livelihood, from having that very transparent supply chain in a fair and a more efficient one, and doing things, that's what George mentioned, doing things better, right? So we can build new ones. So it's anchored on the philosophy and that enduring premise that we need to break something in order to build something better.
And then for the non-Filipinos in the audience, so the name of his company is Mayani, right?
Yeah.
Mayani. So etymology is Mayani, or there is harvest.
There is harvest.
There is harvest, right? So their business is really trying to improve the farm to market connection.
Yep.
So the intention is to sort of enroll more farmers, or is it increasing the market that will cater, to those farmers? Which between the two are you working on more?
Yeah, it's both actually, Mike. But in terms of the primary stakeholder without which we cannot build that overarching vision, it's really more of the farmers and the fisher folks. We recognize that for an agri-fisheries nation like the Philippines, right, you have about 10 million smallholder farmers and fisher folks, and if we can reach and expand our grassroots footprint to be able to reach out and onboard more co-ops, more associations of those farmers and fisher folks, then I guess that becomes the foundational point at which we could do a lot of interventions. One of the things I was even talking to Tony earlier was, and Amor was, how do we provide them even access to credit, right? How do we build something? How do we break that long age-old structure of credit scores, arcane credit scores, underwriting frameworks that actually inhibited a lot of these farmers from getting the much needed financial services and access to credit that they have long been seeking for. So those are the things we're doing. So it's really the unit, the primary mission and economic unit also that we have would be the farmer and the fisher folk.
All right. And I think if you look at the profile of our audience, it's pretty diverse as well. So even the disruption process itself will be different from one company to another, depending on the company type, and even on the size, right? So maybe a question for Fuse lending. Presumably, it may be harder to introduce disruption or doing something new in a big institution, right? And before you were even directly linked to Globe, right? So can you describe to us maybe the process that is in place in the company that would allow the company to identify a potential technology for disruption and how it could potentially be applied throughout the organization? So I presume that's a difficult thing to do for a medium to large size company.
Well, in the case of Fuse, in the case of GCash, we all know how the pandemic has really accelerated, the comfort level of Filipinos in using technology, using financial services or e-wallets, right? But the fact that in our case, lending business is deeply entrenched in the GCash ecosystem actually enables us to provide better products to our customers. So we're talking about disruption, and George is talking about how we use technology in this objective. So in the case of the lending business of GCash, we're able to leverage not just on technology, but on the data, which also Amor alluded to, the rich customer data of the millions of customers we have in GCash. And we're able to put that together, analyze that, to come up with what is now a proprietary credit score for us, which we call G-scores. If you look at your GCash app, you look at your profile, you can click G-score. And what that is basically is the trust score, a credit score we're able to attribute to each member of the GCash ecosystem. Now, I was also talking about disruption, not for disruption's sake, because the G-score now enables us to translate and to address the problems faced by borrowers, which is the lack of an identity, no IDs, and lack of collaterals, which would be required typically for formal lending. With the power of G-score, we break those barriers. So if a customer is eligible for a lending product in GCash, what that means is that it's very frictionless. There's no document required. There's no waiting time. Literally with a few clicks, and most of the fields are pre-filled because we would have done the KYC already. Customer gets access to the loan so in just a few seconds, and all that happens because we're able to leverage on the GCash ecosystem, and that's how the disruption happens for the lending business.
All right. My question there is still with you, would be on who thinks of all of these things, right? Is there a committee that was assigned by top manager, by directors to think of these things, or do you have a person locked in your office doing all of these creative things? So try to make it, how does it work in practical terms, right?
At the end of the day, no one has a monopoly of good ideas, right? So it can come from anywhere, for as long as it's clear that what the problem you're trying to address. In our case, it's really the objective of giving access to fair credit to more customers. And really, it doesn't come just from one person, but as long as that's clear, as long as what the problem you want to solve is clear, and it just iterates and it just builds on. For instance, in the G-score I mentioned earlier, it's not just one version. It takes iteration, it takes the development improvements over time, and to enable us to come up with what it is now.
Ramo, you care to share your thoughts on this?
Lovely. For me, the two things, right? process re-engineering and process automation. Process re-engineering, process automation, it's a culture. Within any company want to innovate, the culture need to be built at such a way in a co-creation mindset. It's not come from founder, it not come from director, it not come from the C-level people. It's the team who either internally cultivate or working with the like KPMG kind of experts, whether in a co-creation mindset with different SIs and part, to identify is the process going to increase my productivity or is it going to quick decision making or increasing my revenue or optimizing my burn rate from the cost efficiency and quick servicing. So these are the few factors always decide which process need to be adapted and how to be optimized with the measured properly with proper KPI and then put into a kind of proof of concept to test it in that particular use case, how this can works in the market. It can be underwriting, onboarding, alternate credit scoring, settlement and reconciliations, any field you can take it up, or even real-time payments movement with the multi-leg process in multi-chain supply chain. So these all need to be, as a team, need to design and work within the ecosystem as a co-creation mindset. Otherwise, the disruptive innovation is
it will be not as strong, right? If it's not on a co-creation.
Sorry,
Yes,
Mike,
Omar.
I just have to disrupt the conversation. Sorry.
Yes.
I totally agree
Porn
with
again, porn.
with the
Later,
two
please.
gentlemen. I don't know what you're talking about. With these two gentlemen about the need for teams and co-creation, but that's not been my experience. I work with innovative, disruptive companies all the time. The tone starts at the top, or might not be at the top, but there's always one disruptor from within, right? It's always that person who's always provoking. So in the case, for example, of the banking sector, shout out here, he's not here, but I always point out, spiritual father of digital Pilipinas is Dr. Tito Ortiz, right? I mean, how he thought of the disruption. Let's face it, right now, Union Bank is what Union Bank is, and eventually what Boitis Group is because of what he started. So he started a movement. He started a revolution. I mean, I'm so blessed. I mean, when I met George on the phone 5-6 years ago, I was like, oh my God, this is like, I'd like to hire this guy. I said, I didn't know he was the founder because when I first met him, I didn't even know that he was the founder. I thought I was talking to a revolutionary who was so angry and passionate about the world at the same time. It starts with a person. I'm sorry. Then once that Tinder is lit, right? Then that's when everyone else will follow. So then that's when the co-creation and the teams and everything comes together. But unless there's a disruptor from within, right? It's very difficult to start.
George, care to build on what Amor mentioned?
Yes, I am a disruptor.
Yes, yes.
And an angry person.
And intense.
Mabait talaga ako, promise. No, I think, we all talk about disruption, but, the need is important. Like, what are you trying to disrupt? For example, the financial inclusivity, right? The financial services. There is already a banking system that is created for corporations and employees. That's done, right? It's well-oiled. Anybody there can do a loan. Anybody there can get insurance as long as you're employed, as long as you have a corporation. But we realized later on that was pretty much like 1%, right? 99% of all companies are MSMEs, and they don't really fit that criteria. So there wasn't financial inclusivity there. What happened was we created an entirely new system for MSMEs, right? NBFIs were created, SME lending was there, a whole new set of criteria, a whole new set of circumstances, right? So those two are people with a piece of paper. But the general population, talking about the gig economy, informal economy, where Angkas operates, will never have a piece of paper. What do we do with them? They're not part of the formal economy. Sari-sari stores are informal, yet they represent 60% of the supply chain of the largest MNCs in the world. Does it make any sense? But they don't, a lot of people say, oh, these guys are not paying taxes. Of course they are. Every time they go to McDonald's, every time they go to Jollibee, every time they go to the grocery, they pay taxes via VAT. So they are contributing to the economy. They're moving the economy forward without any of the benefits. So what do? Do we force feed SME circumstances on them? Then we tell them, okay, you have to register. They'll never register. Look at it from this perspective. Tricycles are registered. They're juridical entities. They have a law, an LGU code that recognizes them. But there's not a single insurance company that will insure a tricycle. Not a single one, right? So they do not have access to the financial services. They do not have, this is what they're trying to resolve. So if you see that and you see that clearly, then you know that these guys are trustworthy. How do I know this? People are saying we don't have a credit economy. We do. When you go to the provinces, bawat appliance store, bawat pure gold is a credit economy. It's just not formalized. It's just not institutionalized. It's just not established. But that is a credit economy, character loans, right? So now how do we now, what we did in Angkas, for example, is there were informal habal-habals that we formalized into motorcycle taxis that are now regulated, right? So now they have access to insurance, they have access to training, and that made their lives better. But did it change what they were? Good drivers for motorcycles that can provide public transportation? No. But we found a system, we found a way to be able to really encapsulate that and be able to announce to everyone, hey, these guys are trustworthy. But they always were. Every single person in the province that gets a character loan, every single person, dealerships for motorcycles has very low default rate. Yet there's zero collateral because they've created a system for that. And if we're able to digitize that system with technology, what they're trying to do and what Mayani is trying to do also when it comes to the farmer, and that's where the better new way of doing things is, then we can scale this. Because we have 50,000 bikers that are out of the poverty line. Or we can do that to 1 million people, to 2 million farmers, right? To 1.2 million sari-sari store owners. If we just look at what they're already doing and create a circumstance or a system that is specific to them. And I think that is what the true disruption is.
And you clap to that.
Sorry if I was too angry.
JT, anything to add? The challenge that we normally see is that when does the disruption process end, and when can you scale up? The disruption that you just introduced. So maybe can you share some, anecdotes that you personally experienced in relation to that?
I guess when it's really working already, and we see some sort of traction from that solution. So, like in our case, Mike. So let's say now is actually July, and whenever it's July in the agri-fishery sector, we call it the Southwest Monsoon Season, habagat, right? And that's where a lot of challenges. You could see that average farm gate prices from July towards the end of the year are higher. You could also see that a lot of gluts in oversupply also happens latter half of the year. In our case, we see disruption working, and at least the end journey of that disruptive idea happens when it's already working. And we've seen, for instance, in the part of fisher folks we're in, whenever it's habagat season, you'll always have an overcatch. Such a huge catch volume. And so what we did in our supply chain operations was we started beefing up our supply chain operations and integrating them with the supply chains of, say, the likes of Pure Gold, Robinson's, Walter Mart, and provide that stable market offtake for those fisher folk that we work with. So we see there intangible, quantifiable terms that it's working. We're moving oversupply of volume. We're boosting their incomes, their take-home pay as smallholder fisher folk, and it's there. There's traction.
Excellent. And then actually, I need to apologize. We were informed that we need to, last few minutes for this panel. But maybe going back to you in terms of the what sort of support do you think the sector or the country needs in general to maybe to try to bump up the level of disruption or game-changing events that would happen within the market?
Thank you for asking that, Mark. I think a lot of this disruptions entails a new business model.
Yeah.
And okay, I'll again wear my this time I'm going to wear my Atin hat. Okay, and that is where Atin is very, very active in, because a lot of the regulatory bodies that we have in the Philippines do not understand what these new business models are. Okay, blockchain. It's a good thing that the BSP created a regulatory sandbox that actually allowed them to understand what blockchain is all about, and at the same time allowed these players to actually be able to operate with on a sandbox of this scheme. But the other regulatory bodies do not have that, do not understand that. Okay, and this is where we come in. I remember what Madeleine Albright said, former U.S. Secretary of State. Okay, it's very, very difficult to regulate a 21st century disruptive technology using a 20th century process and a 19th century mindset. Okay, and that is where we actually come in and try to make our regulatory bodies understand what these new business models really are, and we are working very, very hard with them to actually create the right environment for these people to scale up and really thrive in this new digital economy.
All right. So to our audience members, just reach out to Mon after this, to the extent that you definitely need the help or support moving forward. And then I'd like to ask our 5 remaining panelists maybe parting words, closing statements directly related to our topic. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's an honor to be in this panel, and we've talked about disruption, and it's such a big word, but I guess the panel here is a testament that it can be done. In the case of financial inclusion, we've made inroads, but we also realize the work is far from over. And it's not just going to take GCash or one company to address that. It's going to be partnership. I was just talking to the rest of the panelists here earlier on how we can partner. So ultimately, disruption to address the problems, a multitude of problems we face as a country, will take the partnership not just with the private sector, but also with government, and it really will take a village to create that disruption that will really benefit and uplift the whole population.
All right. Nice words, Thank you. Amor, go ahead.
I think for my parting words, I'd like to share with you the story of what we do in Digital Pilipinas. We are right now the largest private sector-led movement for digitalizing 12 industries. So we've seen, we continue to champion the banking and payment space. Very recently, we worked on the insurance space, and now also the PropTech and smart city space, all of which have their own breathing organizations. But the challenge is there are actually 9 more, at least in our rule book. Who's championing agriculture? Mayani can't do it alone. The energy sector, how come not everyone has a say in how energy is distributed and generated, and it's still super centralized? So the point I'm making is, let's not focus on the traditional sectors, the ones that have the most money, because I'll tell you where the most money is those sectors that don't have a champion yet. And it takes a whole of ecosystem, whole of country approach to do it. And that's what we do, is to bring the legislators with the market leaders, with the technologists, with the regulators, so they can all work together. And on that note, I just really want to thank everyone, especially KPMG, for making sure that whatever it is that we say and we do is always aligned. Maraming salamat po.
All right, thank you, Amor. And then, And then, just in case Ramo does not mention it, the official launch of IndyPay will be later this year or early next year for the Philippines.
December 20.
Right. So let's support and wait for it. Go ahead, Reza.
Thank you, buddy. See, most of us are not technologists and strategists, right? Guys, the AI is unavoidable. Artificial intelligence is coming. It's came already. Any of the work, any of your enterprises not adapting AI in some form, you will be behind. That's a fact. You know, some form of AI must need to be start putting in part of your automations. Start adapting it. If you don't have a strategy, start put that in your strategy page. AI is going to be changing the world and therefore disrupting. But use cases, we talked about all the people, but the technology pillar is going to be artificial intelligence backed up with data. Without data, AI is nothing. But these two going to rule the world, and people experience personalization, cross-selling product, changing people life. So please start looking at that in part of your strategic pillar. Thank you.
Thank you. George?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you some parting words to kind of change a little bit your perspective in terms of how you want to look at things, right? To really disrupt something, you gotta change how you approach it. Stop thinking about the macro. Everybody always tells you, scale, economies of scale, whatnot. It can be for a lot of people. Stop thinking so much about the macro. Think about the micro, reverse it, right? Think about the micro, think about the family, think about who you're serving, right? And then think about their problems. What are their issues? What are their pain points? Because what we did in Angkas is, the reason why we're a successful ride-hailing company has nothing to do with ride-hailing. It's because we were able to look at our bikers and look at the communities in our bikers and look at exactly what their problem was and how do we address that problem. When we started looking at the micro and we started uplifting communities that were close to us, our neighbors, within our sphere, then that's when things started really to move. That's when we created not just a vendor, a supplier, or a relationship, but we created a real community. And that community, as much as I championed for them, they also bat for me. That community went out on the streets. That community pushed for innovation, pushed for their own progress alongside what we were doing. So we did it together. And if you're able to look at that, then you're really going to change things. Because I promise you one thing, right? Doing good is a very, very lucrative business if you're able to really address somebody's problem. So start with your own community, and if you're doing it right, it'll really groundswell, it'll grow to something very, very big. And then you'll get your economies of scale without even having to plan or think about it.
Thank you, George. And finally, JT, go ahead.
Yeah, we just want to call out to everybody who shares our vision of transforming rural Philippines, where farmers and our fishermen lead better lives because of the better things we do. If you know any farmer group, fisher folk association out there, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Our social media channels are there. And thank you so much, KPMG, for bringing the agri sector into this platform and giving a voice to rural Philippines. Appreciate the platform. Thank you.
Okay, so to everyone, please give our speakers and panelists a warm round of applause. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Let's have a quick photo. Come, let's have a quick photo together. Noel, I don't know, Sharon, if she's here. Come on. We came for you guys. Is Sharon here?
Please join our panelists for a photo to our KPMG in the Philippines
Sharon in the middle.
Executive Committee. If you're here, please join Sharon. And what an invigorating, meaningful panel discussion. Amazing points. They are not angry, just passionate, right? Pushing us to think bigger and bolder. And I think this is the most applauded panel for the day. How many times did we break into an applause? We had so many applause breaks. Thank you very, very much. What an amazing discussion. And thank you as well to Mike, our moderator. Big smiles here on stage from our game changers and disruptors. One more time, a big round of applause to our panelists. Wow. Ending the fourth panel with a bang. very hard to top, but we have more to come this afternoon. And lots of camaraderie here as well on stage. We wish that the day just kept going and going because there's so much to talk about. And as we near the end of this summit, we have one final treat for you who are joining us here at Fairmont and also via our live stream. Hello, we feel you as well. Send in your comments and thoughts, what you've learned so far, what you think about our Innovation Summit. We'd love to hear more from you. So this afternoon, when we get back to the stage, now that it is clear, this afternoon, we will witness the top 3 finalist pitches to become the first Philippine representative to the KPMG Global Tech Innovator Competition, where the best startups and emerging tech players across the globe will be showcasing their innovation, perseverance, and skills to potential investors. This is very exciting to start. We're gonna get them settled as well. We're gonna meet our esteemed panel of judges. Okay, let's begin. And I am honored to reintroduce KPMG R.G. Manabat and Company Chairman and CEO, Ms. Sharon G. Dayon. Ma'am, thank you for joining us. As our judge, I will steal you away. This time, once again, Digital Filipinas convener and Geyser Maclang co-founder, Ms. Amor Maclang, take your spot at the judges table. We're making her work double time this afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Amor. We also have Chief Technology Transfer Officer of the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, Ms. Russell Pili. Ms. Russell. And finally, Opal Portfolio Investments SPV AMC Incorporated President, Ms. Ida Tiongson. And joining them as well is Sir Mon Ibrahim, Alliance of Tech Innovators for the Nation Lead Convener, DICT former Undersecretary. Okay. So let's give our judges a big round of applause. We don't envy your roles today. It will be quite a challenge, I'm sure. Let's get the competition started. The 3 winners from the initial round of the Philippine GTI competition held a month ago will now be competing to become the Philippine representative for the final global round in Lisbon, happening this November. So today, we will be witnessing their presentations and we'll see who will be taking on the global stage. Without further ado, let's begin with our first finalist, Packworks, represented by its co-founder and CEO, Bing Tan. Presentation, our panel of judges will be asking questions as well. We'll be giving some time for that so that we can hear our finalists as they also tell us more outside of the pitch presentation. Bing, the floor is yours.
Is my all right? Hi, thank you. All right, do I start here? Thank you, everyone. My name is Bing Tan. I'm going to be presenting our startup today, so thank you for having me right now. So without further ado, we are Packworks, and I'm here to share with you that we're building the widest B2B network of sari-sari stores and micro entrepreneurs because we want to empower all of them. Next slide, please. All right, so my name is Bing Tan, and I am together here today with you with my 2 co-founders, Iba, Hubert. The 3 of us have roughly been working for about 20 years now. And in the past 20 years, our relationships have professional relationships have weaved in and out of FMCG and retail. Iba here has been formerly the Philippine country representative for the Facebook Digital Literacy Committee. My other co-founder, Hubert Yap, has been in the FMCG space, bringing in about 5 of the top 10 ASEAN brands in the country, having sold billions of dollars worth of goods in the past years. I myself have always been the technology geek. I have been developing platforms for some of the country's enterprises in the past 20 years. And together, we are actually here today because we decided to solve a problem that we didn't exactly want, but a problem that we felt needed to be solved. The Philippines, I believe, has a problem of exclusion. No? Exclusion meaning that if you are in retail and FMCG, you will always be able to interact with sari-sari stores. And I want to zoom in particularly on the sari-sari stores that we work with. Today, sari-sari stores, they have a lot of problems, but I'm going to be focusing on the 3 main ones that we see. One is a lack of efficiency, which means that if nanay is sick, the store has to close. That's a real problem. Number 2, there is no tracking or any sort of business metrics. And you know, in FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, sari-sari stores, inventory is equal to money. And lastly, and very unfortunate, financial service access is only given by loan sharks. In fact, the Philippines is world-renowned for the concept of 5-6. And this is a reality for the stores that we work with. Next slide, please. And so here at Packworks, we are on a mission to basically empower the sari-sari stores and micro-entrepreneurs with business and financial technology. We want the sari-sari stores to empower themselves and uplift themselves because we believe that a strong economy is an inclusive economy. Our vision really is to be a leading platform for all micro-retailers across the world, providing them with access to resources that they need to succeed. And how do we do that? Let me give you a Philippine overview of our beachhead market, the Philippines. The Philippines has over 1 million sari-sari stores. FMCG, they say, is about $60 billion per annum. According to a research study, 60% of FMCG goods still pass through the hands of the sari-sari store. Now, flip it around. If you are an FMCG and you have access to this 1 million stores, it means that you are serving 120 million people with your goods. Today, where we talk to you right now, Packworks is empowering 200,000 sari-sari stores in the country. Let me share with you how we do that, please. When we started the network about 3 years ago, we met Anne. Anne back then was actually a cashier in the city for a big conglomerate. Pandemic hit, she lost her livelihood. She was a minimum wage earner. And during that time, he was also starting her sari-sari store business. That was the time when we met her. I'm happy to report that 2 years after, we were able to increase Anne's sales by 50%. That's amazing in our purview. Number 2, she is now able to sell more because all of her goods and all of her pricing are now on a tablet. That's empowering. In fact, she can take her rest days because she can leave her business now with her family. Lastly, I think the most heartwarming piece that we've done, because of the KYC process that we created for Anne, she was able to avail of a business insurance. That is very empowering for a small business. And we are grateful for the partners that we work with who provide this kind of power to Anne. And so, this has been the work of Packworks for the past 3 years, empowering the stores that we work with. Next slide, please. And so, whenever we talk to partners and we get to talk to investors, they always ask us who our competitors are. I want to be clear. Our answer has always been, we don't compete with anyone. In fact, I believe we always complement them. But I just want to create these distinctions in the market. We at Packworks, we believe that we're an asset-light digital layer that sits on top of every layer of the supply chain. We are a supply chain solution compared to probably journaling apps. No? Journaling apps are apps that you can download and input business data on. Okay? We are different with them in that we are very specific and focused on the sari-sari store grocer industry, while they actually target the more widespread MSMEs, which we do not. So that is a distinction with that model. The other model would be the more popular asset-heavy model. The asset-heavy model, in which case they are actually in a race to capture, create warehouses, build up inventory, and do logistics. In Packworks, we felt that if we wanted to really create true inclusion, we did not want to do what a distributor could do. We did not want to compete in warehousing and inventory because we believed that that was something that we did not need to tackle. That was a different problem. So with that, let me share with you a little bit deeper about what our business model is. So for us in Packworks, I just want to give you a business snapshot. In about 2.5 years, we were able to grow the network from 0 to 200,000 stores. In 2022, we ended the year with an annualized GMV of $140 million. We do about 600,000 microtransactions on a monthly basis. But I think one of the biggest difficulties that we had to do and succeeded to do was that in 12 months, we were able to sign 16 manufacturers and FMCG partners. These 16 actually comprise 30% of the average Filipino basket. And the way we make money is take a take rate from every layer of the supply chain except the sari-sari stores that we work with. We believe in really empowering them. And our value is holistic in terms of approach. That being said, we are actually on track to hit $1 million in monthly revenue by the time we hit 2025 based on our business model. With that, I am here in front of you. Next slide, please. With that, I'm here in front of you, and we are currently looking for investors and partners who are willing to make a bet on the Philippines through Packworks. We are in the middle of raising our Series A, and we believe that we need all of the help that we can get. Being said, we as a team really think that inclusion is not just the job of one, but the job of everyone. And so I welcome you to be a partner of Packworks. With that, that is actually my last slide. Thank you for having me. I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Bing Tan of Packworks. We now will be turning over the microphones to our judges for any questions, thoughts on the presentation. Shall we begin? Ma'am? Ms. Ida?
Hi, Bing. How are you?
Good, good.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Couple of questions that I'm kind of missing out. Affordability. How can the sari-sari stores afford the tools? And the second question is, I'm trying to put things together. Where exactly do you earn?
Okay. To be straightforward, I would say that our business model is a bit complex. We actually don't sell hardware. We don't distribute. We don't do any logistics. What we approach the sari-sari stores is really share with them that there is a platform such as Packworks, and we tell them what kinds of hardware that they need to do. So for the stores who I would consider to be the bigger stores, they actually can afford the devices, and we let them purchase this themselves. What is more important is what happens the day after the purchase of the hardware, and that is us getting into the stores. And once we get to the stores, we teach them how to use it. So there's a little bit of training that needs to happen. But what we've come to realize is that in the past 3 years, our churn rate has been below 5%. That means that the more they use, the more they learn. And they see it as an empowering tool. And the way we work is this. It's really an ecosystem approach. So basically, we get to see the transactions that pass through the platform. And we are a data company. This data we share with the principals that we work with. As we do this, I think the intention really is to share with the principals that for us to really drive value to the stores that we serve, everyone must come into the same platform so that we can all share the progress of these stores. The problem that we've seen before, for example, is that all of the MNCs would always want their own ecosystem and own platform. How do you expect Nanay, who already has no help, to be accessing 10 different apps just to solve her business problems? This is the reason why we had to flip the model around and put Nanay at the front and center. I say Nanay because from our data, 75% of our market are actually females. So, and that's why, and that's the kind of work that we do. No? So to a certain extent, when we make money, it's from every layer. So here's how I usually share and define our strategy. No? So for an MNC and FMCG, we are a data company. For a distributor, we are a digital order taker for them. For the Nanays that we serve, we are a holistic business solution, a loyalty platform and an advertising platform. That is the kind of work that we do.
Right, many layers. Miss Amor, question?
All the best, guys. And from a Philippine perspective, I really see the value of what you guys are trying to achieve. But from what I understand, what KPMG is trying to do is we're actually selecting an idea that can actually slug it out, right, in the global market. Because what's happening in Portugal is, you know, the best of the Philippines will have to compete with. Where I need you to bridge my gaps would be, although this for me makes a compelling case for the Philippines, given my work in ASEAN and also for even in Africa, as of late, I'm trying to see how I can scale it overseas.
Okay.
Yes.
To be frank and probably share with you our problem, we have actually already been invited to deploy our platform in 5 other countries. I would say South Asia and Southeast Asia. So here's, I think, what a lot of people don't appreciate with FMCGs. When you work with them, what you're actually learning is their process of working. That is exactly the discipline that we as a team have created. We understand exactly how they deploy their products straight to their market. So because we do not compete with anyone in their supply chain layer, we all empower them. This is why they want to bring us to that other country, to basically apply the same know-how and knowledge of working with the MSMEs and execute our strategy with them. So growing to another country is actually much easier. It's just a function of capital for us. And we've decided not to get into that for fear of losing focus. We want to win where the real battle first here in our country before we get to another country.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. I want to understand how innovation actually worked through your business model and how are you able to that 0 to 200 stores? That's actually amazing. But no, sari stores are that sector in our economy that are traditional, family-oriented. They're averse to technology, and they actually do not talk to business people because they're really very small, and then they don't need much. So what are the encumbrances that you faced when you were starting talking to sari stores and making this happen?
Yes, no, I really love that question because just to share with you, when we started about 5 years ago, we made a backyard survey. We asked them, Nanay, do you have internet in your store? The answer was no. But when we asked them, Nanay, do you use Facebook? They said yes. And that was the gap that we were trying to fill. The understanding that you can use internet for business. That's one. Number 2, I think that the Philippines is actually in an inflection point. It's an inflection point where technology hardware is cheap enough. Internet is actually available and fast enough compared to 10 years ago. And lastly, there's a generation that you're actually starting to serve. The average age of our nanays are actually 55, which means that they also have children who are teenagers. So you would be surprised that what we've learned in 3 years, a standard onboarding which used to take 14 days is now 1 day. By the end of the day, our nanays and their children are starting to use the platform. That to me is power, right? And number two, I think coming from an outside looking in, when we work with the nanays, there's a community effect. Remember, our business model intrinsically believes that the sari-sari store is the best salespeople in their community. Being that cornerstone, that conversation happens with all of the sari-sari stores around that area. And that's actually what we take advantage of. Empowering all of them and making them see that by digitizing, they're able to improve their business. And true enough, when we first started, it was absolutely difficult. But today, it's just much faster to convert because I have a lot, not just anecdotal, but data proof of how we improve everyone's lives. That to me is empowerment.
We have about 5 more minutes left for our Q&A, Sir Mon, and then Ms. Sharon.
Thank you. Nice presentation, Bing. Okay. I can see the value of the platform, but I'm not sure if I truly understand the growth strategy. Okay. So what is the roadmap?
Okay. So currently, we are in about 200,000 of the 1 million sari-sari stores published today. Okay. We can go for hours here because this is deep understanding of the FMCG supply chain context. What we target are the stores that distributors cannot reach. That's the strategy. And for us to be able to uncover them, our conversations really happen with our familiarity with the area, number one, but number two, with the help of both distributors and the manufacturers. So this is a relationship that we build together to uncover these balanced stores that they cannot reach. Okay. Number two, to me, this is an exercise of typically what we used to do in distribution. Essentially, you get really field on the ground, boots on the ground, and they really go around the area and start selling, right? That's why to us, understanding that nature, we believe that we will be more powerful partnering with them than competing with them, right? So we work, every time we sign a principal, we actually work with their entire organization to uncover all of these stores. In fact, just to share with you, I think we've been quite successful enough that I actually have another balanced 100,000 stores I can't cover just yet because we were growing so fast in terms of uncovering these stores, right? So to us, uncover these stores. Number two, digitize them. Once you teach them, then we are able to add products and services that they could not have offered if they were not digital.
But how do you intend to uncover these stores? Okay, for example,
yes.
Okay, how many heads do you have right now?
We have about 60 people in our
60 people, okay. So how do you intend to actually discover?
I think that's really part of the secret sauce that we do. As I've mentioned, I still have 100,000 that I haven't covered. But in effect, this is in relation with having also a field team where we really scour and go around the area. Okay, so this is almost like a brick and tech approach, right? This is making use of what's analog and putting a digital layer on top of this execution and activity. Okay, that being said, time is also very important because every time I get to see a transaction of these stores on the platform, I am generating business data. I am generating habits. I can see that Bing Store is purchasing from your store 3 times a week at an average of 700 pesos every day. I have data of all of these stores because I nurtured every single one of them, or we as a team nurtured every single one of them to use the platform. And you see, it was very, very difficult to start, But now that I have 200,000 stores and all of that data, they see how we can empower them. And that to me is where it starts. The genesis is very difficult, right? But I'm already here at this stage. And that, I think, is where the flywheel starts to turn. Every time I go to an area, I am able to speak with more stores who are not yet in the platform. And now I have my own leads generation approach, right? And see, again, it's difficult if you are not yet in a single store, but I am currently in 20% of my targeted market. And being in 20% is a whole lot easier coming from zero. But to get to the next 500 needs a little bit more effort, just the same, because there's only 60 of us, and our stores are equally spread across the country. There is a Packworks platform user in every province in the country, not yet in every barangay, but in every province in the country. So even our data is equally distributed with our GDP numbers. I can say that roughly my sales is 60% in Luzon, 40% in Visayas, Mindanao. I can categorically say that my NCR data is about half of that, 30%. I have all of that data today.
For our last question,
No,
SGD?
it's just really a clarification. Initially, when you answered the question earlier, you said you have a target market. It's not the entire 1.6 million stores because you are focusing on stores that the distributors couldn't reach.
And that's 1 million.
That's 1 million. Okay. And then what's your timeline to get to the 1 million? And in your numbers that you projected, was it driven by the increase in the number of stores or the transactional values that the stores have on a per day basis?
The increase of our GMV.
Your revenue projections.
Our revenue projections, it's two. It's growing the stores, but also increasing our product offering. So we're very excited to share that actually this quarter, we will be launching with a few partners to do inventory financing, for example. Again, creating some sort of a take rate that isn't coming from the sari-sari store itself, right? So one of the efforts that we're currently doing is by adding more products and offerings to these stores, we basically have a take rate for every partner that we get on board on our platform, right? But again, there is a lot of curation that needs to happen because, as I mentioned, I just want to see what the current setup is. Current setup, loan shark, 20% interest rate. If I can give them borrowing rates below credit card, that would be a huge impact already to their bottom line, right? So this is what we're trying to bridge. That bridge where FMCGs don't know how to work with the small stores, banks and lending entities not knowing how to attack that problem as well, and putting them all in one ecosystem where we can come up with a process. And it's this process that's absolutely exportable.
Okay, I think that's all the time we have for the Q&A for our first pitch. Thank you very much to our judges as well for such focused questions. And thank you, Bing from Packworks. Okay. Up next, we're going to welcome on stage our second finalist, Peddler founder and CEO, Mr. Nel Ligo.
Hello. Hi guys, good afternoon. I'm Nel. I'm the founder and CEO of Peddler. So we're doing digital and financial inclusion for Philippine micro and small businesses. And next slide, please. As a background, I used to work as a finance and accounting professional for the FMCG companies for almost a decade. And on the side, I've been wearing a second hat as a digital transformation champion and also data analytics person for this FMCG companies and created a lot of financial tools that has been deployed locally, regionally to Southeast Asia, and even globally for P&G and Unilever. And together with my co-founder, Aiko, we built Peddler from scratch from a city called Catbalogan City in Samar. And we are still based down there with very local talents from Region 8 and even on Visayas and Mindanao. So we're currently right now building the infrastructure and organizing the unorganized business segments of like micro and small businesses in the Philippines. Next slide, please. And together with our cap table and early believers, we managed to raise 4.9 million of gunpowder to create products to solve problems of micro and small businesses in the Philippines. Next slide, please. And these are like, we're talking about 20 million micro and small businesses in the Philippines, including formal and non-formal economy. This is the second largest group of businesses on the region, next to Indonesia. Next slide, please. And yeah, so our thesis is very simple. We rank all the pain points of these micro and small businesses, and we came up with these top 3 pain points that they have. Number 1, manual inventory. Most of these business owners are doing inventory management manually. And it totally makes sense to solve the problem because there's no other alternative right now. Even pen and paper cannot resolve the issue. So we created the POS application to solve this issue. And also, most of these businesses doesn't have financial literacy, so we created the application and the solution in order to build them visibility for their financials, give them visibility of their margins, cash flows, and credit. And also, we all know that these micro merchants have less to no access to capital, and we're trying to solve this right now to ensure financial inclusion of these businesses. Next slide, please. And the solution we built is very simple. It's a free-to-use OS-like POS application, which can work to any mobile application offline or mobile phone offline. It's a very simple UI with a easy-to-read financial statements. You just need to download the application, upload your SKUs, use your camera to scan barcode or buy a barcode scanner, and everything will be recorded. It prints receipts, and it goes automatically to your financial statements. Next slide, please. And we managed to connect all financial modules automatically without any manual intervention to the core product of inventory management. We have like credit ledger. If may utang yung customer ng tindahan, automatically pupunta dito. This is to manage their account receivable. Tapos pag due na yung utang ng tindahan, the app automatically sends a reminder to the customer, hey, you have a credit to this tindahan, and it's due on this time and this amount. And also, we figure out that most of these business owners have difficulty of tracking their accounts payable, and they're trying to avoid paying dues and bills because it creates a lot of penalty. We created also accounts payable management or payment ledger to manage all their payables to vendors. And we have cash ledger to manage their cash flow. This is much more of like an audit process by end of day, how much cash on hand versus transactional cash. And it totally makes sense for us because the businesses have uploaded their SKUs inventory on the platform, and we have the data of those SKUs, and the app can easily create an online store built in on one single application. They now can share that link to their customer so that they can participate on e-commerce on all social media. And all the orders on this one goes to the app directly. Next slide, please. Sorry, nahihingal ako. Okay, game. I know it's very hard to imagine all of those challenges. And as like a technology builder for the FMCG, we ensure that change management and business fundamentals are on place. So when you say technology, we always relate to cost. These two are the most like barrier of entry of any businesses in terms of digitalization. It's very expensive when you say solutions, software, etc. But with Peddler, we managed to remove this friction by giving the solution for free for everyone to accelerate the adoption. And also when you say software technology, it's very complex. But with Peddler, we managed to make it simple. Within the first 15 minutes to 20 minutes, the first onboarding is done. A user will be able to figure out the core functionality of the inventory management. And between 7 days to 14 days, the entire module, they will learn how to use it. Next slide, please. And yeah, our merchants love us because we're helping them improve their top line through revenue and also their bottom line through automation of non-value adding activities. Next slide, please. And yeah, and as a proof of traction on the success of what we've been building, we currently have actual monthly active users all across Philippines of 221,000 businesses with a very sticky product with M1 cohort retention of 60%. After 22 months, these users are still on the platform at 51% retention. Total GTV of the entire network merchants is 2.7 million annual. Equals to 168 million of transaction and actual invoices created. So this is basically what we are doing for Philippines. Next slide, please. And yeah, we are all over the Philippines with 1,400 merchants all across the country. And next slide, please. And these are the entire businesses that we have helped so far for 2 years. 221,000 actual monthly active users. Next slide, please. And yeah, I know it's very hard to comprehend because it's a free app. The idea is to create layers of module to extract value from the network. This is a very sensitive, price-sensitive segment. If you ask them to pay monthly, they'll never use the technology. And there's no acceleration of digitalization. So the idea was to create, based on data, what are the transactions being recorded on the POS and automate end-to-end. So first release our digital products. Thank you. So based on data, these sari-sari stores and all other businesses are using Peddler to handle their inventory. They have different applications, SIM cards, using on the side by selling it, and they record it on Peddler. It doesn't make sense. So we created end-to-end solution, including inventory purchases from us, including printing of receipts end-to-end. And this was created for almost 1 year, double the funds that we have raised in terms of revenue. So nasa 8 million, 10 million revenue today. And we have a lot of things on pipeline, including financial portfolio financing and CapEx financing. Because we have the data of these businesses, we know the health, we see their cash flow, we see their accounts payable, their receivables, and the scorecard we are building through a data lake is already 30% done. And later it will be used in order to release CapEx and portfolio financing together with MasterCard. Yep, I think that's all from my end.
Quite a marathon of innovation. Now we're going to let you catch your breath just a bit as we turn it over to our judges for your questions. Any takers? Okay, Mr. Moore.
Hi, Amor. I've seen you on news, on TVs.
Hopefully not being apprehended for anything. Maraming salamat. Maupay nga kulo?
Maupay nga kulo, di ba?
Yes. Two things. Number one, are you API ready? Can you connect to various businesses who can easily plug in?
Yep.
Okay, very good. I just want to clarify, you said something about it can also be used offline, thus addressing connectivity issues, right?
Issues,
operational. So, do we ask questions, Sharon, or comments, or both? Pwede? Both. So, the MSE market is something that I could see scaling outside of just the Philippines. Because in our work, both in ASEAN, specifically in Indonesia, which is our twin sister for needs, I see this to be a potential solution, and more so in Africa. However you do today, I wish you all the luck, but I'd like to invite you to be part of the Rockstera platform of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, because they're looking for various platforms that can scale for SMEs. But before the judges think that, I'm favoring his presentation, I actually have a problem with your presentation, It's the spelling of monetization. You didn't put the
Ah,
M.
sorry. It was a catch-up
Thank
slide.
you, thank you.
Yeah.
All the best.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thanks for highlighting.
Where is spell check when you need it handy, huh? But you know what? All of our finalists are winners already. It's just really a matter of, getting that representative to raise the Philippine flag in Lisbon. So thank you for that question and comment.
Yeah, I do.
Ms. Ita.
Hi
Yes.
now. Hi. Another excellent presentation. In fact, I think you should tandem with Packworks. Having said that, you're actually doing this for free. So it's the same question as where is the sustainability on your part? That's one. And,
Sure.
if I may expand that further, I know you said that you have a 51% retention. I would actually worry in business that I can only retain 51. So why weren't you able to retain the 49%?
So to answer the latter question, on an industry practice for mobile applications, especially for fintech products, the industry average at M12 retention is 25%. This is M22. This is so much farther from day one and still at 55. This is like best in class retention rate. And I know the reason why is because we've seen the funnel. The application is a software they download on Play Store. Now, these people start investing on the software like a 500 pesos thermal printer, a barcode scanner, etc. And when they start doing that, they're in for peddler for a very long time. So those are basically the why the retention is so high at M22. Now, to answer your question about how we monetize and extract value, so we're using the application to digitalize and for them to accelerate the jump to technology. And we have created layers of business modules on top of that POS, like digital products. They can buy inventory from us, like e-load, bills payment, all of those things, and we take cut of that inventory through automation. Kasi ngayon, ginagamit nila yung SIM card, they go to a distributor locally, bibili sila ng inventory, uuwi sila sa barangay nila or sa town. It doesn't make sense, so we automated everything on the POS. Yep, and some other products I have highlighted, and including the pilot of our portfolio financing. Because of, if you look at the province lab, these businesses love for this, an opportunity for them to grow, but they don't grow much because there's no capital. So we're looking at the data in terms of the transaction, receivable, payables, and we use that data to approve portfolio financing, meaning if they want to expand their SKUs, we can do that in partnership of the principals.
Sir Mon?
Hi, Nel. Excellent presentation. Sa totoo lang ako hiningal sa iyo. Can you promise everyone here before you go to Lisbon?
I'm very good.
Lose weight. Magbawas ka naman ng weight mo.
Yeah. I just arrived this morning in Manila, so I was really tired.
Okay. Mukhang puro coding ang ginagawa mo eh. Kaya ka rin ganun. Okay. How many people do you have right now?
So right now we have 80 people.
Doing what?
Everything like 50% are product, IT, design, etc.
Okay.
We have then 20 people doing support, finance, operations, and the rest is more of the HR functions.
How long have you been operating? How long have you been
2
operating?
years.
2 years. Okay. And
Just
so
this-
far, siguro may hindi confidential to.
Yeah, we're on track in achieving positive EBITDA in the next few quarters.
Okay.
I can be profitable tomorrow to cut
Okay.
this cost, but
Okay.
I will not do that because it impedes the growth of the company.
Okay.
But we are on track and we're committed to deliver those numbers and forecasts with our investors in the
Okay.
next few quarters.
If given the chance to actually pitch in Lisbon, what's going to be your ask?
So right now we're not fundraising,
Okay.
but if I will go to market and do fundraise, I'm looking at somewhere around 10 million US dollars
Okay.
on a valuation of north of 50, 60 million right now. But since we have cash, we have an offset of revenue to the burn, so I think we're very long.
Okay. So what's going to be what is the growth strategy for the next 5 years?
So for the next 5 years, can you show the slide, please? So it's basically more of building those stocks of services that we have. we started with digital products, and we will be rolling out physical product distribution as well. Can you go further? Sige pa. Sige pa. Yep, this one. So these are the ones that are live in terms of value extraction. So what the purple ones are the ones that are pending for review for this year. And the gray ones, the financing side of the business, will be moved to the next 2 years. So it's really more of building the fundamentals of the business while slowly growing the merchants base. Because like I can burn cash and acquire all the merchants in Philippines, but it doesn't make sense in terms of business fundamental and sustainability. Kasi masusunog lahat ng cash flow namin. So we're slowly building the fundamentals and revenue sources.
Any other questions, Ms. Russell?
Hi.
Yep.
Yes, I've been to Samar recently, and I saw, I see peddler everywhere there. So congratulations on that. Just thinking that you can actually expand now, even outside the Philippines. And there are problems in Southeast Asia are probably the same that we have here. So you have a good opportunity there. But also that startups in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, are also advanced in a way. So what's your product roadmap in terms of differentiating yourselves, given that, these are a very, some startups can actually do this also. And that's my first question. My second question is that, why do you stay in Catbalogan? No, I'm just amazed actually because I'm coming from a perspective that innovation will only work if it fits the environment that you are in, and I'm amazed that it actually works there in Catbalogan, given a city. It's not even a city. No,
It's a city,
It's,
but
it's a
small
city, right?
microcity,
So
yeah.
it's not tech savvy. You have internet problems, or there's not really so much support there, but it actually works. So.
Yep. So I'll answer the last because that's the thing that I remember right now. I'll go back to the first question. So the question is like, why Catbalogan? My question is, why not? It has proven we built the product during the pandemic. Everybody was locked out. We released the first version 7 days. We iterated after 2 weeks as well. And it was home-based. It's working for us, not only much more of comfortability for me, I'm biased, but much more of a cost perspective. Right now, my office costs $1,000 monthly, where if I go to BGC, it will cost me 2.5 million. So why waste those money? I'm giving it to my employees, giving them Manila rate. They're living on a provincial cost. So I think it much more of like me attracting talent and building the narrative that in Philippines, it's not only Manila or Cebu or anything else where you can build talent.
Okay, so the first question.
Yeah, so the first question, going global or even regional, I totally agree. Sari-sari store, the Philippine landscape is almost the same for Southeast Asian market. A lot of investors that approach on a promise of scale. But the problem is like, there's a lot of problem to solve in Philippines. I would rather solve this problem first before figuring out other countries' problem.
Okay. SGD.
Yes, just help us understand, in terms of dispersion, are you saying most of your customers are concentrated in?
No, it's like 1,400 cities and municipalities north to south.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where they are in the Philippines.
Yep.
And then you did mention that your advantages are inventory management, margin, profit, cash, credit visibility, and access to capital, which essentially is the advantage for anything like this, right? But in first question is, how do you pitch to your customers what it is that they want amongst the services or the benefits that you highlighted? Second is, have you analyzed the dropout rates? What were the triggers for that?
Sure. So first is more of like, how do we build products and how we talk to customers? I'm just gonna share because this is very close to my heart. The number one problem for me, even until now, when we hit the market, is not about the product. It's about breaking the barrier of the trust of the users. Imagine like we're releasing the app after 14 days, ang daming nag-download, then you see on data, 7 days they stay, everybody goes out. It's very alarming. There's no problem with the product. We started calling them, put them on a Facebook community. It's like the most active community right now in Philippines. It's called Peddler App User Community. Andun lahat ng mga businesses namin nag-share. Doon kami nag-dialogue. Then when we found out, hindi product yung issue. It's more of the trust. They were very afraid to input their business information on an application. Baka i-tax sila, i-report namin sila sa BIR, at i-tax sila ng malaki.
May BIR dito in attendance.
It's okay, there's our small businesses not qualified for taxation. Now, going back. So going back, to answer that question is more of like, we gave them control on the data. The application is offline by default. We don't sync the data automatically. They need to press a button to share the data to us. And by that, we managed to gain trust. As what the Angkas, George from Angkas was saying earlier and even more, is about building trust to your user base, understanding their needs and problems. Because I cannot do iteration or product iteration with that issue.
Okay. And with that, it's been quite an interesting ping pong of questions and answers from our judges and of course, peddlers, Nel Ligo. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Now, Nel, take a seat, relax, and check your pulse.
Okay lang. Hinihingal lang ako kanina, nag-graduate.
Okay. We go to our third and last finalist of the day. Please welcome on stage Prosperna founder and CEO, Mr. Dennis Velasco.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. So my name is Dennis Velasco, and I'm the CEO and founder of Prosperna. We are on a huge mission to empower 1 million Philippine MSMEs with e-commerce software and working capital. Next slide, please. Now, when I moved from Silicon Valley to the Philippines just a few years ago, wow, what a revelation. Best decision I made in my entire life, but I found good news and bad news. The bad news was I couldn't believe how far behind our MSMEs were in technology. We were really back doing traditional retail business. Even worse, if you look at the next slide, consumers and business owners were stuck in lines at banks. I had never spent more time in my entire life in a bank until I moved to the Philippines. Right? Next slide. Despite this bad news, there's actually a ton of good news. I would say the news is great. But what's happening? We are in the most amazing time of our country's history. The digital economy will grow to $36 billion. E-commerce will double, more than double, from 17 to 35 billion in the next few years. And mobile penetration will continue to increase to over 90%. These are the metrics in the formula that is just waiting for our country to explode. Next slide. So even better news, the total addressable market is actually huge. There's about 1 million registered MSMEs. Click. Oh, thank you. There's a whole nother 10 million social sellers just selling on social media. And there's another 14 million digital creators selling training, coaching, downloadables, ebooks, mentorship. That's a total market of about 25 million. And the thing though is, if they're gonna succeed in business today, there's absolutely no argument that there's two things that they need. And that's e-commerce software and more capital financing. Next slide. So backing this up, University of the Philippines had a study just last year, And they stated that technology advancement is the absolute fuel to unlock the Philippine MSME growth. Even further, another study, next slide, by the Asian Development Bank said MSMEs need more capital. In order for them to grow, we have to help them step by step with these two pieces of this formula. Next slide. However, if they and we want to help them realize this goal, they are unfortunately faced with massive problems. When it comes to technology, 59% of them actually want to use more tools to digitize their business, as stated by a recent report from Google, Temasek, and Bain. The problem is their options were all from abroad, which are too expensive. They've got 15 years of complexity, and they're just not fit for the local market. Next slide. In addition to these problems, when it comes to capital, here in the Philippines, research shows that 77% of them were never able to get and secure funding after going through the process. And they even stated further that 38% of them felt like cash flow wasn't a strong enough consideration to give them a loan. And the process was just painstaking, and the speed of which going through the process was just way too slow. Next slide. Doing business in the Philippines is just too much friction. And that's why we're here to remove that friction from Philippine MSMEs. Next slide. So welcome to Prosperna, one simple no-code platform where a Philippine MSME can get started for free, and as they grow and generate revenue, they can unlock more features to a paid plan for as low as a Jollibee per day, and they get everything they need. One sign up, one account, access to all services. No filling out 10 pages of a payment gateway, filling out 30 pages for a last mile shipping provider. It's all pre-integrated. They get their online store. They can sell across multiple channels, Lazada, Shopee, Facebook, Instagram. They get payments, built-in shipping. They can start to market nationwide, even globally. They can manage their inventory and get customer information at the tips of their fingers. When they start seeing success, we can then unlock small business cash advance financing to fuel that growth. Next slide. Take a look at Yo Daddy's Cafe. And they can build their online store in just a few minutes with no coding. Next slide. And then let's say they had 3 months of successful sales of about an average of 50,000 pesos. And they can see their success with these small business dashboards right in their dashboard. Next slide. Now, behind the scenes, we are building the Philippines' largest business profile of Philippine MSMEs. Take a look. We know when they signed up, when their last login, they're a verified business. We're creating a credit score. I can see how many customers they have, how many Facebook likes, how many Instagram followers. We can see their recent sales. Next slide. Now, we can actually see what they're selling, what category, which product they're selling, when they're selling the most of it, and we can help them with all of this data. And then inside the app, please click, boom, they've got an in-app notification. Congratulations, you now qualify for a small business capital loan right inside the app. Next slide. From there, they can choose, would you like loan package A or loan package B? We make understanding loans so easy. If you want 25,000 pesos, it costs you 30,000. Really simple. Not a lot of complicated percentages, mathematics, no backflips, no algebra degrees, nothing. We also have in our platform the ability to deposit the money to them and collect the repayment of the loans, taking away all that friction for Philippine MSMEs. Next slide. So how's business so far? We are on track to go from 10,000 to 20,000 customers on our platform. Click. We are on track to go from 5 million in GMV to 18 million in GMV. Click, please. We are on track to grow our revenue by the end of this year by 3x. One more. And our goal is to achieve 32% profit just by the end of this year, which will tremendously accelerate going into 2024. Next slide. When I take a look at this business model, I think you guys will all agree this is absolutely repeatable. How many MSMEs are in Southeast Asia that have the same challenges? Over 71 million. And let's face it, if you go to the next slide, the entire world is what makes up MSMEs. 90% of the businesses in the world are small. This is our dream to make the Philippines' first global technology company and put the Philippines on the map. Next slide. We've got a strong leadership team to do this. I come with 12 years of experience in Silicon Valley, building some of the fastest SaaS companies, built a professional services division at Salesforce, was part of the IPO at Cornerstone On Demand, and was formerly the vice president of sales for North America Small Business at Xero Small Business Accounting. Joining me is Ruel Napal. He's a former DevSecOps at Accenture Philippines, great engineering mind. Fro, our head of business development, led the PLDT and the Citibank small business community here in the Philippines. And we're going to do this. Next slide. Before you decide to join us as a customer, before you decide to join us as a partner or a potential investor, let's take a minute and hear what the Prosperna customers have to say. Is it okay to play the video?
Here is what our customers say about Prosperna.
We choose to work with Prosperna because you can trust them to help you grow your business.
We chose Prosperna because of their visionary outlook and their amazing integration capacity with financial and delivery systems.
They are with us every step of the way. Amazing service. I can't stress that enough.
What we love about Prosperna is that they are very easy to work with in helping us market our brand.
They were the only ones who actually listened to us, to listen to our needs.
I sense their sincerity to really help.
They have an expert team that worked hand in hand, and their team is really approachable.
What we like about Prosperna is that they're building a site for us that is tailor-fit to our operational needs.
We went with Prosperna because their platform is straightforward and affordable.
This platform is just simple, sustainable, and I think it's scalable for small and medium enterprises.
Why we chose Prosperna is because of their expertise in website development, and in a way, we did not need to start from ground zero.
Not only because of their affordable packages, but also because of their added value in training beginners like us.
Excellent customer support, their key dedication, and of course, their real expertise in this field.
They got us covered with everything we needed in our website, and they have people who really got your back.
We have this package for a website, which is at a reasonable cost and they're very affordable, but not compromising its quality.
Because they gave us the opportunity to put our brand in the next level and to put our business online. Go Prosperna.
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 And go Prosperna.
Ra-ra-ra Prosperna!
Go Prosperna.
Good job, guys.
Go Prosperna.
Hashtag Prospernation.
And go Prosperna.
Go Prosperna.
For more information about how to create your online store, check us out at www.prosperna.com.
I don't know about you guys, but every time I watch those videos, I get goosebumps. So on the next slide, look forward to working with each and every one of you to hopefully join us on our mission to empower 1 million Philippine MSMEs with simple and affordable e-commerce software and capital financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis Velasco of Prosperna. Now let's open the floor to our judges. Any takers? SGD? Thoughts? Reviewing her notes intently.
I couldn't help it. I was calculating effective interest rate when you showed the loan balance, the loan that they could borrow. Obviously, it depends on the number of days, but how does that work? And what effective interest rate ends up being paid by your customers?
Yeah, great question. We are actually modeling out different versions, but on average, what we're seeing as an acceptable rate by our customers is about 2.5% per month. And here's the thing, like that, we're really connecting our MSMEs with the data that we have and the different kinds of lenders out there. Because different lenders have different profiles of target customers that they're looking for, right? And MSMEs have different needs. Sometimes they need it right now. Sometimes they need it in a couple of weeks. So we're trying to build a portfolio of different loan products from different providers and matching them, but making the process extremely efficient.
Yep. Yes. A lot of things are happening there. Like you have the e-commerce, which is, in a way, the micro, small, medium enterprises, when they're converting digitally, it's always difficult which e-commerce to enter and how to start and how to go about that, the marketing part and all of that stuff. I see, and perhaps you can confirm this, you seem to have two flagship products. One is the e-commerce and the other one is the lending part. So in the e-commerce part, I feel that's saleable. I did those see how it's done. On the lending part, which is, by the way, my expertise, which is fintech lending, similar to what Sharon mentioned on the ROI, my question is more on the collection, because if you're doing this on a 2.5% and you're doing this on a return on the inventory and putting a collectability there, I worry about your sustainability because there could be a collection problem.
Great question. Something that we definitely have to think about very intently. What's really cool about what we're doing is the money actually comes to us and we deduct all the fees, including the loan payment. And depending on the size of the loan, we put parameters in the agreement of how long they will allow us to hold the money as a collateral. So if you think about the way payment gateways work and marketplaces, if MSMEs are selling on Shopee and Lazada, good luck if they get their money after they make sales around a month, right? And we're simply asking MSMEs, hey, if you get a loan from us, we're giving, number one, if they don't get a loan, we're giving them their money back as fast as possible, T+3 days, right? But if they get a loan, they have to understand that there's some working together in the partnership. So we say the first phase, if you get a small loan, then you agree to allow us to hold your money for 7 days, right? For a 7-day period before they can collect any of the money back. By then, we've minused all of the fees and collection as a collection agent for lending partners, right?
Thank you. Sir Juan, any thoughts?
Is this cloud-based? Is the app available through the cloud?
I'm sorry?
Is this cloud-based?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Completely cloud-based. We are on our next generation platform that we recently launched in February. We've gone through our MVP stage and we are just ready to take off.
Ms. Russell?
Hello. I'm just thinking that when you presented different countries in Southeast Asia, again, does have similar problems, similar structures. No? SMEs. No? So are you thinking of expanding to those countries? And if you are planning for it, and then how would you differentiate your product then? Your, again, a product roadmap for you, because probably there are other startups that are working, similarly like yours.
Yeah, great question. I mean, it is a competitive market without a doubt. And but when we look at Prosperna, one of the things that we focus on is a product-led growth strategy. So everything that we do must start with the product. So that's the only and best way to compete at a global level. So when customers don't buy our product, or they don't register, they don't activate, they don't adopt, we have to look at our product and be extremely product-centric. So whether it's here in the Philippines or any other country, it's number one, it's the best product and the best customer experience that wins. So that's one thing that we look at. The second thing that we're going to do to compete on the regional and global level is with our partners. So one of our growth strategies, in addition to product-led growth, is product distribution partnerships. So in case you're following Prosperna, we just launched this month a great partnership with Globe. So Globe is reselling Prosperna to over 100,000 Philippine MSMEs. And they have 150 salespeople in the Philippines that already have existing relationships. So we believe competitively, when we want to enter in a market, we want to go in with friends. So we're prioritizing countries in which we have customers that have already outlets there and partners so that we can go into those countries together. Thank you.
Okay. Rounding it up, Ms. Amor Maclang.
Thank you. So very similar to what Ida asked. I'm confused. Are you more of an e-commerce or a lending app? Because if you're an e-commerce app, shop builder, there are actually a lot. In my young career in this industry, I've launched a couple. And if you are so that's the first question. The second is, if you are a lending app, based on your current model, who's currently underwriting your loan? And second, the fundamental problem that we've seen for SMEs, especially the most underserved, because there are many who are already providing credit without collateral for SMEs. But who we really need to support are those at the lower bottom of the pyramid, those even without a digital footprint, that they can't even be recognized by banks or financial institutions. So could you give me some clarity on those points?
Yeah, love it. And we think about those things all the time because there's so many people that can be helped. And to be upfront, there's a specific market that we work with, and unfortunately, and I guess this to me is the good news, is we have to be really focused on those that are going towards the digital journey. So I think what we try to teach all MSMEs is that there are multiple forms of capital, right? So we might be one of those forms of capital. Their bank, in addition to working with us, we encourage them to have a banking relationship. We encourage them to create relationships with their vendors and their partners so that they can have a holistic, view. So hopefully we can be their partner for those that are engaging in digital, but we also encourage them to be building their relationships for capital with others.
So you're basically saying, just to clarify, I just don't want to misunderstand your model.
Yeah.
Those that you're focusing on are those with already an existing digital footprint. Ergo, say they already have prior loan history or maybe a banking relationship. Would that be accurate?
The majority currently is that, because when you look at early adopter market, because we don't do any advertising, everybody comes to us organically or through distribution partners. They want to go online or have some form of selling in social media for free. And by getting an online store, it's to elevate their brand.
I didn't hear the answer on who's funding. Is that internally
Yeah, oh
funded?
yes, you're right.
Oh,
Now, who's
oh,
funding
yes.
the loans? Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
so
Under
we're
our
working with third-party lending partners.
Could you cite who?
Yeah, so SeekCap, iGlobal, Esquire, Gives, and hopefully others.
Wow, ang taas ng interest nyo na.
Yeah,
Sorry.
now here's the thing though. When we work with them, we create special packages that are fit for our market because we come to them with a very unique value proposition because we have data and proof that they don't have. Yeah.
So maybe final point, good luck on the business, but if I can just give maybe a small input, because you seem to really want to champion SMEs. The real money and the real opportunities actually, how do we provide, and building on what you said, Mon said earlier about data ownership and would be, how do we give a digital footprint to those who don't have collaterals or prior banking relationships? And I'll give you a tip. One of the things that we're already doing in the region is through education. If, say, for example, they finish X number of courses, there is intent to pay, not just ability to pay, right? If I personally find a startup who can datafy and tech up the intent to pay, right? Yun yung tinatawag na character loan, di ba, Eads? Then I think that would be
I love
winner.
it.
Thank you.
Maybe there's an opportunity for us to partner. If you guys are doing training, we have a Prosperna plan for free just to get them started and maybe give them that digital footprint. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That wraps up our Q&A and our pitches. Thank you, Prosperna founder and CEO, Mr. Dennis Velasco. Thank you to our judges for challenging all of our presenters and bringing out the best in our innovators. One more time, a big round of applause for all of our finalists. You are winners already as early as now. And tell us also, to those watching us online, who your favorites are and why. We'd love to hear from you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give time to our judges to gather their thoughts and tally their scores for about 10 minutes. The good thing is, because this is all digital, this is nothing is manual this afternoon. So we'll give them time because in a short while we will be crowning our first ever Philippine representative to the Global Tech Innovator Competition. And as a brief intermission for our guests here at Fairmont, we invite you to take a peek at the 2022 Global Tech Innovator Finals in Lisbon, the recap of which we will be playing it in a bit. And again, the competition results will be coming in about 10 minutes. So we ask that you please stay here at the plenary hall to await the exciting announcement of our winner. And we'd also like to remind our audience joining us via Zoom that while we have our short intermission here in the physical venue, you can also join the virtual talk with KPMG India partner and head digital solutions and telecommunications industry leader, Mr. Purushothaman KG. Now, let's roll the 2022 Global Tech Innovator Lisbon Finals video. Let's watch this.
Welcome, everyone, to the beautiful Esfuta Fria, a greenhouse in the very heart of Lisbon, for the crowning of the first, but not the last, KPMG Private Enterprise Global Tech Innovator.
This competition is very important for KPMG Private Enterprise. Technology is here to stay, and for us to be part of the ecosystem and the change that happens around the world is key.
I'm blown away by the brilliant technology innovations that we've seen from both mature and emerging markets across the world in this first year.
It's critical for us to work with founders around the world because of the future of our global economy, and we're passionate about working with them.
8 months, almost 700 contestants, from 17 countries. And more than 200 pitches later, the finalists are ready to go, head to head, for the Global Tech Innovator title.
To me, it's about the people in the team. So I really look at the founder, try to really understand their passion to solve the problem.
My entire investment thesis is centered on the founder. We're seeing this huge rise in digitization across the world. So who's going to be able to tap into that growing demand?
Through this competition, we're helping startups grow, scale, and build their reputation.
We want to accelerate industry AI adoption, creating meaningful and responsible AI.
We have to come together collectively as innovators, as entrepreneurs, and most importantly, as individuals.
There is evidence that artificial intelligence can make superhuman decisions.
Let us change agriculture. Let us revolutionize it.
Change makers, visionaries, innovators, and disruptors.
The global success of these startups is our legacy.
Exciting stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our virtual event live from the KPMG in the Philippines Digital Advisory Center. We are pumped up and ready to rock your screens once again as we wait for the announcement of winner for this year's KPMG Philippine Global Tech Innovator Competition. Let's take time to ask our virtual participants to know their thoughts about today's Innovation Summit. What were their key takeaways for today's event? Share your thoughts on the comment section.
That's right, Frank. We hope you're as hyped as we are because today has been an absolute roller coaster of groundbreaking ideas and mind-blowing innovations. And you know what? We want to hear from you, from all your brilliant minds out there.
So Ali, what were your key takeaways from today's event?
Well, the insights shared by the industry speakers were a gold mine of knowledge. I was actually blown away by the depth of their expertise and the foresight they offered into the future of technology.
Right. Those discussions provided a valuable perspective that will undoubtedly shape the way we approach technology and business in the coming years.
So let's hear it from our virtual participants. We have here a comment from Brian. He said, I'm really happy to have this webinar and to see LGU or local government units, cities, and businesses transform, innovate, and sustain the ideas of every CEO and giving us innovative approach on different pain points that private companies and government may do.
Thank you for that comment. And we have another one. She says, I've learned the importance of digital transformation in government services and operations. Adopting innovative technologies can lead to increased efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in public services, ultimately benefiting the citizens. Thank you for your words and for your key takeaways.
Alright, we also have here who mentioned that one of the key takeaways that is worth to mention would be that digital transformation of businesses and government services in cities promotes citizen engagement and empowerment, which is actually true. Because once the government has been digitalized, of course, the first to benefit from it are its citizens. It is an investment that makes the city more livable and connected.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And we have one from Darwin. Darwin says, the updates and innovations will provide a glimpse of what to expect of the future of the country's digitalization towards streamlining processes and services.
And lastly, Nestor is delighted that he had this opportunity to learn more about emerging innovative technologies that are coming our way. He's amazed with how technology evolves to create more opportunities for us, such as smart cities and automation. So it's really an exciting time for all of us, right, Frank?
Yes, and we are now questioning our minds. What can be done? How do we make it happen?
Yes, correct. So as we move forward, it's time for one of the most exciting moments of our event, the announcement of the winner of the Global Tech Innovator Competition Philippine Finals. Let's take a moment to show our support and enthusiasm for all the incredible participants who have showcased their talent and hard work today.
Like you, KPMG Private Enterprise is focused on the future.
This competition shows how committed we are to supporting the digital transformation environment
and to companies like yours
that are transforming entire industries.
We're looking for the top tech innovators
that are ready to be the next tech titans.
If you have an ambition to shape the future of tech,
this is your chance to put your plans in front of the key influencers.
The competition will help you expand your network
and to attract mentorship and future investment. So what does a top tech innovator look like?
It's a business with a bold vision,
someone with lots of passion.
You're focused on growth and moving fast.
And you are relentless.
And it's a business that's shaping our future.
We believe in the power of the entrepreneur, the dreamer, and the disruptor. If that's you, we want to hear about your ambition and how you're planning to achieve it.
And we also have another comment, this time from Princess May Felicitas. She says, I've learned the importance of digital transformation in government services and operations. Adopting innovative technologies can lead to increased efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in public services, ultimately benefiting citizens. O, diba? May reflection paper si Princess. Thank you very much, Princess. A lot of comments are coming in. Wow. O, diba? They're trying to top each other. Thank you very much to our Zoom audience. You know, we've had over 800 viewers on Zoom, so thank you as well for staying with us all throughout. We are at the latter part of our program. We're so happy that you're still with us. Okay. So from Kimberly Hipolito, she says, I've learned a lot, especially with what drives businesses to disrupt an industry that it stems into an idea of breaking to build a better way for one another to progress in life and open opportunities, especially in unnoticed sectors. And Melvin Kalika just wants to say congratulations to all the finalists. Cherry May Katan says, I have a deeper understanding of the critical role cybersecurity plays in driving innovation and digital transformation securely. And Princess also says, I've learned the power of data analytics and artificial intelligence in informed decision-making. The summit showcased how data-driven insights can help government and organizations to identify and address societal challenges more effectively. And finally, Elaine Doctor says, one of the key takeaways that is worth to mention would be the digital transformation of businesses and government services in cities, promote citizen engagement and empowerment. So thank you very much to all of our viewers on Zoom. We're gonna give our judges, oh, they are back. So that means you are done. We have our verdict. Okay. Let's give the judges another big round of applause. Miss Ita, how do you feel after all that deliberation?
I don't think we have enough time. We wanted to ask more questions.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
All fantastic. And again, we can go on and on. Maybe next year, this will not be just a one-day summit. What, 2 days, 3 days? Miss Sharon? Yeah. Miss Amor, certainly, Miss Amor, you are a veteran in all of these summits. Tell us, what do you look for? And you brought the Philippine flag all over the world with regard to digitalization and innovation. What are you looking for our Philippine flag bearer to this one?
So before we go into what we're looking for, I just want to congratulate all of our startups. And regardless of who wins, I want to continue a dialogue with you. I want to help you in any way, connect you to the right platforms, maybe give some inputs if it will help, right? So I love how the Philippine startup ecosystem is shaping up. But what am I looking for who represents us for the first time, no, parang beauty contest, is scalability. Will it apply to other markets also?
Thank you, Miss Amor. And already you have an instant mentor in Amor Makla. How awesome is that? So we're not going to keep everyone waiting. I think it is now time that we reveal our winners. Okay? So, I'd like to invite all the competitors first on stage. Please join us here. Packworks, Prosperna, and Peddler. And I'd also like to invite Ms. Sharon Dayoan and Mr. Noel Bunoan. Please join us here on stage as well. And the rest of our judges. Let's have a photo first with our competitors, our finalists. What an afternoon it has been. I'm sure it's been a roller coaster of emotions for all of them. Do we have the envelopes to announce the winners? Okay. Sir Mon, please join us here on stage for a photo. There you go. Okay. And big smiles, please. Okay, some blocking needed also. So the judges will stay on this side and then the competitors on the other side. Okay. Okay, please find a good spot. Make sure that you are still on stage. Okay. It seems like the bronze trophy is ready. Are you ready? I can't hear. Are you ready? Okay. Receiving the bronze is Prosperna. Congratulations, Prosperna. Again, all of our finalists are winners in their own right. Maraming salamat. One photo, please, with Prosperna. Can we have a photo with our judges and Prosperna together with our executives? There you go. Front and center. This is also your moment. Getting the photo right is important. This will be immortalized on social media. Congratulations, Prosperna, for winning the bronze. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And then there were two. We're gonna call on, up next, the silver winner. Okay, so this means whichever company I will not be calling is automatically the gold winner, set to represent the Philippines at the global final of KPMG's GTI competition in Lisbon, Portugal on November. Got it? So again, I will be calling out our silver winner first. Are you ready? Our silver winner is Packworks. Congratulations! Which means only one thing. Our first ever KPMG in the Philippines representative to the KPMG Global Tech Innovator Competition, receiving the gold award in just a bit, is Peddler. For now, we'd like Packworks to enjoy this moment as they are awarded the silver prize. Congratulations, Packworks. And now, Bass bask in your moment, in the glory, our first ever KPMG in the Philippines representative to the KPMG Global Tech Innovator Competition, Peddler. Congratulations! Our Philippine representative to Lisbon this November in the Global Finals, Peddler. We will be cheering you on. Make us proud. And thank you to all of our participants in this remarkable Innovation Summit. Thank you to our presenters, our panelists, our organizers. And ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the conclusion of the KPMG Innovation Summit 2023. We hope you found this summit valuable and meaningful. And let's keep the conversations going all throughout. Once again, my name is Leah Guerrero. It has been such a pleasure to have been your host. You have been a most gracious audience. Maraming salamat. To our online audience, I'm turning you over to Frank and Alyssa for a proper goodbye. Thank you, and we hope to see you again. And to our finalists, once again.
Thank you, Leah, and congratulations to our Global Tech Innovator winners, especially to Peddler, bagging the Gold Award this year. And of course, the Packworks and Prosperna. As we come to the end of our Innovation Summit, on behalf of KPMG R.G. Manabat Company, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you for being a part of this remarkable journey. May the flame of innovation continue to burn within you as you go forth and make a lasting impact in the world.
We would also like to express our heartfelt thanks to our incredible speakers, panelists, and organizing team who have worked tirelessly to bring this summit to life. Without your dedication and passion, none of this would have been possible.
Lastly, may we take a few minutes of your time to answer our feedback form using the QR code flash on your screen. Your comments and suggestions are valuable in helping us improve our future events. This has been Frank from the Technology Consulting, Finance and Accounting Managed Services.
And this is Alisa from Technology Consulting, Tech Risk and Assurance. Thank you, everyone, and have a great afternoon.